Hey, my name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSHM College Kolkata, and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIIMS Delhi.
I am Meenakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I'm working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
Hey, my name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSHM College Kolkata, and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIIMS Delhi.
I am Meenakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I'm working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
My name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSHM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in EMS Delhi.
I am Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Kolkata.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
My name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSHM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in EMS Delhi.
I am Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Kolkata.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
My name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSHM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in EMS Delhi.
I am Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Kolkata.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
my name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I'm working in Shankar Netralaya.
Roy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
Hi, my name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I'm working in Shankar Netralaya.
Roy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
Hello. Hello, can we stop this video, please?
Namaste, good morning, all of you present here. So today we are here for our second day of our conference. All of us, we know yesterday we had a fabulous sessions. We have started with our panel discussion and then we had our speakers. So today, our second day, we have our international speakers with us. So today we will be starting with our speaker, Mr. Fakhruddin Barodawala. Sir, are you there?
Hi Nirmal, yeah, I'm here.
Hi, sir. So today, for this session, Mr. Satyam Kumar Jha will be our moderator. So Satyam, all of.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Hello, namaste, and good morning, everyone. This is Satyam, and on the behalf of Optometry Department and NSSM Knowledge Campus, I welcome you all to the second day of 11th International Conference, eNatCom 2021. And today we have Mr. Fakhruddin Samser Borodawala as the first speaker of the day, who will be speaking on the topic contact lens aftercare, importance, process, and modification. Mr. Fakhruddin completed his graduation and post-graduation at the Lotus College of Optometry, Mumbai, India, after which he pursued his career in the academics and research. At present, he is the lecturer at the Faculty of Optometry and Vision Science, Segi University, Malaysia, involved in teaching contact lenses, dispensing optics, low vision, and advanced optometry care. He is the fellow of International Association of Contact Lens Educators and fellow of ASCO India in the field of dispensing optics. He was also the recipient of 2019 ICAL Travel Award. His major interests include fitting irregular corneas, orthokeratology, and low vision care. He has a few publications in the field of public health and contact lenses and has presented papers at the national and international scientific sessions and conferences. He is also the conceptualizer behind the online education initiative known as Online Optom Learning Series. More recently, he was also elected as a board of the directors at International Association of Contact Lens Educators. So on the behalf of NSHM Knowledge Campus, we welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Satyam, for that kind introduction and for your invitation. Yeah. So let me just go ahead and share my screen and let me know once you see that. Just confirm with me that you can see my slides. Yeah. Do you see my slides, Satyam?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's visible.
All right, great. So thank you once again to the entire committee of NSHM Knowledge Campus for inviting me, as a speaker on this podium. And I would like to start with congratulating the entire team for successfully finishing 25 years in terms of, establishment. So commendable work. And I have been attending your conference since yesterday. I was pulled in to the panel discussion, but it was wonderful. And I would again like to congratulate everyone behind the whole success. And I hope this day 2 will be as successful as day 1. So let me just dive into what I'm going to talk to everyone today. I'm going to talk to you about contact lens aftercare, whereby I'm going to take you through what are the basic importance. Why do we need to perform aftercare? What's the importance? And also we'll brush up through the process on what are the tests and evaluations which we need to perform. And due to the pandemic situation and the theme of this conference being changes due to pandemic, I'm also going to touch upon how can you modify some processes when you're performing an aftercare visit. So before I start, I have no disclosures or any financial interests in any of the products which are mentioned or which will be mentioned during the presentation. Most of my materials are taken up from the published articles, and some of them are my own experiences, which I will be going to share to you today. I would also request if you all can just scan this QR code, or you can also go to slido.com and you can put up this code, which is NSHM. There are a couple of polls which I would like your opinion, which I will be running through the session. And if you can participate, it will be much more interactive in that sense. Just go to slido.com and put the code as NSHM, and that will take you to the home page, or you can also scan the QR code. And once the poll is up, I will let you know and you can give your opinion. So let's get started into the importance part of it, right? So first and foremost, why do we want to perform an aftercare visit? What are the aims? What do we need to do, or what are we looking for? So basically, there are 4 primary aims to perform an aftercare visit. The first one being, we want to preserve the ocular health of the patient. We also want to make sure that the contact lenses are maintaining or providing good visual outcome for our patients. We want to make sure that our patients are comfortable and making sure that the lenses optimize their comfort. And most importantly, we want to also make sure that the lenses are providing satisfactory performance in terms of fitting the lenses. So these are the 4 important things, or the aims. Why do we perform an aftercare visit? And as a practitioner or as a clinician, we should have these 4 aims in the back of the mind while we are planning or while we are taking through the examination process with our patients. So this brings me to the first poll. So I'm just going to launch the poll on Slido. Again, if you have missed scanning the QR code, here is the QR code which is displayed on the screen. And if you could just tell me what is that one clinical test which you would like to perform for your patients when they visit to you for an aftercare contact lens assessment. So if you could just scan the QR code, or you can just go to slido.com, you can put up your thoughts there. So while I'm waiting for this, while actually I started making this presentation, what I did is I just did a Google search on what is the actual meaning of the word aftercare. Now, when I looked at the medical dictionary and when I put the word aftercare there, it was said that aftercare is the care, treatment, help, or supervision given to a person who is discharged from the institute or the hospital. So that makes us understand that once we have done a delivery for a contact lens, or for that matter, I would also say for a spectacle lens, it's an ongoing care. And I will reinitiate that point later on as well. So once you have discharged the patient, you have to make sure that you follow up your patients and see whether they are comfortable with their wear. So that's a medical terminology, what aftercare means. So let's just look at the results of the first poll, and I'm just gonna check on my Slido if I have received any responses. And yeah, I've received certain responses which says, very good. I like that coming. So let me just share with you. I have got a couple of responses and I'm just going to try to share that with you. So yeah, some people have responded and you all can keep responding it. It's good to know what is your thought process. So I see slit lamp examination, vision or lid viper epitheliopathy, lip cough. I think that's what people want to do. Okay, slit lamp examination, visual inspection, observation. So all that is perfect. All that is right. And I will take you through what I think or what is my thought process while I am seeing my patients. So when I look at the flow when I want to conduct an aftercare examination for my patients, this is basically what flow I keep in my mind. So first and foremost, we need to schedule an appointment. We need to make sure that we have the appointment scheduled with our patients. We need to make sure that they are aware and they are reminded for their appointments. Of course, everybody is busy. And I think with this digital world, it's very important and easy at the same time to make sure that our patients are reminded. It could be just an email or a text message away. Then as a practitioner, we should be prepared. And I'm going to spend a little bit time in the future slide explaining to what is the practitioner's preparation perspective all about. We are then going to move about doing some subjective and objective assessment. So there comes all the answers which I received about observations, slit lamp examination, and so on. You are then going to do some inspection. And this inspection includes lens care products, and also a bit of patient compliance inspections. And you're then going to combine your thoughts in terms of what you observed, in terms of what you inspected and patient complaints, and put all of that together and devise a care or advise your patients about how to go about this. So this is a wonderful table which was published in the book by Nathan Efron, Contact Lens A to Z. And this table tells us what should be the recommended aftercare schedule for variety of contact lens materials as well as modalities. So if you look very carefully onto this table, and if you look at the first row, all of the type of contact lenses, you will see that the first aftercare should be within at least 1 to 2 weeks of time. And this is really important for us as a practitioner. When we deliver a contact lens to our patient, we must make sure that at least the first aftercare must be within the first week or maximum the second week of contact lens wear. And there has been research evidence saying that most of the contact lens dropouts happen during that first 2 weeks if the patient is not comfortable or if the patient does not have a satisfactory performance of the lens. Patient will definitely drop out of this particular contact lens wear. And as a practitioner, we do not want that to happen. And the subsequent visits can be followed using this recommended aftercare schedule, but it will also depend on how the condition of the patient is on each aftercare visit. So for example, if I see the patient at 3 months aftercare visit for a soft lens daily wear, and if I see that there has been some changes which I as a practitioner don't want it to happen on the ocular surface or on the contact lens, I would not do a 6 months follow-up. I might do a quicker follow-up, probably a 1 week or a 2 weeks follow-up to make sure that patient's complaints or whatever you saw during your visit has been treated. So that's important for us as a practitioner to know. Again, as I was saying, reminding the patient is really important, but most emphasis should also be made on not only just reminding them for when their appointment is or what's the time of their appointment. That's what we generally tend to do in clinical practice. And now with the pandemic situation, I think most of us are working on appointment basis. We have planned schedules that I'm going to see XX patient at X time. That's become a normal in most of the parts of the world. So it's appointment basis. But I would like to emphasize here on to remind them about bringing with them their contact lenses, their lens care products, their lens cases, as well as their spectacles when they come for an aftercare visit. So that's important because during the aftercare visit, you might find or you might diagnose something whereby your plan would be cease contact lens wear, for example, or contact lenses need some changes and the patient has to wear some refractive correction, and that's going to be spectacles. So please remind your patients when you are scheduling them for an aftercare visit, that they should be bringing their spectacles. I would also like to stress upon the importance of telling patients to bring the lens care products and the lens case, because these two things are also need to be inspected while you are performing. And this is something which most practitioners miss. And we must also inspect how are they using. And not only that, but when they are coming with their own lenses, we want them to demonstrate to us on how they are going to wash and clean the lens. So it's best that they use the solution which they use every day, right? And you want to inspect the case. Make sure you also advise them to wear their contact lenses at least 3 to 4 hours before they come in. So most of your appointments for aftercare would be during the afternoon session rather than in the morning. Now, practitioners' preparation is something which is also need to be emphasized, because most of the time when you are working in group practice, the best thing would be that you follow up your own patient. But there might be some time where you are working in a group practice and somebody else takes over the case. So they might not be aware on what was prescribed or what was suggested to the patient. So as a practitioner, before, even if it's your own patient, you must be prepared on what you had advised. So having proper medical records, jotting it down and putting up on, whether it's electronically or you have paper records. I think with the bill passing in this situation where optometry has been classified and recognized, medical records are going to be something which is really going to be very important in practice. And I think this is the time where we should start having all that records. And with that records, we can prepare before. And after the patient coming 1 month, 2 months later, or probably 6 months later for an aftercare, we might actually not remember what was suggested. So having that recorded is really important. Patient practitioners must be aware about what patient was prescribed in terms of lens material, what were the parameters, what modality was prescribed, what was the replacement schedule, wearing time, and what were the lens care products. So just to make sure that the patient is using those same lens care product when they are coming for a follow-up. And we then start doing the next step, which is subjective assessment. So when it comes to subjective assessment, ask a lot of questions. Make sure that your patients are comfortable talking to you. You want to know from them what's their subjective comfort, how is their vision with the lens, how are they coping up with their lenses, can they wear their lenses for the recommended time, are there any complaints, and if there are, what are those specific details about those complaints. This will help you to devise a proper examination plan and also a proper care regime for your patient. Always ask about their wearing and replacement schedule. Again, just to make sure that they are following what you have been talking to them. Ask a lot of lens care related questions. And I think that is something which most of the time get missed out. We don't ask about lens care related questions. And that is really important because we all understand that solution and case hygiene is really a compliance issue, or if the solution and case hygiene is maintained well, you get less complications, and that's what we want as a practitioner. The last thing is medical history, and we think that contact lens wearer, I already delivered the lens or dispensed the lens. Medical history is not to be asked in aftercare, but please make it a point that you ask medical history, because there might be some due course of time. You delivered the lens in January, but you are having an aftercare in July, 6-7 months later. Within this 6 to 7 months, the patient might have developed some medical condition, and that might be related to patient's complaint. So you can try to relate that. So don't forget to ask medical history even on every aftercare visit. I would always recommend to use something known as a Likert scale. Ask them to grade their comfort, their vision, and any of their complaints so that you know which one is troubling or bothering them more. And that is where you will focus first compared to the mild symptoms or the mild complaints. Now, this is what was done pre-COVID, where we can do all of this subjective assessment, we can do all of this interview sitting in front of our patient, we can talk to them and all of that. Of course, now we are wearing masks and we can always do this traditional way. But I think moving forward, we can modify it by using online teleconsultation. And I think during yesterday's talk, when we were doing the panel discussion, teleconsultation or teleoptometry, telemedicine was something which was discussed very widely. And doing this way, I feel reduces a bit of chair time, less exposure with you and your patient, and you can do all of that via any telemedicine platform, Zoom call, WhatsApp call, and making sure that you ask all of the questions. You can also use certain questionnaires whereby the patient can fill up those questionnaires just at the comfort of their home. And once you receive their questionnaire responses, you can analyze and you will be ready to teleconsult them and ask more questions. So that is something which you can do to minimize the contact time. Moving next, we will be doing some objective assessment. Again, these objective assessments are done with lens and with lens on and with lens off. So ideally, when a patient comes for an aftercare, we want the patient to come with their lenses on, right? As I said, we want them to wear the lenses for at least 3 to 4 hours before they come into the practice. So we want them to come with the lenses on. With the lens on, you're going to measure their visual outcome. If necessary, you're going to perform some over refraction to see why there was a drop in vision, or can there be some refractive change which has happened, and that can help the patient before the next order of lens. Over keratometry can be also done. This is relatively easy in terms of just putting the patient behind the keratometer and checking the keratometer Myers. That gives a lot of information. Are there surface irregularities, tear deficiency, or poor wettability on the lens? That's what you can see if the Myers are very distorted. And it's known as a non-invasive way of measuring the tear breakup time. And you're going to do the lens fitting assessment to make sure that the fitting which was there during the delivery visit, is it the same when they are coming in for an aftercare visit? So you just want to make sure once the lens is on the eye for certain days, certain hours, is the performance remaining the same? And when it comes to assessment of lenses, so what we are going to do is, once the patient has completed the on-lens objective assessment, we are going to ask them to now remove their lenses, and that's where your observation skills come into place. So you're just going to tell them that, can you please remove your lenses now? I want to have a look at your health of the eye. And then you're going to ask, just sit down and observe what the patient does. Does the patient wash their hands? How is their lens case? Because as I said before, you're going to remind them to bring their lens case and solution. How do they remove their lenses? Is it an appropriate way of removing? Is it an appropriate way of cleaning, rinsing the lens before they put it into the case? So that is the observational skill, what will happen. And then once the lenses are out, you're going to take a look at the ocular health. You're going to do a slit lamp examination. You're going to perform keratometry to just make sure that the lens wear, has it changed some dimensions of the cornea. And in some cases, not always, but we also perform a subjective refraction to just compare with our initial subjective refraction findings on whether the refractive status has changed or not. So these are certain objective assessments which we would perform. Now, again, this was pre-COVID. We can do all of this. It takes a bit of care time. We can have the patient come in and we can do all of those tests. But how, the question is, how could we modify it now to make sure that we minimize the contact and we only bring in patients who really, really need that care and they are in need of some optometric care. So traditionally, we were using the vision charts for measuring vision. And I think we do this all the time when it comes to vision, subjective refraction, and all of that. But I think we can start using the modified way, which is the smartphone apps. Again, just to disclaim you that this is not going to replace visual acuity assessment and all of that in practice, but at least, you know, the patient can evaluate at home and see, oh, I am seeing that well. It's not going to give you the exact 100% of quantity, but at least something is better than nothing. Patient can say that, yes, I am seeing good vision. It can't 100% replace, even though there are better apps. And I think there are good studies which have come out recently in terms of using these applications for vision and refraction assessment. But at the same time, we can start using this just to modify, just a modified way to make sure our patients are seeing clearly. And if there is a lot of discrepancies between the modified way, then you can get your patients into the clinic and measure in our traditional way. The other thing is what I was saying is the objective assessment was the ocular health measurement or ocular health assessment. So traditionally we use, I mean, slit lamp is our friend. Any contact lens practitioner would vouch for it that without a slit lamp, we can't function. So slit lamp is our friend, and traditional way we will look underneath the slit lamp for the ocular health and all of that. But we can modify this assessment by just asking the patient to capture good quality images of their eye, and we can evaluate, or we can do a video call and they can actually perform the video call while we are looking on the eye. Or they can separately capture a picture or a video and send to you, and then you can evaluate and then consult the patient whether they need to come or not. But I think there is something which we need to do about this is we need to educate our patients. So this was a good video which I found, and you can look through YouTube. It was by Dr. John Gallis in the US, and it's a very short 2 to 3 minute video whereby he explains on the best way how to capture a good ocular photograph or a good ocular video for the eye care practitioner. And it's a patient education video. And you can do this for your practice. You can actually make these educational videos and send to the patient before the teleconsult, and they can and they can follow that steps on how to take the picture, and that makes your life much more easier, and they can send you what you want to see. So look out to this video. I think it's really important. You can create one in your own way, and send it to your patient prior to having a teleconsult so they are prepared. So these are certain images. I'm just going to show you some images, what we found out during the ocular health assessment. So the importance is don't just look at the adnexia in terms of, the cornea, the conjunctiva, but most importantly is always make sure you look under the lids as well, because that's where the papillary conjunctivitis, the discomfort level would probably at the initial stage start. So don't neglect looking underneath both the upper lids and the lower lids, and also look at the meibomian glands. And this was one of the image which was taken again. This was again, both of them were taken on a slit lamp pre-COVID, whereby patient can complain of discomfort. They are feeling that the lens is when they are feeling the lens when they are on the eye, but when we examine, it's just that the lens has a bit of fold. This could be because the lens was inserted inside out, or probably the edge of this lens is not suitable for this patient. And just by doing small modifications, you can get rid of all of these problems. And what happens when let's say you do a teleconsult and you bring in the patient for whatever reasons you think that no, I need to look at it in a more detailed way. You can of course bring in the patient with precaution, but make sure that you use a slit lamp shield. This will again be a barrier between you and your patient. And I think some papers do also suggest that when you're doing slit lamp examination, try to minimize talking, because you are a bit close to the patient. Even if there is a slit lamp shield, you can perform your slit lamp examination, and then probably when you are out into the consultation area, you can have a safe distance and then you can consult your patient. Capturing ocular images would be very good idea. So if you look at this image, there is an camera attached to the slit lamp, but not necessary to have this high quality cameras. You can use just your smartphone and capture images and project it on a screen and explain to your patient. And I think everybody knows picture speaks 1,000 words, right? So once you show your patient what you have observed, they will become more serious, and they'll follow what instructions you do. And next, after you do some objective assessment, you're going to do some lens inspection. Not only the lens inspection, but you will also do some lens care product, meaning the solution and the case inspection. So make sure that you look at the lenses. In practice, of course, you can use a slit lamp under dark room if you want to see more details under high magnification, and you can look at the quality, the surface regularity, or if there are any defects. But your patients can, of course, use their smartphone and send you images of the lens. That is not very difficult to do. You just have to guide them. As I was saying, you can prepare a video for them on how you want them to send it to you. And at the same time, lens care products must be examined. So you can ask them to demonstrate in front of you while you're doing a teleconsult as well, how they remove, put, and clean the lenses, and all of that can be inspected on via a video conferencing. So this was again one of the patient which walked into our practice, and the patient had a bit of itchiness and discomfort related symptoms. She was using a cosmetic lens which was purchased, I think, from a different optician. And if you can see this image, there is a small ring which is formed in the optic zone. And this lens, mind you, was just 3 to 4 days old. He just started wearing a new, fresh pair of lens. And when we observed her cleaning technique, it was not very good. She was not rubbing the lenses properly. Once we rubbed the lens for her and we explained to her, the ring actually completely vanished. And we explained to her an image, a picture was shown to her saying that this was the ring, which is basically something is happening and you're not, because of not rinsing or cleaning the lens properly, this is the problem. And once we cleaned the lens, we showed to her proper cleaning technique, and then we took an image again and showed to her. And as I was saying, the patient had some symptoms. He was feeling there is a bit of itchiness, there is a bit of discomfort, and that ring actually depicted a bit of corneal staining, if you can see at this point on the ocular surface. So this was something which was also shown to the patient, and then the patient understood, and we seized contact lens for just 1 day and she was back to normal and she was fine. And we followed up the patient after 1 week and she was fine because she started cleaning the lenses and rubbing the lenses properly. We didn't change anything. We didn't put any new solution. We didn't change any materials. We just asked the patient to thoroughly clean, rub the lens properly, and problem was solved. So just by simple, small observations, just by doing small changes, most of the time the problem is actually solved. You don't have to go and change the lens, change the solution, give more solutions and all of that. So make sure that you are aware of all these things. So this is the second poll. I'm just going to open this poll and you can still go to the slido.com. This was again one of the patient who sent the picture to us. I'm also putting the slido.com here for you to scan the QR code. The question is, what defect do you see on this particular lens? Again, mind you that this patient, this is the patient who sent us the picture. So this patient was 22 years old, if I'm not mistaken. And this is the patient's GP lens. It's an ortho-K lens. And she called us during the pandemic and said that I have a bit of discomfort after 3 to 4 hours of wear. I feel that it's a bit dry. I'm not that comfortable as this thing. And the most important is when she woke up in the morning, she felt very dry compared to what she was feeling on the earlier days. And then we looked at back the history of the patient. We look at our records and we found that everything was fine, just that her last follow-up was probably 6 to 8 months ago. So this particular lens is about just nearly about a year old, less than a year old, 11 months or so. And this is what she contacted us with some complaints. And you can look at the picture and let me know what do you think is the defect you see on this lens. So while I'm just waiting for you guys to tell me, there is one more patient who we found. This was again taken on a slit lamp, whereby we found that this patient had this heart-shaped deposit on exactly near the visual area. The patient had no complaints actually. The patient just came in for a routine aftercare because her lenses had finished and she wanted to order a new pair, a new stock or new boxes of lens. And we just asked her to come for an aftercare visit so that we can have a look at the eye and then we can make sure that she's doing fine. But what happened is on ocular examination, while we were just doing fitting assessment already, we found that there is something which is bothering us. So this is what was found, a heart-shaped deposit, if you can see. Then we asked the patient to remove the lens and we observed it carefully. And what we found again was the patient was pinching the lens exactly from the eye, from the center of the eye. So she was not dragging the lens and then, pinching it out from the white part or the conjunctival tissue there. She was actually pinching out from the center, and that heart is formed because of that pinching effect. And also some of the hygiene related problems, which was also explained. So there was no need of changing any lens again in this case. It was more of patient education. We wanted to let patient aware of how to remove the lens. We explained the patient that we do not want you to remove from the center. It's not a good habit. We want you to slide the lens to the side or to the bottom and then gently pinch it out. Make sure you clean the lenses properly, rub the lenses again. When we observed, she was not rubbing it that well as well. So we advise the patient to rub the lenses thoroughly as well. And on frequent follow-ups, I think she was doing fine as well. So let's just look at the results of our second poll. So I was asking you about, what do you see here on this particular image? So I got some replies. I'm just trying to share them with you. A couple of people have replied. Thank you so much for participating. It's always good to see people replying and putting up their thoughts. So a couple of you have responded. You see smudge or scratch lens or lipid deposit. Actually, the correct answer is lipid because there is a fingerprint kind of appearance. If we look clearly on that particular image, I'm just going to show that again. It looks like it's a fingerprint kind of deposit. So that relates to more of a lipid deposit. and that caused a bit of discomfort. So we had the patient actually come back to the practice and we checked, and this patient had very mild meibomian gland blockages. That's the reason there were a bit of lipid deposits, and then we started her on warm compresses, very early stage, so we didn't do much. And we started her with alcohol-based lipid cleaners. We started the patient with alternate days of prescribing hydrogen peroxide, and she was doing quite well. So just small changes, and I think we could solve the patient's problems. The last step of doing the aftercare examination is providing the plan and advice. And as I was saying, we will be combining all of our examination, patient complaint, and what we observe, and putting up all together and telling our patients about the plan and advice. And remember that it is a two-way communication. So it's not just the practitioner talking, but the patient is not understanding everything. So make sure that happens. It's a two-way communication. We must always strive to provide the best solution. The best solution may not always be changed lens, or not always be changed solution, or not always be stop wearing contact lenses. Please bear in mind, the best solution is what works for the patient. I would always encourage on using evidence-based approach. So look at what is being published, look at the research papers, the clinical case reports, and that will tell you a lot of details on what will be the best way using evidence-based. Try to make it simple. Don't give too many advices at the same time. Too many things can then complicate. So step by step. And I think when I was talking about history taking, when you ask them to grade, so you will know, okay, for vision, patient has rated 4/5, but for comfort is just 1/5. And by that, you know, okay, vision is more of a problem. So let me solve the vision part first compared to the comfort part. So make your own clinical judgment, go step by step, don't do too many things at the same time, because remember, we need compliance. We need patient to follow, and compliance is the key. We do not want patients to, forget. You give them 10 advices, they might forget 9 and just do 1, and that 1 may not solve the problem. So do step by step. I think step by step is really important. There are certain things which I would like to now discuss on is, I term this as FAQs, whereby patients might have some questions for you. And this is how I go about explaining to the patient. So one important thing what everybody would face in practice is patient will forget about the lens replacement schedule. When should I replace the lens? How long? And is this current lens, when is it going to expire? And I found this very useful app on the phones. There are many more. I'm not saying that this is the best or this is the only one. There are many more apps which can be used on the phone. Patient can input, the lens duration, how many days was prescribed by the practitioner. So this is a bi-weekly lens. So the patient can put 14 days for both the eyes. And then on the phone, every day the patient gets a notification. Once you save the duration, patient gets a notification every day on the phone that, yes, you have worn the lens. The only drawback or modification, I would term this as modification, which I make, I don't tell the patient to press no +1 day anytime. Every day when they get a reminder, even if they are not wearing the lenses, they will always press yes, and they will go and clean the lens, because we want them to clean the lens every day, even if they don't wear them, right? So I don't ask them to press no +1 day. That is a bit of the modification which I make. I always tell them every day you need to press yes. And once you press yes, you can clean the lenses there and there. If you are wearing it, please wear them. If you're not wearing it, clean the lens, clean the case, and replenish it with a new solution. So by that, you are actually reminding the patient to clean the lenses every day. And the app also reminds when the lenses need to be discarded. So once the time is over, they will receive a notification saying to change the lenses. And this is how they can remember on their replacement schedule. The name of this application is Contact Lens Time. Again, there is no financial interest or anything. I just found it to be useful. I have advised this to a couple of my patients, and I think they were very happy about using them, and they are still using it, saying that, yeah, I always remember when I have to discard my old lens and, you know, get a fresh pair of lens out. So this is actually useful. The next important thing is the solution. So lenses, yes, but there is something about solution. So this is the third poll, which I want your opinion on. And I'm going to launch this poll. This is a multiple choice poll again. How much amount of solution, you think should be used per day by a contact lens wearer? So this is something which I want your opinion on. Do you think it's 5 ml, 10 ml, 15 or 20? Those who have logged off from Slido, you can do that again by scanning the QR code here. And I would wait for some responses. It's an anonymous poll, so don't worry. I won't know who voted and what you voted for. You can just take up this poll. I just want to know what's your understanding. So while I'm waiting for some answers to come in, let me just talk to you about solutions. So lens care replacement is something which we also need to talk to our patients about. There's two important things here when they purchase a solution. Of course, everybody is looking at the expiry date, which is printed on the label. I've just taken up these two examples of two solutions which are available in the market. And you can see the printed expiration date. Now, this expiration date means that the solution can be kept on the shelf without opening. Okay? And this is what you need to convey your patient, that, for example, in this case, the expiration date is November 2021. So if you don't open the solution, you can keep the solution for 2020 until November 2021 and until December 21 on the other solution. But what we need to emphasize to our patient is this part, whereby it is clearly mentioned on the replacement label, whereby use solution within 90 days after opening the bottle. In both cases. So this is important. You have to explain the patient that the expiration date is when you do not open the solution. Once you open it, there is a shelf life. There is a period until which the contents and all of the constituents are actively there to disinfect your lenses. So please make sure you advise and tell your patients about this. The best way I have found is asking them to write the date on the bottle on when they have to discard the solution. So if they open the solution on 1st of January, for example, and if the bottle says 90 days, so please tell them to write 31st March, which is 90 days from 1st of January, and they should know that the solution, how much ever it's there inside, it has to be discarded within 90 days and not kept until November 2021. So this is something which we need to emphasize and tell our patients about. So let's look at the poll results. How much amount of solution do you think should be prescribed or should be advised to our patients? And if I look at the results, a couple of you have voted. About half of you say 10 ml of solution is what should be used per day. And then some of you have also said 15 and 20 ml of solution. So thank you very much for those who have participated in the poll. And let me just tell you what the evidence says. So when it comes to the use of solution, for each use, we are going to use it to clean before wear. We are going to clean after lens removal we are going to use for storing the lens, and that will tell us how much of a total per day use a patient should have. So ideally, it's about 5 ml before you wear the lens, you clean the lens, 5 ml after you remove the lens. And this is by a review which was published on the cost of compliance in review of cornea and contact lenses, whereby if we look at this paragraph which is highlighted, it says that the average case holds about 2.5 ml of solution, and that is exactly the same amount of solution which we need to use to be cleaning as well. For adequate rubbing and rinsing, approximately 5 ml of solution is used, which is 2.5 ml of solution per lens. So storage will again require another 5%. So correct or the adequate amount of solution per day is about 15 ml, right? And then you can just do a simple mathematics, 360 ml bottle divide by 15 ml per day, how many days should the solution last? And that's how you calculate, and then you see whether the patient are using. If the patient comes in with a 360 ml bottle, after 2 to 3 months, still halfway the bottle is not finished, you know the patient is not using the solution adequately. Please emphasize to your patient, explain to them with evidence, and tell them that this is the amount of solution you might need for safe contact lens wear. So some of the other thoughts which comes up is, do people really care for contact lens cases? We talked about contact lens, we talked about solutions, but there is something about cases which is most often neglected. And I think this is really important. This study reported that less than 6% of respondents were fully compliant. So a large number of patients had non-compliance. And I think this is our point as a practitioner. We will now have to start emphasizing on educating our patients. So we have to make sure that we tell about case, we tell about the solution to our patients. Another interesting fact or findings from this paper was the compliance scores were better in individual where the practitioners specifically questioned about case hygiene during the aftercare. So we have to question our patients. We have to ask them to keep them reminded. So make sure that you add this question about case and solution, and you can see that compliance scores were better with patients who had been questioned by their practitioners, and whereas with more recent aftercare, where the practitioner went to explain the consequences of lens case hygiene, had better compliance. So I think the role of practitioner here is very clear, and role of clinician here is to tell the patients and inform the patients. The other debate was contact lens and lens storage case solution. Whose advice should we follow? So this is something really alarming, because what happens is manufacturers have their own leaflets inside the solution. Practitioners tell them their instruction. So what is the important result here is we must make sure that the lens cleaning instructions should be consistent with what is mentioned. So either you explain the patient very nicely, or you give them these kind of leaflets, or I would say flyers for them, so that they follow and they practice in this way. Some patients you might want them to do a bit differently, and I do understand differently compared to what it's been printed on the solution bottle. But you as a practitioner can come up. This is taken up from BCLA, the AOCLE website. They have their own cleaning habits, contact lens habits, brochures or flyers. You can have it for your practice on how you want them to do, and give them written information which they can follow to avoid such problems. The other thing is about the level of compliance. So this was again something which was published, and they looked at the contact lens users profile in terms of attitude and level of compliance. And it was also reported that purchase of lenses via internet was associated with lack of awareness of an aftercare visit. And I think I'm just trying to again and again emphasize the role of practitioner. As a practitioner, we need to tell our patient during the dispensing visit the importance of aftercare, and they should come back to you for an aftercare, and then purchase should happen at your practice. A recent publication regarding the COVID-19 pandemic, what are the important considerations for contact lens practitioner? This was published in Contact Lens and Anterior Eye, and this gave very good insights. I think the one point I like here is we have to tell the patient that they should avoid touching their face, including their eyes, with unwashed hands. And I know with the pandemic around, we have been washing our hands much more frequently and all of that, but our patients need to be reminded. Not only that, but we also have to tell them that there is no strong evidence saying that you can't wear contact lenses during the pandemic, or contact lenses create or have an impact on having you COVID or something, those kinds of myths. But we must make sure to explain to our patients that they must altogether avoid wearing if they have such flu-like symptoms. Again, we always advise this even if there was no pandemic, where they have red eye, where they have flu-like symptoms. We want them to be off lenses anyways. This is again something which I like a lot, is make sure that all or every aftercare is a good experience for the patient. So make sure you use this Optim to rejuvenate the aftercare. Take all opportunities to recognize the problems and start with the correct attitude. Tailor the clinical investigation. So what we were talking about, that we'll do all of these tests. Sometimes you might not have to do all of the tests. Tailor as per the patient's complaint. Maybe if the patient complaint was more of dryness related, you will take care of ocular health more compared to vision related problems, and so on and so forth. And try to make sure to emphasize, give professional recommendations, and make a difference in each aftercare for the patient. Try to solve their problems, and that's how you can keep the patient in practice. This is again one interesting paper which talks about rethinking contact lens aftercare, and this reinitiates my first point when it comes to when the aftercare should happen. And they have clearly mentioned that the first aftercare visit should always take place within the first 1 to 2 weeks of lens dispensing, because it has been reported as well that the first 2 weeks are really crucial, where the patients drop out of contact lenses. And during this COVID-19, would telehealth or teleoptometry consultation help for these patients? Again, there are some very insightful findings which were reported. So smartphone-based ocular imaging is an area which we can explore. And as I was saying earlier, you can have a short video and explain to the patient how you want them to take the ocular images and send to you, so that you can look at their eye and just bring in the patient who really need your care. You don't want everyone to come in into your practice, but those who really need care, it's going to be very beneficial. Triage them for any anterior eye problems, so they can offer more comprehensive aftercare and improve differential diagnosis, by taking history. So the importance of clinical history, question them, ask them more details, go in depth, and that could solve more problems. And how to make sure that the compliance is maintained during the pandemic. I think getting in touch with your patients is really important. Making sure that patient education is being done, because as I was mentioning a couple of slides earlier as well, there is a myth, and patients have started discontinuing contact lens wear because they think that contact lenses are something which may aggravate or make me at a risk of having the infection or the COVID-19 symptoms, eventually having COVID-19. So we must make sure that we educate our patient. Use social media for educating patients, or personalized emails if you are a practitioner. Let them be aware and do a teleconsult. Don't think that patient didn't call, that I'm not going to do. You will have your patient base, and I think you should be doing frequent checks onto your patients. And last but not the least, are there any guidelines for us to follow? And this was a very interesting paper which was published by leading authors, I think in India. And I think most of these people on this publication does not need any introduction. But these guidelines were very clear, and we look at specifically about contact lens existing patient follow-up care. They have recommended as well that a soft copy of these instructions can be forwarded to the patient. So making sure that the patients are aware of all of these details, and follow-up examination should be done only if there is an absolute must. So we want to minimize the face-to-face contact, but at the same time, remember doing your teleconsult and just picking up people who will require an absolute care. And you can also explain the patient. If you look at the last point, contact lenses can be proactively prescribed without much fear of corona infection. So patients have to be told that, and they can continue wearing the lenses without any fear. Just to you have to let them know that flu-like symptoms and all of that, as we routinely tell them, they have to be much more aware. So aftercare is an ongoing patient care. Again, coming back to my first point, it is going to be something which you're going to follow up with your patient. And you can always use this acronym. I've taken this from IACL, which is cradle, clean, rinse, and disinfect lenses every day. Tell your patients to follow this. Even if they don't wear, they need to clean and rinse and disinfect the lenses every day. And I think one more important thing is, if in doubt, throw them out. If you have any doubt, just remove them, clean and wear back again, or contact your eye care practitioner for further information. So this is something which you can do. And with that, I think I will be happy to take any questions if you have. And I'm just going to take this time while the questions are pouring in. As Satyam was mentioning, that online Optom Learning series, I'm the conceptualizer. But on this World Sight Day on 14th October, together with Vision Science Academy, we are having an e-symposium, and I'm just trying to extend my invitation. You can mark your calendars on 14th October. It is going to be at 3:30 Indian time, which is British Standard Time at 11 a.m. It's a 4 hours e-symposium dedicated to primary eye care, and we would like to welcome every one of you there. So with that, thank you very much, and I'll be happy to take any questions, or you can write to me later on if you have some. Thank you. Over to you, Satya.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. That was a wonderful presentation. I'm sure our audience has immensely enjoyed it. And now we are open for the questions. If you have any, I can see a couple of questions in chat box, but I think those questions were already covered up during the presentation only. So I ask Nirmal sir if he's having any questions.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Now it is 12 o'clock, and good morning to Mark sir and Navin Paudil sir. Because I think where they are staying, it is just a morning. So welcome, a warm welcome for all of you here in our e-conference that we are celebrating 25 years of our college. So Fakhruddin sir, actually, if you see in your slide only, we have 3 questions. And for all the audience, for all the students, I should mention that we are going live on YouTube also. If you have any questions, so you can shoot your question at YouTube also. So you can go there, you can shoot your question there, or you can shoot your question in the chat box. So anywhere you free, ask the questions to Fakhruddin sir about the topic. So sir, should I ask the question from that,
Yeah, sure.
from
I,
your
I
part
was
only?
just, I was also, when you mentioned, I was just opening up the Slido and
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
having some questions here. I'm just going to put it up and quickly
yeah.
answer those. I don't want to take time and intervene other people's time. I'll just quickly take up the questions here. I hope you can still see my screen, right?
Right, right. Yes, clear.
So is there any problems that might get caused wearing contact lens during sleep? So the first and foremost is hypoxia, deprivation of oxygen to the cornea that would lead to corneal edema and neovascularization, a lot of complications. So ideally, lenses are not recommended to sleep except orthokeratology, which is to be worn during sleep, but soft lenses, of course, are not advised to be worn during sleep. So that is a very short and simple answer, if I may put it that way. What severe cases have you seen in your medical journey due to proper medical or not maintaining proper hygiene of the lens? Is there any unique one? Good question. I have seen patients who have developed ulcer to not wearing or handling the lens. So I had a couple of patients who had ulcer, but it was not so devastating. It was not vision threatening. I have not come across that much of a severe case, but yet I had to refer them to proper ophthalmological opinion, and they were resolved and they could resume contact lens wear a few months later. So I have not had that much of a complication into much of a severe, not like microbial keratitis. I have not seen that as of now. And I hope I don't see that as well, right? As a practitioner, we don't want to see all of those complications.
So, sir, with this, your answer, just I have a question behalf of many students actually.
Yes.
Because when we talk about the care and maintenance, still, this is my personal experience that I have seen few hospitals still they are using the tap water. So so when we talk about no water at all, whatever it is, even if it is a good water from your filter, so first when student goes to any hospitals or anywhere where they're using the tap water, so they will be confused now. What sir has said in classroom that we should not use any type of water, and now we have come there and they're using the water. So this is a confusion. So what is your take on that?
Yeah, good question. I think this has been a question of debate for a very long time, right? And if you ask my opinion, when I counsel my patients or when I'm delivering the lens, when I'm dispensing the lens or prescribing the lens to my patients, I always tell them this one statement. This statement is common. I tell to every patient that water has no role to play in contact lens use except washing your hands. That's the only time where you're going to use water. You're going to wash your hands with soap and water, making sure the soap is non-fragrant. So making sure the fragrance and all that chemicals are out. And that's the only time you're going to use water. After that, no. If you look at the BCLA, which is the British Contact Lens Association, they have these small labels or stickers which you can also make your own and then give it to your patients just to keep them reminded, which has a tap and it has a stop sign. So this keeps the patient reminded that tap water has no role to play in contact lens practice. The other thing what I would also like to emphasize here is sometimes practitioners advise cleaning the case with tap water. Again, that is wrong. Multipurpose solution is what you should advise to clean the lens, and probably a saline can be used to rinse the lens, but no use of tap water in cleaning the cases as well. So that is something which you need to emphasize at each visit. So every time when the patient comes in, remind them tap water has no role to play in your contact lens. I hope that answers the question. Yeah.
I hope that answers the questions. Another question Abhishek Jana is asking, sir, what's the better for everyday use, spectacle or contact lens? So which is the better option?
It depends again on what task are you performing. So for example, if let's say you are going to play some sports, again, you know that spectacles would be a bit of hindrance for that particular task. So example, I'm playing badminton. I can't be wearing spectacles for that task. Contact lenses would be a much more better option. So I would put it in this way: when you are selecting your patients as a contact lens wearer, you have to always make sure on their requirement. For what purpose do they want to wear contact lens for? If it is for sports, again, they are not going to probably do it for every day. They are going to do it twice a week. Then you can always suggest them a daily disposable modality. So they can still use contact lenses for sports, but they can use spectacles on a daily wear. Coming back to the question, what is better to use for everyday use, spectacles or contact lens? Remember, again, as a practitioner, I would say, if you are wearing contact lens, doesn't mean you don't need spectacles. Okay, contact lens complement spectacles and your vision needs. So even if you are wearing contact lenses, you will still have to have a pair of spectacles, and that has to go along it. So it's not which is the best thing or better for everyday use. I would put it as for what purpose do you want to wear, and whether that purpose is solved by contact lenses or spectacles. That is how you can take up that.
Thanks.
Okay, so I think we are done with the questions now. So,
there are a couple of questions on the slide. I'll try to answer it there if I can. And,
sure, sir. Nice.
Yeah, thank you.
दो आंसर कुछ आंसर दे रहे हैं सर.
I'll just type it out on the chat, or do you want me to just answer it straight away, Satya?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'll just quickly answer. I'm just gonna read that question quickly. So I received one more question. I'm using aqua lens dailies. I have somewhat dry eyes, but within 2 to 3 hours of wear, my eyes turns red and gritty. In such cases, what should be your suggestion? Okay, so you are using a daily disposable lens, and you have dry eyes and you have red eyes after 2 to 3 hours of wear. Again, when it comes to the best solution, I would first find out the cause. What is the cause? It could be fitting related. It could be because of your own tears. So I think looking more detail on the ocular surface, making sure that the lens fitting is good, making sure that the edge profile is good, making sure that the dry eye does not contribute to your red eyes because you're putting in contact lens onto the eye. So a thorough evaluation is needed. Find the cause first and then start managing. Don't always think that, okay, this is going to be the best management. So you have to make sure that you find the cause first. So I would recommend that. Okay. The last question which I have received here at this time is regime to clean the contact lens case. Should it be done every day or 3 times a week is fine? Every day. The lens cases should be cleaned every single day. Okay. So I'm just going to take 1 minute to answer this on how I tell my patients. When you wear the lenses, so in the morning, what happens is you're going to remove the lens from the case. Remove the right eye or left eye, whichever one of the eye, remove the lens from the case, clean the lens, rinse the lens, put the lens onto the eye, throw off the old solution which was on your right case, repeat the same thing with the other eye, throw off the solution. Now both the bowls are not having any old solution. Both lenses are on the eye. Rinse your case with multipurpose solution, clean that up, and then you can use a clean tissue, put it on the table, and air dry it. That is how I advise my patient. Every day the cases must be clean. You can do a thorough cleaning probably every week, but thorough cleaning meaning you can rinse it off very nicely and all of that. But I think everyday lens case cleaning will prevent you from having any complications and biofilm formation. So you must be doing every single day. Okay.
Okay, with that, we can effectively say we are done with the questions now. So
Yes.
on the behalf of NSHM campus and our audiences, I would like to thank Mr. Fakruddin sir for giving us his time and knowledge to us. I would also like to,
Sir, Satyam sir, I
Yes.
think some student has sent some question. Just check the chat box. No? If Fakruddin sir has some time, so we can answer.
Sure.
Sure. I just don't want to take up the other speaker's time. I think I overshot. That's my worry. I'm okay.
Prachi Bharti is asking, sir, you have mentioned about the app contact lens time. Can you suggest some addition or modification to the app that is needed for the optometry point of view?
Yeah, that's a good question. If I had that computer knowledge, I would create the app and I would remove that add 1+ day option, which I was saying, So that is something which patients tend to think that add 1+ day means if I don't wear, I can add 1 more day. So instead of 30 days, I can wear for 31 days. It's not the case. So I would actually modify the app in that sense. And one more thing I can add on to that app is about the solution and case as well. So you can have a contact lens replacement, have the case, so have the lens care product replacement. Now, lens care product includes solution and case, and we always advise the patient when you change solution, change a new case. That is the least which they can do, because with new solution comes a new case anyway. So you don't have to stock it up or you don't have to keep them. So that is what I would suggest to add on that.
Right. So it is 30 days disposable, not 30 wear disposable lens.
That's perfect. It's not 30 wear, it's 30 days. Even if you don't wear every day,
Absolutely,
you have to throw it in 30 days. That's correct. Well put.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time and knowledge you have imparted on us. I would also like to thank our audience for being supportive, interactive, and attentive. Our next session is by Dr. Naveen Paudel on effect of global pandemic on children's visual health. The session will be moderated by Professor Moshami Datta. This is your moderator signing off for this session. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon, one and all, and warm welcome to today's second interactive session. I am Mrs. Moshami Datta on behalf of NSHM Optometry Department. I would like to introduce our honorable speaker, Dr. Naveen Paudel. Very good afternoon, Dr. Naveen Paudel. So Dr. Naveen Paudel is currently a postdoctoral research fellow at the Centre for Eye Research, Technological University, Dublin, Ireland. His research focuses on the control of the epidemic refractive error, myopia, using low concentration atropine eye drops in the Caucasian population. Dr. Paudel completed his undergraduate optometry degree from Institute of Medicine, Tribhuvan University, Nepal in 2008 and Doctor of Philosophy degree in optometry from the University of Auckland, New Zealand in 2016. Dr. Paudel has published over 30 scientific publications in international peer-reviewed journals. His interests are myopia, amblyopia, pediatric visual development, science communication, and philanthropy. The title of his today's talk is Effect of the Global Pandemic on Children's Visual Health. Thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. So can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Audible.
perfect. I'm going to start sharing my screen. Right. So thanks once again for the wonderful introduction, and I'm really delighted to be here to be able to present on the effect of the global pandemic on children's visual health. As Moushami already introduced, I am a postdoctoral research fellow at the Centre for Irish Stage Ireland, and I'm currently working on the myopia control clinical trial that aims to reduce the the progression of myopia using the low concentration atropine drops in the Caucasian population. So in today's talk, I'm going to take you through a couple of points here. In the first few slides, I'm going to show you the problem of the COVID-19 with some live data at the current scenario of COVID-19, the infection rate, death rates, and things like that. And I will talk about the long-term effects of COVID-19 on general health, just a brief introduction. And after that, I will go through the global restrictions to limit the spread of the virus. What are the restrictions that were implemented to limit the spread of the virus? And also we'll follow on with the behavioral changes in children because of the restrictions. What are the kind of behavioral changes that children's adopted due to the restrictions? And also kind of quickly go through the implications of restrictions on visual health of children. And finally, I'll conclude with the ways to mitigate risk of developing visual disorders in children, which could be useful for clinicians or parents. Right? So this is a current live data. I'm not sure if it'll work here. So far, there are 215 million coronavirus cases and 4 million deaths. And as you can see in this column here, the United States is the highest rate in the United States, and followed by India and Brazil. So coronavirus is still spreading disease, and although there's been some attempts for vaccinations and stuff, it's still spreading in different countries. So just wanted to show you the severity of the problem there. Now, there is a condition called long COVID. Generally, what we used to know was COVID was just for a certain period of time, and then we used to have cough and cold and pneumonia and things like that. But there is a condition called long COVID, which determines means that there is a long-term effect of COVID even after the initial infection. So long COVID means there is I suppose that the symptoms develop after 12 weeks following an acute COVID-19 infection. So as you can see, I just wanted to show this because particularly in terms of pathological point of view, there is no kind of effect of COVID-19 on human health or human eye health. So the symptoms of kind of long COVID are cough, palpitations, inability to focus or concentrate, mood swings, diarrhea, loss of sense and smell, sore throat, hair loss, and sleep difficulties. And you can see that there is no, I suppose, the symptoms of eyes, but I've seen some case reports where there's conjunctivitis and optic nerve swelling, papilledema, and things like that, but they're not so common. But what I'm going to talk today is not the pathological effect of COVID-19 on human eyes, but it's the behavioral effect that has led to different ocular conditions by the global restrictions. So I'm going to talk about a little bit about the restrictions and the behavioral effects that has led to the eye problems or visual problems in young children. So as we all know, due to the coronavirus pandemic, there are lots of businesses becoming closed, schools closed, and creches and all of these societal kind of community activities being closed, and so that has had a significant effect on the kind of how we interact with people or how we live our daily lives and things like that, which was also true for young kids as well. So the global restrictions to limit the spread of COVID-19 virus were, I think, closing of the organizations, the bars, pubs, shops, community centers, and most relevant to young kids is the school being closed, the creche being closed, and because of this, children had to kind of
adopt the online learning modality. And I'm going to talk about this a bit later. Because of this lockdown, we had to kind of adopt the online e-learning modality. And this has led to some significant alterations or significant change in the prevalence of certain eye conditions in young children. Okay. So coming to the behavioral changes in children, because of these restrictions, children haven't been able to go out as much as they can. They would before the pandemic. So they've been spending more time in indoors, maybe playing games, learning, and things like that. Okay. And secondly, they have been using more screen time, like tablets, laptops, mobile phones, and things like that, because they don't have anything to do outdoors. They're engaging in indoor activities or using screens and tablets and phones. And also because they're so into the gaming stuff and things like that, they're not aware of the working distance. So they might be working very close, in a close distance and extended period of time and things like that. So these are the behavioral changes. And also, as I mentioned earlier, due to the pandemic, the schools were closed and we had to adopt the online learning method. So children are maybe spending more than 78 hours of screen time every day, which was significantly higher than that used to be before the pandemic. Now, we just went through the what are the behavioral kind of implications due to the restrictions. I'm going to go with to the implications of the restrictions on children's health in general, not particularly the visual health, but children's health in general. Okay. So coming to the social and emotional well-being in children during the pandemic, hang on a second. Yeah. We've seen lots of children, there's increase in stress, worry, helplessness, social and risky behavioral problems, anxiety, and depression. And at the same time, we're seeing a reduction in physical activity. We're seeing increase in these social, emotional, or mental health related issues, but at the same time, we're seeing the reduction in physical activity. And on that point, I'd like to mention that this is quite expected, because increase in this physical activity would lead to kind of reduction in mental health issues, or vice versa. So as you can see that there is a reduction in physical activity that is leading to, suppose, more prevalence of mental health issues in young kids. Okay. Now I'm not gonna talk about what are the remedies or what can we do to prevent the mental health issues, and because that's outside the scope of this presentation now, that's outside the scope of just wanted to, I suppose, touch on there are some mental health issues as well as visual issues in young kids due to the global restrictions of the pandemic. So now I'm going to come to the visual health of children during the pandemic, and there are two main conditions that are quite relevant to the pandemic, the kind of condition that has led to aggravation of two conditions during the pandemic. Okay, the number one is myopia. I think everybody knows here. Everybody knows what myopia is. Myopia is a condition where the rays of light that are coming out, entering the eye, focus in front of the retina instead of focusing on the retina. Okay, so that leads to blurred vision at distance. So that's myopia, and myopia is the biggest threat of our time, because people might think that myopia is just a simple refractive error, but that's not true. Myopia, if not corrected early or if not prevented, can lead to severe visual impairment or even blindness. We've seen so many studies in developing and developed countries seeing that in adults greater than 60 years, the myopic macular degeneration is one of the top leading causes of visual impairment and blindness. Okay, so we need to take myopia seriously in young kids and try to prevent myopia as early as possible. Okay, now the other condition is dry eye or digital eye strain. Like I would keep both them together. So dry eye and digital eye strain is another condition that is being aggravated during the global pandemic due to the restrictions because of the increased screen time in young kids, more indoor time, more close work, and things like that. So now I'm going to talk briefly about these two conditions and show you some evidence that this condition is the problem is real, and the pandemic, the global restrictions due to pandemic, is causing aggravation in two ocular conditions of these two ocular conditions. So during the pandemic, what happened to the myopic kids, or what happened to those children who were not myopic but likely to be myopic, or their parents were myopic and things like that, or were at a risk of myopia, developing myopia? So we showed that there was an increase in the newly onset myopia. So most of the studies were from Hong Kong and China and things like that, and we showed that there was there was increase in the newly onset myopes. And also we saw in one of the studies, we saw that there was a rapid progression of myopia. There's a myopic shift in young kids during the pandemic duration as compared to the earlier years, previous years. And a few likely reasons, possible reasons of this could be limited outdoor time, as I mentioned earlier, due to the inadequate sunlight exposure. There could be imbalance in the ocular, emmetropization element, and could lead to myopia. Definitely excessive screen time. We don't have kind of definite, reason why excessive screen time is leading to myopia, but there has been so many studies that have found links between excessive screen time and myopia occurrence. So we're assuming that excessive screen time is also leading to this myopia and leading to the myopia. And excessive close work as well. There have been so many studies on the close work and myopia. So these factors could be leading to increase in the newly onset myopia and rapid progression of myopic conditions. Okay, rapid progression of myopia during the pandemic. Now, so I'm going to show you some evidence that myopia boom or myopia, I think, increase in the myopic on newly onset myopes and rapid progression is the real thing during the pandemic. So there's a few studies, and so this was a research published in Frontiers in Public Health, and it was a survey of progression of myopia in children and adolescents in Chongqing during COVID-19 pandemic. And what they found is in 2019, before the pandemic, the prevalence of myopia was 45%. But in 2020, the prevalence of myopia was 55%. So there was an increase of 10% in newly onset myopes in 2020. Okay, and what they found was increasing in duration of online classes, number of online classes per day, as well as digital screen exposure time had negative effect. So that led to more myopia. But the time spent outdoors had a positive effect. That means that children who spend more time outdoors had, or a group that spent more time outdoors had less myopic than the children who spent more time outdoors. Okay. Now, there's another study which was published in the Journal of American Medical Association, JAMA Ophthalmology, and this was kind of looking at the progression of myopia in school-age children after the COVID-19 home confinement. So after the restrictions, what happened? And what they found was there was an increase in myopia by 1.4 to 3 times during the home confinement duration in 2020 compared to previous 5 years. And this was particularly true for children 6 to 8 year olds. So as you can see in this graph here, the yellow graph represents the prevalence of myopia in the previous 5 years, whereas the red graph represents in year 2020. As you can see here, in previous 5 years, the prevalence of myopia in 6 year olds was 6%, but during the year 2020, it was 20%, which was a dramatic increase in myopia, more than 3 times here. And in 7 year olds, it was 16 in the last 5 years, and it increased to 26 in year 2020. And in 8 year olds, it was 28 and the last 5 years, but in 2020 it was 37. So as you can see, there is a significant increase in the myopia prevalence in 2020 during the COVID-19 home confinement. And this provides a strong evidence that the pandemic, the restrictions due to pandemic, is having a significant effect on young children's visual health. And it is more so in younger kids than older kids. So as you can see here, the 6 year old kids have more effect than the 8 year old kids. Okay. Now the another, oh, this is the same slide, Moses. Now the another research I'm going to show is again, the myopia incidence and lifestyle changes among school children during the COVID-19 pandemic, population-based prospective study, which was published in the British Journal of Ophthalmology. And they mentioned they did study in looking at the incidence of myopia and the changes in the lifestyle and things like that among school children. They found that there is a 16% increase in myopia prevalence in 2020 compared to previous 3 years. And again, it was among 6 to 8-year-old children. So with this, what we can say is younger children are more vulnerable to develop myopia than older children. Okay, and there was a 16% increase in myopia prevalence in 2020 as compared to previous 3 years. Okay, as you can see, and then one of the striking features here, I found striking findings, is the screen time was nearly doubled. So that's screen time before the pandemic. In the last 3 years, children used to, I suppose, use screen time 2.5 hours per day, but during the pandemic, they used 7 hours per day, which was a dramatic, significant increase in the screen time. And in contrast, outdoor activities actually decreased. So in the past 3 years, the children used to go outdoors for about 1.27 hours per day, but it reduced to 0.4 hours, probably 25 minutes per day during the pandemic. And I'm assuming this has had a really significant effect on the myopia prevalence, right? Now, I think that is about myopia. And as I already mentioned, myopia is not a kind of a simple refractive error that would be corrected with just a pair of spectacles or contact lenses and things like that. We need to take myopia seriously and act upon it. And I'm not going to talk about like what are the myopia control methods, mechanisms, and things like that, because that would be outside the scope of this particular presentation. But if some other time persists, or during other time, if I have an opportunity, I might provide a separate lecture on the myopia control methods and things like that. So yeah, just wanted to, I suppose, highlight or emphasize that myopia is not just a simple refractive error. It's much more a severe problem. And by 2050, 50% of the world's population is going to be myopic, and we need to act. The right time to act is now. We need to control myopia as early as possible and as young kids as possible, so that they don't turn to high myopes, and that's eventually leading to a significant visual impairment or blindness. Okay. Now, the other condition that I mentioned earlier that has been aggravated or occurred during the pandemic is the digitalized strain and dry eyes. Obviously, as I mentioned earlier, there's an increase in the screen time in young kids, even in adults, and which leads to dry eye symptoms. So increase in screen time means more, concentrating on the screen, infrequent blinking, and which leads to evaporation of the tear film, evaporation of the tear, and also kind of meibomian gland dropout and things like that. There's lots of studies on what are the reasons for digitalized strain after prolonged screen usage and things like that. So most of the common reasons are infrequent blinking and meibomian gland dropout and the evaporation of the tear film. Okay, so there's one study which was published in Ophthalmic Epidemiology on the digitalized strain epidemic amid COVID-19 pandemic, a cross-sectional survey. The study found that the prevalence of eye strain was higher among students taking online classes compared to the general public. So it was 50% or around 51% versus 33%. So this provides an evidence that the increased screen time, increased online classes, staring at laptop or tablet devices has a significant impact on the symptomology of I think dry eyes or digitalized strain. Okay. There's another study, digitalized strain dry eyes during the pandemic. It's a relationship between screen time and dry eye symptoms in the pediatric population during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I think this was the study done in Iran. Although they didn't find that much of increase in screen time, but they found that increased screen time was linked with severe dry eye symptoms. There was an increase in 1 hour screen time, both on education and leisure activity. which was significantly low as compared to the other studies where there was a more than 3 times increase in the screen time. But still, they found that those children who used more screen time were linked with severe dry eye symptoms. Okay, now we understood what are the, I suppose, problems or issues that could come up in young kids due to the global restrictions of myopia, global restrictions to control the spread of a coronavirus. Now, what can we as clinicians or parents do to minimize the risk? As I mentioned, myopia is not a simple problem. It's one of the biggest public health threat of our time. And if we don't control myopia early, it's going to lead to devastating sight-threatening consequences such as visual impairment or even blindness in the population. So I think we need to be aware of what are the methods, what we need to advocate for the clinicians or parents to minimize the risk or to prevent myopia from progression or even developing myopia, and also the reducing the digital eye strain and dry eye symptoms, because these all factors significantly affect the quality of life of an individual. So we need to be really serious about these conditions. So let me talk about the prevention of myopia onset or rapid progression and what are the things that we need to do. So as I already mentioned, due to the global restrictions, there's limited outdoor exposure. So I think one of the best things that we could do is to advocate on the outdoor exposure time. So lots of researchers suggest that 80 to 120 minutes, at least 2 hours of outdoor exposure per day is sufficient to be able to kind of get to that normal, light levels and things like that. So I think we as clinicians, or even some of us are parents, we can advocate to improve or increase the outdoor exposure time for kids. It doesn't have to be in a park or something. It has to be it can be in a balcony or some places where there's enough light and things like that. So I think that's one of the things that we could do. And limit screen time. Again, as I mentioned, there has been a significant increase in the screen time during the pandemic. So as parents or as clinicians, we can advocate to limit screen time. There are lots of apps to control for parents to control the devices of young kids. So parents can use those apps to control the screen time in kids. And yeah, I know, I understand that by default in the current scenario we'll have to use the tablets and laptops for e-learning because all the schools are closed and things like that. But still, if that's not for educational purposes, definitely parents can limit the screen time in young kids. Okay, and I'm not sure if this is particularly relevant to myopia, but I think it's a good idea to take regular breaks during online session and encourage physical activity, and not just for visual health, but for the mental health as well. I think physical activity is very important, and taking regular breaks, probably every 5 to 10, 15 minutes, every 1 hour of online class or something could be done to, I suppose, not just particularly relevant to myopia, but for enhancing the mental health of young children. Okay. And I'm not going to talk about I suppose the treatment modalities of myopia after children are, some of the children newly onset myopes and things like that. There are lots of treatment modalities available, and I'm sure lots of clinicians are adopting those modalities, and depending on the resources that's available to them, such as contact lenses, spectacle lenses, and orthokeratology and atropine eye drops and things like that. So just explore a little bit on the what are the treatment modalities of myopia, what's feasible to you as a clinician, what resources are available in your country, and what can your patients afford, and based on those modalities, as well as the condition of as well as the kind of the parameters of the patient as well. You have to decide what kind of modality I'm going to use. So these are just for prevention, but if somebody is already myopic, there's very little we can do from these kind of behavioral activities. We need an active treatment plan, such as pharmacological treatment, optical treatment, and things like that. So behavioral kind of adaptations or modifications, environmental modification can play some role, but we need to act quite rapidly or aggressively in young kids to prevent myopia as well. And I'm not going to talk about those modalities. Maybe later on we might discuss on those areas. Now, to prevent dry eye and digital eye strain, as I mentioned, this is one of the conditions that has been aggravating during the COVID-19 pandemic. So infrequent blinking was one of the issues. So regular blinking exercise, remind children of regular blinking while using digital devices. I think there are some applications on Android or iPhone where they run in the background, and they provide some measurement of the working distance. And if you're too close to a device, they will mention that you are too close, so take it back further and things like that. So you can search on Android and iPhone apps for those kind of ocular health related apps. And I'll definitely remind regular blinking in young kids. Again, the adequate viewing distance and large screen, because some of the fonts in mobile phones and tablets could be really small. So if you use a larger screen, larger tablet or laptop, then the font size will be bigger, and that will enhance more resolution and will kind of reduce the digital strain, eye strain in young kids. And also at least 40 centimeter viewing distance. If they're too close, there is a chance of having digital eye strain, as well as kind of some risk of developing myopia. So adequate visual distance, viewing distance, and large screen, if possible, is recommended. And adequate illumination, sometimes dim illumination can lead to eye strain problems. So advise young kids or parents to offer them adequate illumination while they're reading or writing, those kind of activities. So these are the main issues. These are the main behavioral modifications, environmental modifications that we as clinicians or even parents can adopt in order to minimize the risk of these two particular conditions that are at, children are at risk during this global restrictions. Okay. So I think that I'm coming towards the end of the presentation, and I'll just kind of summary of today's talk is COVID-19 is a severe problem, as you all know, and it's still spreading in lots of countries. While there is no direct pathological effect of COVID-19 on human visual health, the effect is visual health is minimal, but the restrictions to spread the virus have a negative effect, such as myopia, dry eye, and digital strain. We as eye care professionals, clinicians, optometrists, ophthalmologists, or other eye care professionals must advocate patients to increase outdoor exposure, limit screen time, and encourage physical activity in children. And I think this is kind of a common, advice for all young kids is proper visual hygiene, adequate illumination, adequate viewing distance, and regular blinking needs to be advocated among children so that they don't suffer from dry eye symptoms, which in some ways can affect their quality of life and also their academic achievements and things like that. Okay, and teachers, because we're adopting online learning by default these days, and there is no, it's gonna stay for some time. And even if the coronavirus pandemic is gone, I think the online learning is gonna stay for, I think unforeseeable future. I think it's going to stay forever. So teachers are advised to offer frequent break time. So maybe 15 minutes for every 1 hour of online learning session and things like that to suppose and encourage kind of physical activity in kids to improve not just the visual health, but the mental health as well. And one of the striking findings that we found during the pandemic was there was an increase in myopia prevalence by 3 times increase in the myopia prevalence. But at the same time, there was an increase in the screen usage time of 3 times and decrease in outdoor activities by 3 times. So everything is in 3 times, increase in myopia prevalence, increase in screen time usage, but decrease in outdoor activities. So we need to be careful on controlling or preventing myopia as much as we can. So that is it, I think. definitely some of the recommended readings is, I think, there's a whole issue of the myopia epidemic and the issue of COVID-19 pandemic and the ocular or visual health issues in the Indian Journal of Ophthalmology 2020. So I think a whole lot of articles, and I took some of the reference from that issue as well. So I think it's a very good article to be able to make you aware or keep abreast of the developments or the things that are happening or that are affecting the visual health during the COVID-19 pandemic. So I would highly recommend you to go through that journal, Indian Journal of Ophthalmology, and just go through all of the issues, go through the 2020 August issue, and just take a look at what are the effects of the pandemic on visual health. And other studies, there are lots of studies in different journals, and I highly recommend, if you want to learn further, just go and take a look at these journal papers. And that is it. I'm open to questions if you have any. And just to plug you, there is, I have a YouTube channel as well. So this is my contact address. So if you have any questions related to clinical optometry, clinical research, publications, higher education, and advice on if you want to do PhD, masters, and things like that, or you're not sure about a particular clinical case. Mostly, I'm more interested in pediatrics, so amblyopia, myopia, any other pediatric conditions. I'm happy to kind of provide advice, offer advice to students or graduates from developing countries and things like that. So happy for any other questions if you have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Paul, for an enlightening presentation. I'm sure your talk will help the participants to know how the global pandemic is affecting the kids' visual health. So any questions from your side? Please write it in the chat box. Nirmal sir, do you have any questions? I think, sir, everything already has been covered in the presentations. So thank you so much, sir, for your time.
No worries. I'm very much delighted to be able to share this presentation. And thank you so much for inviting, particularly to Satyam, for inviting me in this wonderful conference. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
you so much. This is actually an honor to listen everything from you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
It's a very vivid presentation, and I really thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you so much, sir.
No worries. Thank you so much.
Sir, once again, there is a question, I think. Sir, do you think eye exercise are beneficial for reducing myopia from Prachi Bharati?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. And there's so many studies from China where they have implemented eye exercises. So there is no evidence at this stage that eye exercises are beneficial to prevent myopia, although we see some of these studies from China on Chinese eye exercise patterns and acupuncture and things like that, but there is no kind of concrete evidence that these eye exercises can prevent or prevent the onset of myopia or prevent the progression of myopia. So at this stage, I would say no, there are no eye exercises that will prevent myopia, but we'll have to see. There are so many new developments coming in myopia research. So maybe in the future, there could be some exercises that could prevent myopia onset or progression of myopia.
Right.
Hope that answers your question.
I think absolutely to the point, sir. Also, we have seen a few studies from China, what they are saying, but I don't think we can thoroughly see all those things, what they are saying right now.
Yes,
I think All of us, all the audience, you can post your questions in YouTube also. I sir just check once if there is any type of questions in YouTube.
Yeah, no worries. I still have time, 10 minutes if anybody has questions. And also, if you have any further questions, just send me an email to my email address there, and can come back to you with the responses as much as I can. Although I wouldn't guarantee an immediate response, but I will try to respond to you with your questions. And just wanted to highlight that myopia is a kind of a severe problem, and we need to act upon it. And it has been aggravated during the pandemic. And now, as clinicians, we need to take it more seriously. And whatever resources that is available to you, maybe it's an optical correction, orthokeratology, or suppose contact lenses, pharmacological treatments. I don't know. I'm not sure if the optical correction is available, like the defocus lenses, DIMS lenses from Hong Kong. But at least you could try the atropine eye drops. If you're not allowed to use atropine eye drops, collaborate with an ophthalmologist within your area and just try to provide atropine eye drops, even if it's just low concentration. I think there has been an issue with whether low concentration atropine actually works in myopia control. At least it doesn't work for the axial length prevention, but axial length progression. But something's better than nothing. So I think at least if you want to, the first basic thing is to advocate, to talk about myopia control to the patients and just make them aware that there are these options available, like, atropine is available, contact lens is available, orthokeratology is available, and things like that. And then depending on their financial resources, depending on the parameter of the patient, and you can kind of take it from there, and lots of patients are, don't have that financial kind of stability to adopt the orthokeratology or high spec contact lenses and things like that. But I think atropine is quite accessible and it's not that expensive. So I think that's one thing that we start at this moment. I'm not advocating for atropine, but I think if that's feasible and that's easy to start, then I think you could start using atropine, low dose atropine, and then once these spectacle lenses and contact lenses become accessible and affordable, then we could kind of and then the prevention methods like outdoor activities, limited screen time, and increased physical activity always help for not just for the visual health, but for the mental health as well. So I think that's the key message here, that the pandemic restrictions have even aggravated the myopia prevalence. But at the same time, we have the kind of the duty as clinicians to act upon myopia as early as possible so that, we can prevent myopic macular degeneration, and which can subsequently lead to a visual impairment or blindness. So, yeah.
Right, sir. So rightly said, like prevention is better than cure. So we need to start from somewhere. Definitely, it is not like only talking about what is happening, what are the crises are happening during myopia, during childhood, how the myopia is progressing. We need to start from somewhere so we can actually help the students, actually help the patients. Rightly said, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, then I'd like to thank you for this wonderful presentation, for this invitation, and I'm very much glad that I was able to do it. So
really, sir, it's a really nice presentation, and I know it is very early morning where you are staying right now, so it is really helpful for all of us that you are coming and you are giving such a nice presentation, such nice informations, and it is really helpful for everyone. I hope the audiences, students, and also the so many practitioners, they are watching this live on YouTube and this particular platform. So it will be very helpful for all of us, for all of the everybody is there out there watching this live. Moshe madam, over to you.
Okay, so
thank you
so much.
Very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for the wonderful presentation, the enlightening presentation, which will help our students and all the participants a lot to understand, especially during this time. how it has the prevalence in myopia, how it has increased. So on that note, we would like to finish this session, and we'd like to go for a lunch break. Post lunch, we'll have the another sessions. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, sir. So
Bye, sir.
I must tell you to all the students and all the participants that will be live from 2 o'clock again. And another announcement that from 3 o'clock we have our competition, that is post oral presentation, paper presentation. So for all the students, if you want to see how it is going on, you can go to the particular hall and you can actually see the live presentation, how the other students will be giving. If you are not participating, and you can post your questions there also. Thank you, everyone. On that note, we are signing off for now, but again, we'll be live from 2 o'clock. So join us shortly. Bye, everyone.
ঠিক আছে, ঠিক আছে। Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. Hearty welcome to all of you. In this session, now we have a panel discussion. The topic is role of medical laboratory in SARS-CoV-19 pandemic and research advancement. We have two eminent speakers, very respectable senior speaker. First, Dr. Pradeep Kumar Mitro. Sir was the ex-director of the medical education, director of SSKM Hospital, COVID coordinator of Government of West Bengal, having vast experience in undergraduate and postgraduate examination, guide of MD and PhD student, having 38 publication in national and international journal. We have another speaker, Dr. Shravani Chakraborty. Now she is attached to Chittaranjan National Cancer Research Institute, Kolkata, regional head of the Fortis Hospital, NABH and NABL associate. She is actually a histopathologist. Now she was attached to different corporate hospital like Ruby General Hospital, Regals Hospital, CMRI, AIMS, so on. Also award winner of in this field. Now I request Dr. Mitro, sir, please you deliver your valuable speech related to the COVID and clinical symptoms what appear in the COVID infection. Please, sir.
Right. Thank you, Shatra, for inviting me in this particular session, and I am honored. Actually, COVID-19, most of the people, this is based for or directed for the paramedics, but it will definitely, this particular topic will benefit most of us, and already we have some experience, even the lay persons, non-medical persons, by seeing the different media and instructions given by the government. Already they have some idea about the COVID, and this is going on for the last more than 1.5 years. So we have seen the first wave of COVID-19 disease, and then suddenly we have encountered the second wave, and now there is a lot of discussion going on whether we'll have the third wave of that disease, particular disease. So by this time, you know, clinical presentation is like, as it is an influenza group of virus and the RNA group of virus, the presentation was definitely initially it was like that fever, but usually fever used to be a very high fever, but fever along with some cough and cold. But difference with the common cold was that the not much of running nose in the COVID situation. This is the main difference, where there is a yes, definitely there is a cough, mostly dry cough, and also there is no running nose which is commonly found in the common cold. So that type of sneezing and running nose is not there. Then apart from the fever, the patient is the striking one in this particular presentation of COVID-19 is that there is some involvement of the lungs, and also there is some dyspnea along with the diminished oxygen saturation. This is not found in the similar other conditions. So this is very striking that the oxygen saturation level comes down. So this is striking, and that's why we that is also helpful also, because by good pulse oximeter, which is a very handy one, of course, definitely of a good one, not that which gives frequently erratic results, but good one. the patient himself or herself can assess the oxygen saturation level time to time if he is suffering from the COVID-19. And usually, as we know that COVID-19, these viruses are usually the inhabitants of the nasal passage and the nasopharyngeal. So that's why for the testing purpose, we used to have the swab collection from the nasal and pharyngeal. So apart from that, if the patient, some of the patients, between the after 5th day of the onset of the COVID-19, some of the patients do suffer from the some special symptoms which are related to cytokine storms. So from the 5th day to 10th day, that's why we used to tell the patients that from 5th day to 10th day is very important because they can suffer from the cytokine storms. And what is that? Cytokine storms are nothing but the body's reaction. Actually, it is an overreaction. Body usually, as we all know, the inflammation, the acute inflammation, it is meant for the protective response of the body towards any injury, and the protective response of the living organisms and living tissue towards any injury. And this particular response, if it is over reacted, that is sometimes some of the cytokines, they can make some harm. They cause maximum vasodilatations and effusion, and particularly in the lung field, they used to cause the pulmonary edema and the alveolar edema. So that's why patients suffer from more dyspnea and gradually others organ affection. But I'm not going into the details of the scenarios, but they can suffer from patient also can suffer complain some headache. And another important distinguished feature in COVID cases we have found, that is the loss of taste and loss of smell. These two also not very common in other conditions. So this is, and some of the pediatric group, that was not common in the first wave, but in the second wave also we have seen some of the pediatric groups affected, and in the third wave also we are presuming, apprehending that there may be some involvement of the pediatric group of population, and they, some of the pediatric group, when they suffer from COVID, they complain of some abdominal pain and some vomiting like that. So these are some of the important presentations, and some of the patients also presented with the diarrhea also in adult patients. So these are in general some of the major presentation of the COVID clinically. More we can tell as the discussion progresses.
Okay, sir. Sir, is there any chance of transmission of the virus through olfactory nerve to the brain? Is there any chance?
Actually, virus usually used to lodge over there, but they are there. The blood, if you are asking about the direct spread, because the olfactory nerves and the creamy plate are there.
Yes.
So,
is there any psychological changes appear?
That is there, but we haven't found this type of cases that the virus is going directly to the brain through that route. But if it goes, the patient may suffer from the some of the neurological symptoms and some of the altered consciousness and also some irritability. All these findings in some of the patients we have found that.
Now I request Madam to speak about the laboratory investigation, starting from sample collection to the report generation. Please, ma'am. Now I'm over to Madam. Madam.
Unmute.
Madam, please unmute yourself. Madam. Madam, am I audible to you? Hello, madam. Hello, madam. Hello, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Audible.
First of all, very good afternoon to all of you, and thank you, Dr. Sandra, for the kind introduction. I mean, and thanks for inviting me to speak on this topic, which is presently a very ongoing one, and like the whole world is, I mean, busy with this. So thank you very much. Thank you, sir, Dr. Pradeep Mitra, for giving a introduction and like how the disease can progress and the symptoms and how one should identify clinically regarding the disease. So after the symptoms are pretty evident, or once you know about the symptoms that these can be the probable signs, symptoms, so one needs to go for testing and or confirmation of that particular disease, whether you have got the disease or not. So first step of the disease, first step for the confirmation of the disease is collection of the sample for testing. So the primary and the most important mode of collection is swab collection, which is done from the nasopharynx. So what you do in that?
Can the volume can be increased a
little?
Is it? Okay, I'm trying.
Little.
Is it better now?
Yeah, now better.
Okay.
Yes, better.
Okay, okay. So basically, how the collection is done. It's primarily from the nasopharynx with the help of a swab, the collection is done. So first of all, we need to think about the persons who are taking the sample, because the health workers, the main man behind this whole system, the people who are working for the whole system, they need to be secure, they need to be protected. So they should take the adequate protective measures before taking the sample so that they are not infected when they are taking the sample for the patient. So for that matter, they need to have the protective gear, which we all know. I'm not going to describe it in details because nowadays, even I think that a child can also understand seeing a person wearing PPE and there is a person who has come to collect the sample and all. So first of all is the personal protection, which is very important. And before taking the sample, one should take concern about the cleanliness of the hand, because there should not be any contamination, although the person is wearing gloves, but there should not be, one should avoid contamination because it's a very sensitive test and it takes some time to do, and suppose if there is delay in giving the report, that might lead to deterioration of the patient. So hand hygiene is very important. So when you're taking the sample, you can, the two places that are most important. One is the nasopharynx, the other is the oropharynx. The first place where we should take is the nasopharynx. So you take the patient and you insert the swab stick, through the nostril. The more or less the distance which you have to travel is somewhere between the nails and the ear. 2/3 of the distance, more or less, you have to travel. So you can reach the nasopharynx. So you rotate it, you gently rotate it for 10 to 15 seconds from one nostril. Then you put the swab in the other nostril, you rotate it there for similarly for same amount, same duration, and you put it inside the vial where the media is there, that is the VTM, and then it's desirable to take a sample from the oropharynx as well. So again, with the help of another swab stick, you take the sample from the oropharynx, and there you have to take swab from near the tonsils, and you have to go to the posterior pharyngeal wall. You rotate it there, you take a swab from there, put it again inside the VTM, because it's a very sensitive virus and you need to preserve it properly so that the proper testing can be done. The swab stick has got a scoring point, so scoring position. So from there you can take off that portion and you have to lid the container properly so that there is no leakage. You make it airtight, and then this is to be transported. So primarily these are the two places where from it can be done. But I mean, there are instances also when it all depends how the virus is entering and to what extent it has traveled. Because many a times we know the patient is symptomatic, but we didn't get the report as positive one. Right. So that puts us in a dilemma. So in those cases, probably the virus has traveled from the nostril lower down. So in certain cases, according to my experience and even from the reviews I have seen, BAL might be of help when it has traveled down more into the lower respiratory system from the upper. So that also might yield you the positive result. So that is one more possibility by which the test can be done. So this is more or less how the sample can be taken. And like as I have told already, the VTM is the media through which it is, where it is put and the transportation is done.
Okay, ma'am, what are the common tests are to be done for the investigation of the COVID? So, just.
So as I told, it's transported through the VTM. So the next thing is we should do the test as early as possible because this is a sensitive one. Though we can keep it for in the room temperature for around 24 to 48 hours. So the test which is routinely done for the detection of coronavirus is RT-PCR. RT-PCR, this is also a name which is nowadays known to almost everybody because of this pandemic which is running for a long duration. So this is nothing but the full form of RT-PCR is reverse transcriptase polymerase chain reaction. So this is a process by which is more or less authentic for the diagnosis of COVID. So there are certain steps. I'll just mention the salient ones because describing much in details I think is not very much desirable. So as I have told, the swab is taken from the desirable place and then the sample, it is the cells and the nucleus are lysed by treating with different chemical reagents. And finally, the sample contains only the DNA and the RNA. So the DNA is from the patient's own and the RNA is, if the virus is present, the RNA of the virus. So then the RNA is converted. This is, let's just recollect this COVID virus, this is a RNA virus. So this RT-PCR cannot detect the RNA virus. So this RNA is to be transformed to DNA. So this is done by converting, by treating with certain chemicals, with certain enzymes. And then after converting into the DNA fragments, then certain short fragments of DNA are added to it to create a mixture. And then the mixture, this mixture is then run to the RT-PCR machine. So this RT-PCR machine pulls the mixture in the machine, like the mixture is heated and cooled, and it goes through the certain changes, and by which the viral fragment, the short DNA fragments which are added to it can get attached to the viral fragments if it is present in the specimen, and that's how it can be identified. And through this process of this PCR, it runs multiple cycles, and through that multiple copies of that particular thing is produced, and that's how we can detect this particular organism. Okay. This is in short, actually.
So, ma'am, apart from the RT-PCR, any other test that can be done?
Yes. Other than RT-PCR, this is the most commonly used. We can use TrueNAT, CVNAT, Then we can use the rapid antigen test and also pooled serum. So basically these are all pooled serum is done in RT-PCR only. But these are practically the different modalities by which the test can be converted, because RT-PCR may not be there everywhere. So these are the different tests by which all these are molecular based tests. So these are the different molecular based tests by which this particular virus can be detected.
Okay. Now, even I will come to share is for a long period in the medical administration. So how this challenging situation is being managed? Suddenly, there is a lot of patients coming to the hospital. There is scarcity of the bed. So how this situation is being managed, and what are the necessary steps has been taken by the government level in the private sector and the public sector? Hospital was completely full. There is no bed. How the situation was tackled?
Actually, if you divide it these two, one is the diagnostic side, another is the treatment side. So when the first wave came, actually, when there was a lot of not that much of facility for the diagnostic of the molecular lab, this COVID has got some positive things also, because of the COVID, we could be able to start the molecular lab in most of the major medical colleges and most of the even the district hospitals level. So there is no such facility for the as you heard just now, the testing for the different RT-PCR and the facility of this molecular diagnosis was not there. But all on a sudden, because of this pressure and because of the pandemic, of course, the huge funding was required, but still then we could be able to start the molecular lab in most of the medical colleges and the district levels also. And also the private labs, which were NABL labs. But in the NABL, there is a one scope, Tama scope. The RT-PCR, this was not in the scope of the NABL lab, in the laboratory of the microbiology, suppose. So they applied for the RT-PCR testing, and NABL, along with the ICMR, all they have helped a lot in this pandemic situation. They have done the inspection through the virtual mode, and ultimately the lot of private labs also got permission in this situation for the testing of the COVID RT-PCR. So that is one. And the second thing is that apart from the diagnosis of the RT-PCR by the COVID, the facilities for the specialties, what I want to stress, that some of for the identification of the cytokine storms, say for interleukin-6, IL-6 levels, say for D-dimer or ferritin, these facilities also has been enhanced in the lab. So that's why this is the improvement in the diagnostic side, and from that we could be able to cope the situation. And there is only testing facility was in the state about 1.5 years back, only say for example 2,000 tests per day. And now the ability, the government is not doing all that fullest extent utilizing the infrastructure, but if full infrastructure is utilized, then per day testing can be enhanced up to 60,000-70,000. No problem. So that is the improvement. And if you think of the patient care, the availability of the beds, because initially there's particularly two things were there. One is the jail beds, another is the ICU bed. Some of the patients got moderate to severe cases of COVID need to be placed in the ICU, and there is no ICU facilities were not there that much. So government and the non-government sector has enhanced the facilities of the ICU, and also the government policy was at that time to acquire the beds in the private sector also. And there are a lot of meetings were held, and the private sectors have been instructed to at least offer 10% or 15% of their beds to the government. And it ran in two ways. One is government directly acquired those private hospitals, even a big portion or whole of the hospital or big portion of the hospital government has acquired, like KPC Medical College. Government have taken, no private medical college, government has taken a building for the COVID patient. Similarly, some of the hospitals like Sanjeevan Hospital in the Howrah, they have, government has acquired fully. So those hospitals which government has acquired, totally managed by the government, and the all expenditures are also been borne by the government. And in the private sector also, government, one thing is that to reduce the burden of the patients, the government has instructed the capping, rate capping, because the government has instructed some of the medicines, some of the tests, COVID test also, there is a cap, maximum what this amount in it, 950 or like that, you can take for the COVID RT-PCR test, not more than that. So in this way, it has been managed. But in the second wave, when the second wave came, and suddenly the peak of the second wave jumped in such a dimension that suddenly the oxygen, providing beds, all beds are not equipped with the oxygen facility. So oxygen providing beds were limited, and suddenly there is some crisis of the oxygen. And that time central government also has pushed a lot. They have, within 7 to 8 days, they have arranged for the supply of the different oxygen concentrators, and also the installation of the one type of it is called PSA, pressure absorbance, mode, pressure sling, this pressure sling absorbance technology. The oxygen plant has been installed and in the different medical colleges. Not properly installed up till now in all the medical colleges, but some of the medical colleges has been done. So in this way, the enhancement of the number of beds, enhancement of the number of ICU beds, facilities for oxygen by providing oxygen concentrators, and also upgrading the laboratories. So it has been tackled.
Okay, sir. Now I will come to ma'am. Related to, as says the NABL and NABH session. So ma'am, please to maintain the quality in healthcare system, how important is NABL and NABH, and related fact, please you highlight it in brief. It is a vast area, in spite of that our student will be benefited too much.
Basically, NABL or NABH, these are something related to the quality. NABL is related to the quality or the standard that you maintain in the pathological laboratories, whereas NABH is regarding the hospital. So NABL lays down certain criteria which you have to abide in a NABL.
Ma'am, will you please increase your volume little bit, please, little loudly.
Okay. Is it okay?
Now okay.
Okay.
So yes, ma'am. Speak on, ma'am.
Yeah. So NABL is NABL and NABH both are regarding the quality. So NABL is regarding the lab and NABH is regarding the hospital.
Yes.
So NABL always lays down certain minimum criteria which have to be followed in all the NABL accredited labs. So when we take a report from an NABL accredited labs, we know that certain standards are being maintained. Sorry. So like everyday controls are being run for all the machines which are under scope. There's a scope prepared, like this particular test, these particular parameters are within the scope of NABL. So for all those particular tests, control is run. Every day it's seen whether the machine is working properly, whether the tests that those have been performed, the tests which will be done today, whether those will be outcomes which are acceptable to the patients, to the clinicians. These are the certain things which is absolutely essential and are being maintained in an NABL accredited lab. So it is following a particular standard. NABL has a particular standard, ISO 15189. So, and another NABL 112. So the whatever protocol you have to follow, that is laid down in those, and you have to follow those, and those are to be meticulously maintained to obtain NABL. And it's not only obtaining, you have to keep them, you have to maintain it. So a lot of maintenance, lot of paperwork is there, lot of, I mean that every day you are doing all this meticulously, those are being recorded properly, so that when you are giving a report, when a report is issued from an NABL accredited lab, you know, yes, the particular basic minimum requirements are regarding quality are being met.
Okay.
Similarly, regarding the hospital also, hospital consists of many departments. So whatever departments are there in the particular hospital, so they also have to maintain certain standards, certain protocol is laid down, and you have to comply by that. If there are NABL inspections, assessments, as well as NABH assessments, and the assessors come, they see whether the particular lab or the particular hospital, they comply with those particular parameters.
Okay. Okay. Now again, I'm coming to share. Sir, what are the positive and negative impact we are experiencing in this COVID situation in relation to the education, relation to the healthcare system, relation to the financial? What are the positive and negative impact we are experiencing with this, please?
You know, I have already told some of the positive impact.
Yes.
That is one is the definitely one is the pressure. So actually, our ability to perform, we also didn't know that yes, we can be able to do that. But in this pandemic situation, we have been forced to do that, irrespective of the conditions. One is that the setting up the laboratories, I told you. Second is the COVID appropriate behavior. This is not only this, I should say this should persist. This is a positive thing. The COVID appropriate behavior, that is keeping the safe distance. Try to keep it. This crowded, a huge population is not always possible. But this keep the safe distance, wearing of the mask. Wearing of the mask and the habit of not spitting anywhere, here and there. So this has helped a lot, because we are in the process of, previously there was a tuberculosis control program. Now it has converted into tuberculosis elimination program, and it is targeted by 2025. We should do that. So what happens, because of the wearing of the mask constantly and the habit of not spitting, avoiding spitting here and there. So, and also, tuberculosis also spread by the through the air route, respiratory route, and the even the speaking man to man in the crowded bus, all these things. So that's why that program, the tuberculosis elimination program, also had been helped indirectly by this COVID appropriate behavior, if we can maintain. Yes. Apart from that, we have been able to properly utilize the younger generation was there. They know, but now our aged population and also elderly people also have been habituated in performing at least some of the works digitally because of the we couldn't go out, and we will have to have. So in this pressure situation, we have been able to understand properly the different, electronics communications and social media communications. The elderly people also have been habituated to do that. And also companies, I am saying on the positive sides only now, the companies have been, able to identify that, yes, work from home, WHF, can be done for a longer period without, and that is the beneficiary economically for some of the companies, but they don't have to give the tiffin allowance, they don't have the vehicle car allowance, and the people are working from home. In fact, if you inquire, I'm not giving the side effects of the work from home or negative side of the work from home. I'm now telling on the positive side. So work from home. So naturally, companies are benefited, and some of the companies are thinking that let us continue this work from home, or in the hybrid form. Let the reduce the number of some of the office staffs, and some staffs will be coming to the office, and some can work from the home. So these are there. So lot of positive things are there, but negative thing is that particularly for the children, because of the closure of the schools and colleges, and a lot of inbound, they're restricted to the home. They're not being allowed to go out, and they couldn't play. So there are a lot of, you have seen in the newspaper and all from the medical advice that lot of students, lot of, people are suffering from some mental depression or some mental disorientation because of the constant being restricted in the home. So this is a major drawback of these situations. And also, definitely there are some things which cannot be, particularly we are addressing the paramedics, the laboratory technologies. Whatever we demonstrate them over the net or through virtual mode, how they can do the practical things. They will have to have this practical knowledge by directly handling. Because because somebody also to tell some of the tidbits about for the technicians, which should be done, because there are a lot of scope in this RT-PCR test for the false positive or false negative. So naturally, definitely somebody will highlight some of the points so that they cannot do that much of mistake. So this negative thing is that they are not being able to go out, and their practical knowledge is not being exercised, and also not being evaluated. So evaluation part during exam about the practical knowledge in this situation has become a little bit difficult. And also for the people who are so-called daily wage basis, so they are suffering a lot economically. So there is a negative impact in the society.
Okay. So, sir, very intelligently explained everything. All of we will be very much benefited with this type of education. Now, I will ask Madam, what are the lung pathology? The tuberculosis, also the coronavirus. They are affecting the lung. What are the difference, and what are because you are a histopathologist, so what are the changes occurs in these two situations?
What are the changes?
Occurs in the normal histological structure changes in the COVID infection, corona infection, also in the tuberculosis. What observation you will get under microscope?
Okay. See, I mean, definitely one of the important sequelae which has been observed in the post-COVID patients is a complication in the lung. And obviously, out of these, the fibrosis is the most important. So, there are studies where it has been found that lung fibrosis is happening many patients. Not much of biopsy has been done from those patients because From CT only, those can be identified actually. So basically, regarding one's biopsy, probably with once it evolves, once more number of patients are affected with a post-COVID fibrosis, then the scope of lung biopsy will be more, and we'll happen to see more of biopsies, but definitely lung fibrosis is a sequelae and a difficult situation. So that is regarding the lung. And tuberculosis, yeah, tuberculosis as such is a condition where our immunity is very down, and as Dr. Mithri has also told that their immune system plays a role here practically with the seriousness or the severity of the disease. The auto-regulation of the regulation of the immune system, which generally occurs to a limited extent, that doesn't happen. The immune system becomes overactive or hyperactive, and obviously it takes the upper hand. So as such, the patient's immunity, patients affected with this particular virus, their immunity goes down all the more. So any sort of disease where there is immunosuppression, those particular disease will flare up. Like as we told in tuberculosis, definitely in tuberculosis it will flare up. Not only tuberculosis, in fact, other conditions where immunity is suppressed or there is the immunity is little down regulated, the effect is negative. It's towards the negative aspect.
Okay, thank you. Sir, next I'm coming to sir, since a long time in the medical education and everything was under his umbrella. What changes you are observing in the near about in the past medical education system and the recent medication upgradation? So what are the changes is coming now? The special emphasis also being given to the paramedical or the allied health science. So many courses has come up, like medical laboratory technology, degree level, master degree, even they are doing the PhD also, and in the optometry, physiotherapy, allied health science has come up. So, what changes you are observing?
Actually, you see, the medical education, not only medical education, not only medical, the total health system, it is a composite system, and not only the teachers, the doctors, the paramedics, nurses, paramedics, all are equally important for collaborative effect. It is a joint effect for the healthcare providing service. It is not the treatment. So that is the major difference between the treatment and healthcare management. Because for treatment only, doctors do prescribe some of the drugs and the medicines and oxygen and all. But healthcare management encompasses a lot more than that. So that's why you've seen how it will be done. That is the second thing. But using yesterday only, I've seen our Honorable Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee also addressed that the nursing personnel who are sufficiently trained, they will be guided to prescribe some of the medicine. This is in practice in UK also. The senior nursing personnel, they can write some of the medicines. So with permission and with training. Similarly, what I was telling throughout the long period, but it has not been implemented. One thing has been implemented, that the Paramedical Council had started. So this was unique because up till now, what happened, these technicians, technologists, they are doing their diploma degree from different institutions that are not being properly controlled by one university, and there is no quality assessment. Now the Paramedical Council has formed, and they will give some registration for the paramedical staffs, and in that process, some of the quality can be assured. But they can direct some of the proceedings, some of the things. So they will have to follow all the universities of the colleges. So by this way, some quality control will be there. So paramedical count. So similarly, what my suggestion is also some scope of promotion or upgradation of the laboratory personnel, because once the laboratory personnel they enter the service or in the private sector or in the government sector, they return or as the technologists, one single grade. But if there is scope for say junior technologies, senior technologies,
Yes,
um, in this way, if there is scope of promotions or through some exams or in-house or by some internal assessment, so that will benefit both ways. They are benefited through some financial benefits, and also the institute also will be benefited, and as a whole, the patients will be benefited. So there should be some guidance in a direction in that level. So upgradation or and a regular upgradation of the knowledge, and in the doctors, the some CME programs are there for the medical person doctors, but there is no such program in other category of healthcare providers. So there should be some scope for this type of program. These are my suggestions, and as you asked.
Okay. Sir, actually, we have an idea medical study means the MBBS, but now government also giving the emphasis to on the Ayush department. That is a homeopathy, Ayurvedic, and so on. So, so please
Other
highlight
system. You are telling about the
other system of the
yes.
medicine. Yes.
Other system of medicines will have to, but there is, I also do believe that there should not be any cross-pathy. But other system of medicine, I also support, because why? I had the experience of teaching pathology. Sabini also knows that some homeopathy, at one time, I used to teach the pathology definitely in a concise form for the homeopathics, for the Ayurveds, for the MBBS students, and also, say, for example, one particular chapter, wound healing. So if I want to talk on this topic, I'll tell the MBBS, then postgraduate level, there is a different mode, the same topic in Ayurveda and homeopathy. What I want to tell that they are also passing through this, because pathology of the disease is same, only difference in the treatment side, homeopath, Ayurveda, allopath, whatever. So now the situation is like that. After passing, the Ayurveda doctors and homeopathy doctors, as they are not getting proper facility for practice, they are practicing modern medicine drugs. They are giving modern medicine drugs. They are compelled to give, because those systems have not been improved or have not been given the sufficient emphasis. So if those systems parallelly could grow, then the patients will be benefited ultimately, and they will have the choice. But now, as because they are studying the other subjects up to pathology, but the only medicine portion is different. But because of the lack of availability of the proper medicine of those systems and the constant pressure from the different society, they are being compelled to use the modern medicine, some of the drugs. So this cross-party should not be there, but those systems can improve.
Now I'm asking ma'am, related to the research program, related to this COVID situation, the coronavirus, what are the research program is going on related to this coronavirus and corona issue?
This particular disease was declared as pandemic in 2020 in March. So basically, it's a very new disease. It was first identified in Wuhan. Rather, we came to know about the disease in December 19 and in China. So from that time onwards, it has evolved, and nothing was known to us. From the stage of not knowing anything to the present state, actually, uh, everything has been done in the process of whether it's a daily ongoing work or research work. So if I first let me go to the daily ongoing things which we are learning, this is also some sort of research because with every passing day we are learning something and probably that is adding to the research. So as you were asking me before, what we see under the microscope, certain other laboratory tests practically helps us to understand the disease or the progression and the how the disease is progressing after treated. So let me first tell you regarding simple things like complete blood count, where when you are taking a blood, when you are running the blood in the machine, you get the count, you get blood. After that, from the peripheral smear, you are doing the research. Beginning was real learning, which is adding to the research. So, a very important indicator, rather, which helps in the prognosis is the lymphocyte ratio. This gives us an idea how serious the patient is or how the patient, what can be the patient outcome. It has been seen that a ratio of neutrophils to lymphocyte more than 3, if the severity of the disease is progressive and the patient might need an ICU care. So this sort of patients who are there at the periphery, this is simple test, but research has shown there are many papers published in the different parts of the world that this is a simple test which is done, which can be done even in the remote part of a state. So that gives you certain idea whether the patient is progressing to a more severe disease and an ICU care is required or not, whether the patient needs to be transported to a hospital with more facilities, with special care facilities, place where a well-equipped ICU is there. Not only this, then other than this, even a simple test like that also gives you an idea. Other than this, CRP, that is a C-reactive protein, profile that is a procalcitonin. This gives you more or less some idea. And there are papers, research is going on there that these are prognostic indicators. Even ferritin, the dimer, those also help you to understand the severity of the disease. Like when the high, when you see high, CRP is high, the dimer is high, the ferritin is high, you are expecting the patient is more severe. And very similar measures need to be taken. Like tertiary care center, hospital well equipped. There also, you, I mean, this helps to facilitate better care or more efficient in particular because that really gives you a lot of information. So these are certain during the process, once COVID started evolving and we got to learn papers and so this is more or less sort of research going on a daily basis and we all benefited from it somehow or other. But the another way, this discussion will be sort of incomplete really without mentioning this because the vaccines, this is unprecedented way of I mean, nobody thought of that vaccine can be uh, manufactured at such less period. Practically, it didn't take even an year also, somewhere around 11 months. Once the virus was reported in December, the genome sequencing was done in January 2020. That time onwards, discussion going on regarding the vaccine, and I mean, in June 20, like there were a lot of discussion regarding the vaccine, and I mean, a lot of pharmaceuticals and government from different parts of the world, they they discussed, and finally the research scientists, they started working for it silently. They are probably at the back of the screen, don't know them exactly, but with lot of effort and uncaring work to get the vaccine in a record period of time. So the practically unknown the history of vaccine. So vaccine was could be manufactured in span of the period of 120. So all the vaccines took more than a year, if not decades. So that is a significant portion of research what I feel.
That's the result of our research action. Okay, now last time coming to sir, just I will request you to highlight few points related to according to the new education system, new education policy. Every higher education institute has to work on the innovative activities. After passing out the student of any stream, they will be only the job seeker. Now this idea to be abolished. They will be job provider, job creator also. So, sir, please highlight few points related to this matter. How we can develop our country in this way, and what are the initiatives can be taken in the institute?
Actually, the NMC, the Medical Council of India has been abolished, and now the National Medical Commission has taken over. And NMC has given some, it was there to some extent, but not properly followed. Each and every, that is, take the example of the microbiology, take the example of the molecular lab. This is a must in medical institute now. So in the inspection, they'll see that that is a must. So similarly, the research wing, and knowing the research methodology and how to publish papers, and how to conduct properly. The ATCOM one is the attitude, communication, training. These are also being done. And these are also being included in the medical curriculum. There is a starting of the foundation course also for the medical. They will have to know a little bit of the computer exposure, computer, so that with these all diversified knowledge, so medical personnel after passing MBBS, they can be able to start their own, organization, either lab or the any sort of small hospitals, so that they can generate some opportunities for other peoples also. And in this way, in the remote areas also, but a good amount, a number of population, maybe remote, but if there is a more motorable road or road for communication is there, they can go there and they can start their institutional business there. So the local people will be benefited, and the referral from the remote areas will be reduced. So, and load of the hospitals in the city and the suburbs will be alleviated with that. If they open lot of institutions in the periphery. So in not only the service is not important. Now they have been guided so that they can be self-sufficient to open their own or to start their own business in the medical side.
Okay. Now we are almost end of our program. Now I am checking in the chat box. We had some questions. Madam, which test is best one to detect the coronavirus in human body? Dr. Moshumi Agdo is asking this question. Which test is best one to detect the coronavirus in human body?
Right. It is a PCR only, but obviously more sensitive is the and this will be less than the artificial, because virus in a smaller quantity will be detected.
Now I'm asking sir, we are hearing about another question. We are hearing about third wave. It will be severe and even affect more to the child. Please let me know about your option.
I'm not, in favor of that. A few days back, I was in a TV channel, G24 Ghanta, and in that channel also I told that how they are, assuming that the children will be murdered. There is no scientific basis, clear-cut basis on that. So I'm not supporting that view, but still I can say third wave as such will not be there as the second wave, because by this time, in the first wave and second wave together, about 40 to 45% of the population has suffered from either they have suffered from the COVID directly or indirect way, and also more than 50% of the population. I'm not talking of the below 18, but more than above 18 population, 50% has been covered at least by the first dose of vaccine. So if we can continue the vaccination programs and all the COVID appropriate behavior, and also we can maintain that, so there should not be third wave in that dimension. It will be that magnitude will be less than second wave definitely, and if at all there is the third wave, the infectivity may be there, but the actual moderate to severe cases will be very less in amount. There may be mild cases of COVID in the third wave, mostly.
Okay. Sir, another question. Is it only our strong immune system which protect us from the adverse effect of the coronavirus, or is there some other factor? Please.
This I cannot say with properly, because there are a lot of researches going on. Because if you consider the only immunity, that is not sufficient, because strong immunity may be there, but still there are patients suffering from patients behaving in a different way, though they don't have that much of comorbidity. Previously, we have heard that because of the comorbidity this has happened. But now, those patients, they don't have that much of comorbidity, but they have strong immunity. They also behaving in a different way. So it is a very much personalized thing we are observing in case of COVID infection. So definitely the time will say, the research will come out definitely. There may be some particularly protective gene also. Who knows? I don't know. Some of the people are, behaving in a better way than some other people. So it cannot be said only the strong immunity can protect him from the COVID.
Okay, sir. So now we are end of our program. Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir, for giving your valuable time for us. Hope we'll be meeting again, and hope you will be joining with us if you get a chance to call you. Please, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A very good afternoon to all of you joining here. So myself, Nirmal Devnath, I am from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. So this is our afternoon session. So we have our international speaker, and for this particular session, will be going to moderate by Dr. Vishwajit Mandal from NSHM Durgapur. Vishwajit sir, over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, very good afternoon. Pawan works in Department of Optometry, NSHM Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. And our next speaker is Dr. Mark Jun. Dr. Mark Jun.
Right.
Are you there,
Hello.
sir?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, that's great. I'll just put my video on so you can see me.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
that's great.
Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Thank you ever so much for this whole meeting, actually, and I've really enjoyed it. I've been on since you started this earlier in the morning, and good afternoon to you all.
Very good afternoon, sir.
Okay, can I now share my screen? And
no, just one sec, sir. Let me introduce. Let me have the privilege to introduce you, sir.
Oh, thank you.
I know it will be very clear, but still. Dr. Mark Jun works in the School of Optometry, that is part of Health and Life Science at Aston University, Birmingham, the second largest city in the United Kingdom. He has taught undergraduates and postgraduate optometrists for over 3 years in subjects including biology of the visual system, clinical practice development, ophthalmic lenses, research methods, ethics, and statistics. He creates Aston-based simulators that provide students with virtual tuition supported by formative and summative feedback whenever they need it. His attention has now turned to second-generation simulators that apply machine learning to the translation of the clinical practice data to new knowledge discovery and clinical decision support. Many practitioners may feel that machine learning and artificial intelligence threatens their livelihood, but Dr. Mark is convinced that open source software will help healthcare practitioners lead digital development long into our future. And today, Dr. Mark will be talking on translational learning with orange data mining, that is future of research. Yes, over to you, sir, Dr. Jun.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. I'm just going to share my screen.
Sure,
that's okay. So there we are. I'll just put that on. Hopefully you can see me now.
Yes.
And that's fantastic. That's great. And I'll just put this on to open. That's good. And what I might just do, in fact, oh yes, I'll keep things going as they are. Okay, so as has just been described, this talk is on translational learning with orange data mining software. I'm Mark Dunn, as you've just heard, but my colleagues and I, Farah Rakib, she prefers to be called Farah, and Preeti Bogal Bamra, both represent the ophthalmic research group in the optometry school at Aston University in Birmingham in the UK. And our colleagues John Gurney and Deacon Hall, he prefers to be called Deek, Thurka Sivapalan and Nicholas Sabotkar, are all independent prescribing optometrists working for the Kent Clinical Commissioning Group's Acute Primary Care Ophthalmology Service. Okay, so first of all, before going any further, thanks again for the invite to talk at this conference. It's fantastic that this 11th International Conference on this particular subject field. My concerns are particularly optometry, but I would hope that this could actually be of interest to right across the health sciences. Okay, so just to say something about what we're all doing here. So Farah Rakib developed the translational learning approach as part of her professional doctorate. And unfortunately, Farah can't be here today, so I'm standing in for her to give the talk. Just to say a little bit about the professional doctorate first, we run the professional doctorate at Aston University to allow optometrists to carry out research on the clinical data they collect every day. So it provides a mechanism for translating real-world data to generalizable findings aimed at continually improving clinical practice. So that's the goal of the professional doctorate. Now, I am Farah's supervisor on her professional doctorate, and we work together developing the translational learning approach. But I've also applied this approach to undergraduate optometry teaching, as I'll explain a little bit later. Now, John, Deek, Thurker and Nicola have provided expert opinion on the collection of the data. They are all specialist independent prescribing optometrists, as I've said before, working for the acute primary care ophthalmology service. Preeti provided opinion on dissemination of the translation learning approach to a wider audience, is also associate supervisor for Farah's doctorate, and is also the director of the professional doctorate itself. And in fact, the program is a flexible framework program that leads to master's degrees and professional doctorates. She also is an independent prescribing optometrist. In fact, all my associates, other than myself, are independent prescribing optometrists. Now, for those of you who are outside optometry, all optometrists can detect eye disease and prescribe optical corrections such as glasses and contact lenses, but independent prescribing optometrists can also treat eye disease with ophthalmic drugs. So by this means, they reduce the need to refer eye disease to the already stretched hospital eye services in the UK, and the acute primary care ophthalmology service treats the vast majority of cases referred to them by optometrists and general medical practitioners in their area. Their services substantially reduce the costs of treatment and have been particularly valued during the COVID pandemic. Now, the translational learning approach presented here is based on data from the independent prescribing optometrists and leads undergraduate optometry undergraduates to a better understanding of clinical decisions made by our most skilled practitioners. So in other words, we're basically putting old heads on young shoulders. Now, before I say anything more about that, I want to talk about some of the background literature that stimulated our study. And the first is Health Education England's Topol Review. Now, it's named after Eric Topol. Now, Eric Topol has done masses of things in the United States, but in addition to that, he's published 3 books on the future of medicine, the last of which I'm going to refer to in the next slide. He was commissioned by the United Kingdom in 2018 and 19 to lead planning for the National Health Service's future workforce. And it's the recommendations of the Topol Review that have really stimulated this study, that he calls for changes to educational curricula to prepare clinicians for a digital future involving machine learning and artificial intelligence. And this is what lies at the core of this study. So the information I give you here all comes from Topol's 3rd book, which is Deep Medicine: How Artificial Intelligence Can Make Healthcare Human Again. When I was at school, gosh, more years ago than I dare to admit, and I was studying social and economic history, we learned about the first industrial revolution in the 18th century, where mechanized production was made possible by engines, railroads and steam. And I naively believed that was it. That was the industrial revolution. I now discovered there were 4 more. And I think we're on the verge of the 5th. The second came in the 19th century and brought in mass production by harnessing electrical power and assembly lines. Then we moved into the 3rd in the 20th century, where we got automated production thanks to electronics and computers. And we now find ourselves in the 4th industrial revolution. And this is all about artificial intelligence. And in fact, artificial intelligence and its subset machine learning are playing an increasing role in our daily lives, as we all know. So again, for those of you who may be outside the field, artificial intelligence is the science and engineering of creating intelligent machines that have the ability to achieve goals like humans via constellation technologies. And machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence in which computers learn without being explicitly programmed from data sets rather than from predefined hard rules-based methods. Now, I'm all too aware of the difficulties of using hard rules-based methods to create simulators that provide students with virtual tuition supported by the formative and summative feedback whenever they need it. This is what we've been doing. While my students like using this software, it remains a challenge to keep the hard rules base up to date. So what I'm thinking about now is second generation simulators that automatically update themselves using real world data. And Farah's translational learning approach could be the basis of these. Now, what I particularly like in Eric Topol's third book is his wording, artificial intelligence can make healthcare human again. And I think in the introduction, this point was made that many practitioners may worry that machine learning and artificial intelligence threatens their livelihoods, but I'm convinced that it will improve all of our lives by facilitating knowledge discovery from vast worldwide clinical databases, and by removing inequalities in eye care through consistent and up-to-date clinical decision support. In turn, practitioners may be freed more to spend more time engaging with the softer elements of communication with those seeking their services. So I think, you know, a positive future is there. Okay, now, in actual fact, we came across the Topol review in this paper by Catania and Nikolitz, and it's two particular quotes from this that have fired us up. And that is that artificial intelligence is a concept and science whose time has come, and vision and eye care professionals may be wanting to ask, what can I do now to prepare and incorporate evolving science into my practice and my patient care? And in fact, Farah's translational learning approach represents one way in which we might help training practitioners to prepare. Now, last but certainly not least is Demzar and Zupan's recent paper. And this paper comes from the developer of the open source Orange data mining. So anyone can download this software and use it wherever they are. And it's phenomenally easy to use. And it's been developed by combining engineering with education from the University of Ljubljana in Slovenia. And this is the key thing here, is it exposes machine learners, machine learning to practitioners, not just computer sciences, but also students of biomedicine. In other words, students anywhere in the health sciences. So we're just proposing the idea that it could be a way of introducing artificial intelligence and machine learning onto the education curricula for these sorts of courses. And so we're going to see that Farah, in fact, focuses her translational learning approach on Orange. Okay, so the question is, that we're really asking is, how might schools of optometry and other health sciences use open source software like Orange data mining to teach machine learning for the purposes of new knowledge discovery and artificial intelligence-led clinical decision support? Could we actually take students who are not traditionally taught in these techniques and introduce this onto programs like optometry programs? So what we're presenting here is a collection of ideas. And also, I've applied these ideas in my teaching. This is the wonderful thing about working alongside Farah. She's coming up with these great ideas. And in the year 2021, I took a cohort of 9 third-year optometry students through the use of Orange to do exactly what we're describing today. And a new cohort is about to start in September. So very soon now, another 8 students who are going to go through the same process in 21 and 22. So that's what we're talking about today. And I've taken a snippet of what they're doing. And we're looking at the diagnosis of a disease called anterior uveitis, as detected by independent prescribing optometrists. And our students are tasked to determine the relative importance of clinical tests for the detection of anterior uveitis. So that's where the knowledge discovery comes in. And also they're tasked to create their own artificial intelligence clinical decision support tool. Okay, so where does the new knowledge discovery come in? Well, basically, the tests required for the diagnosis of anterior uveitis could be picked up from any textbook or any tutor or clinical management guidelines, but we actually don't know their relative importance. We can't put a value on the relative importance, and we don't know whether any of the tests might be redundant. So that's what we're looking at. Okay, and these students will never have been exposed to machine learning before. And they're having to master machine learning before they can actually do all of this. So this activity represents our first steps in preparing our students for the digital future as recommended by the TOEFL review. Okay, so let's look at the translational learning approach itself. So it has 3 steps, as we can clearly see here. In fact, I wonder if I just pop that, yeah, that works better. Yes, I just popped that down there so we can see the whole screen. And so the first one is, the step is gathering clinical evidence. So the students are introduced to ethics, data collection, and data security. And then the second step is learning from the clinical evidence, and our students get taught about pre-processing. Now, students are surprised that pre-processing the data can be more time-consuming than the rest of the process, unless the data is well organized in the first place. And then that leads us into machine learning. And it should, then the third stage is translation to evidence-based teaching practice, and that brings us into our knowledge discovery and our clinical decision support. So it should now be clear how real-world data can be translated into the classroom or even the clinic. And also, this process could be the basis of self-updating second-generation simulations that double up as practice-based clinical decision support systems. So now we're looking at more of the nuts and bolts. So we can see our 3-stage process against an orange data mining platform. Now, what I'm going to do very briefly is, well, I hope this works and I don't crash everything horribly, but this is Orange open at the moment, and that is the orange data mining canvas. Okay, so I'll sort of jump to and from that as we go forward. But you can see how the canvas is laid out here. This is the general idea. And the students can download Orange, and this is what they do, and they connect up these things that are called widgets. And so the file widget belongs to the gathering evidence side, and then all these others, impute, select columns, naive Bayes, logistic regression, test and score widgets, all play a part in learning from the clinical evidence. And then finally, our nomogram widgets are involved in the translation of to evidence-based teaching and practice. So we'll see how all this is actually done. So each of these widgets contains computer code that does all the hard work, so students are freed to become imaginative. No coding or mathematical skills are required, so that the journey from imagining what you want to do to seeing the results is completed very quickly. Now, I promise at this stage I'm no part of the development of Orange, so I'm not trying to sell Orange or anything. It's free anyway, but I'm just completely sold on the idea because it is so easy to use. Okay, so let's actually go into the details. So when it comes to gathering clinical evidence, our students are first introduced to ethics. And ethics comes out of the blue for our students. They come to realize ethical considerations must precede data collection. And this is an opportunity for the students to learn about the Declaration of Helsinki. And you can extend this to other landmark documents, landmark ethical documents, like the Nuremberg Code, which required autonomous consent for any human experimentation. Yet this effectively stopped experimentation on those lacking autonomy, such as children and adults with cognitive impairment. So the Declaration of Helsinki stepped in and did this by allowing proxy consent and added the requirement for research ethics committees. Now, the Belmont Report is another landmark document that described respect for persons, beneficence and justice, where respect for persons is about acknowledging individual values and the protection of those with diminished autonomy, whereas beneficence is about maximizing benefits and minimizing harms. And justice is about the fair distribution of benefits and burdens. And on that line, whoops, sorry about this, along those lines, the International Ethics Guidelines for Biomedical Research involving human subjects raised issues about research in developing countries. And this was all about, or it seemed to me, all about fair distribution of benefits and burdens, where countries were being involved in data collection and research without having the money to actually buy the technologies that were benefit from the technologies that were developed. You can always also branch to the students about ethical theories. So we have the consequentialist theory that we should maximize the good for the greatest number. That's what we should do. But on the other hand, deontology is its counterweight, and this says no, we should protect every research participant. And then we have virtue ethics that considers the differences between the virtuous clinician and the virtuous clinical researcher. Whereas the virtuous clinician is concerned with individualized benefit, the clinical researcher, individual benefit is not the goal, as individuals that participate in research might not directly benefit from it. So that can be covered as well. But whatever you cover, this background allows the students to recognize the elements of ethical guidance offered by professional bodies, such as the College of Optometrists, and these exist obviously all over the world. And the professional bodies will in turn make reference to relevant legislation, such as the General the General Data Protection Regulation. Taking this a bit further, one could go on to AI now to look at the social implications of artificial intelligence. This is a huge site that is run by an interdisciplinary team at New York University. And the social implications include our rights and liberties, labor and automation, bias and inclusion, safety and critical infrastructure. They've considered everything. They're very active. But in relation to the study we're talking about here, the students get to know what we mean when we say the study has followed the tenets of the Declaration of Helsinki, and that approval was received from Aston's Research Ethics Committee for collection and analysis of anonymized clinical data. Okay, so after grasping ethical considerations, our students now move on to the data collection itself. Now, I mentioned earlier that pre-processing of the data can become the most time-consuming element in machine learning. Farrer avoided this by creating a structured electronic practice recording system. This used drop-down menus to ensure unambiguous data collection, and also meant that everything was standardized. Standardized terminology was used. Now, Farrer's electronic record allowed for what's referred to as the problem-orientated eye examination, this style that was most likely to be adopted by highly experienced independent prescribing optometrists. That is, there was no expectation that every question or test is asked or performed. But the problem with this approach is that it leads to large amounts of missing data, as we'll see later, and poses a problem for subsequent machine learning. Now, to add a bit more background, the problem-orientated approach describes how the chief complaint of a person attending an eye examination prompts specific questions on symptoms and history, and this is the subjective part of what is called SOAP, and which in turn prompts specific clinical tests, which form the objective part of SOAP, and that then leads, both of them lead to diagnoses, differential diagnoses, that's the analyses, and some form of plan. So that is the plan of SOAP. So this is what the problem orientation eye examination is. Now, optometry students are traditionally taught to adopt the alternative database style eye examination, not the problem orientated eye examination. This includes asking every question and performing every clinical test, and better serves the needs of trainees who may lack a complete understanding of how questions and tests lead to diagnosis and treatment plans. The database style examination would also have led to far less missing data, but unfortunately is far too inefficient for use in practice. So, for example, our students will go through a database eye examination of about an hour when they're training, but in real life, 22 minutes is the typical length of a problem-orientated style eye examination. Now, it's generally accepted that optometry graduates through practice gradually transition from the database style to the quicker and more efficient problem orientation style. But certain question and tests will, of course, remain because regulations require this. And this is actually where the virtual patients come in that we've been using over the last few years, because the virtual patients introduce them, our students, our undergraduates, earlier and more safely to the problem-orientated eye examination before they even graduate. Another important aspect of FARA's electronic record is that it provides the means of protecting data, which is distributed from the clinic in which the data is collected to the research centre, in other words, Aston University itself. And it does this by creating a code that is meaningless until it's decoded. So this whole part of translational learning approach teaches our students to appreciate the importance of careful data collection. I've heard the phrase rubbish in, rubbish out, meaning that nonsense input data produces nonsense output data. And this structured collection of data using the electronic practice record makes sure we're not putting rubbish in the first place. The case study also illustrates the introduction of our students to the College of Optometrists Clinical Management Guidelines, because her electronic practice record system was based on these guidelines, supplemented with the opinions of our colleagues, John, Deek, Thurker and Nicola, that I mentioned earlier. And these same four individuals actually collected the data, and what we're presenting today is 1,351 cases they saw in the acute primary care ophthalmology service that we've now used for teaching our students. So we take these real cases and find a way to get our undergraduate students playing with these to make some sense of the clinical decisions. Now, I've just shown FARA's electronic record purely for interest, and we're reminded here that it facilitates standardized data collection via drop-down menus. So any one of these white boxes, the optometrist clicks it, a drop-down menu comes out. So it has a standardized terminology. You can't write anything else other than what the drop-down box says. What we can see here is we've got little red squares that illustrate an example, a hypothetical example we're going to come up with later that relates to anterior uveitis. And so we've got a monocular presentation with acute symptoms of discomfort and visual disturbance, with mild red eye and mild inflammation of the anterior chamber. And a diagnosis has been made by these optometrists of anterior uveitis. But the other thing we're reminded of here is that when the data is actually put in, then the record itself creates this code along the bottom. If there's no information, look, the vast majority of the information is missing because this is a problem-orientated eye examination. What data is put in is encoded, and that line can be copied, pasted into an email, and then sent from the point where the data was collected to the point where it's analyzed. So we're securing our data. If these codes were intercepted, the interceptor wouldn't know what on earth they actually meant. Okay, just in case as well, not everyone listening might be optometrists, so let's just say something about the disease of interest, which is anterior uveitis. Now, the anterior the cross section of the eye that I show here shows that the eye has three essential layers. Its blue colored outer layer includes the white of the eye, or the sclera, and the transparent cornea, which is the eye's most powerful refracting or eye bending or eye focusing surface. The inner neural layer is shown in yellow here and includes the light receptive retina that sends nerve impulses to the brain via the optic nerve. But the layer we're really interested in is the middle vascular layer that's appropriately shown in red here. And that includes, and this is called the uveal tract, which is where uveitis comes from. And this includes the iris at the front, the ciliary body that's here, and the choroid around here. Now, the iris forms a pupil which changes its size to control the amount of light entering the eye and to maximize vision. The ciliary body contains a muscle that allows us to focus our eyes with the crystalline lens shown here. But it also secretes aqueous humor that's rather like transparent blood. And its job is to feed the cornea and the crystalline lens, both of which lack their own blood supply. And the aqueous humor flows basically from the ciliary body through the posterior chamber, through the pupil, into the anterior chamber, and out through drainage channels between the cornea and the sclera. And in fact, blockage of that draining leads to glaucoma. Okay, but we're concentrating on anterior uveitis. Okay, the choroid nourishes the retina. So we can see that the iris, the ciliary body, and the choroid are connected together, and the choroid is intimately related to the retina. Now, inflammation of this middle vascular coat or uveal tract is called uveitis, so we know where the name comes from, and uveitis is most often anterior, where it affects primarily the iris and maybe the ciliary body. But because it can spread back to the choroid, this makes this a sight-threatening condition. So its detection is important to prevent sight loss. And is one of the commonest diseases that comes in through the acute primary care ophthalmology service. Okay, so what are its symptoms? It includes visual disturbance and eye discomfort. Here the term ocular simply means eye, and it has three key signs. The first key signs is illustrated in diagram 1 here. So we've got the redness shown here. And so basically it involves the blood vessels in the conjunctiva that covers the front of the sclera and of the episclera, which is actually the superficial layer of the sclera itself that just lies just beneath the conjunctiva. The redness is called hyperemia, so that's what we're talking about. And most forms of red eye, such as those caused by allergies affecting the conjunctiva, are not serious. but an optometrist obviously has to recognize the more serious forms, such as anterior uveitis. The second sign of anterior uveitis is a signal of inflammation within the anterior chamber itself. And this is shown by the second image. And here, blood vessels in the inflamed iris are leaking proteins into the aqueous humor. Now, in this image, a slit lamp beam is shone into the eye. This is the slit lamp beam here. And a slit lamp itself is a microscope modified to look at the eye with a beam that may be conical or slit lamp. Now, all of the images have in fact been taken with a slit lamp. But in image 2, the conical beam passes through the transparent cornea, anterior chamber, and crystalline lens. So it's passing through this area here, allowing us to see the anterior chamber. The reflection of the light beam traveling through the cornea is typically much brighter than the light beam reflected from the crystalline lens, as we see here. But we shouldn't be getting any reflection here as well, because light reflection only occurs in the anterior chamber if it contains these proteins or maybe cells that have leaked or come out of the iris. So essentially, now where you get these proteins, that's called flare. And obviously the white blood cells are just simply referred to as cells. So the existence of flare and cells in the anterior chamber signals a more serious form of red eye, and in this case, anterior uveitis. Now we come to the third main sign, and that's iris synecdoche. And what happens here is the iris, that's now become quite sticky, can stick to the anterior surface of the lens. And we show one of these synecdoche with an arrow, so we can see an adherence here, and this can distort the pupil from its normal round shape. So now we've got an idea how we detect anterior uveitis that you can get from any textbook or any teacher. How are our students using this, and how they're using translational learning and orange data mining to explore this a little bit further. So we're back to our translational learning again. So here we're now learning from the clinical evidence, and we're getting into a bit of pre-processing. Now, although we are sort of focused on pre-processing here, Farah's electronic record has minimized the amount of pre-processing actually required. And what happens is Farah has stored all the decoded data into a Microsoft Excel spreadsheet, which we created especially for this session today, which is the NSHM 2021 data here. So basically, Orange, the file widget here, opens the Excel spreadsheet directly. And clicking on the widget shows what we've actually got here. And it shows that this has uploaded 1,351 instances. So it calls these instances, these are the cases, the individual cases that have been seen. It also reports that there are 7 features. So we can see them numbered here. And these are the symptoms and signs that we talked about earlier when we were describing uveitis. Now, feature is a bit misleading here. I'll come back to this point later, but I prefer to use the terms variable rather than features in this context, because our students are now need to be told about variables, and they learn that variables can be discrete if they're categorical or continuous if they're numerical. And discrete variables could be dichotomous or polychotomous if they have 2 or more than 2 levels respectively. And Orange actually supports all different kinds of variables. It can even process images. It's quite an amazing package. What Orange is showing us, it has recognized that all our variables are categorical. And it also shows the level of these variables as recorded through the electronic practice recording system. And it shows that some of them are dichotomous, as we see here, and some of them are polycotomous, as we see here. So they have more than 2 levels. This file, this also shows that more than half the data is missing. Now we know why that is because our independent prescribing optometrists were adopting problem-orientated eye examinations, and we're not expected to ask every question and test. They weren't all relevant. In actual fact, in these cases include lots of other eye diseases as well. We're just focusing on uveitis here. So 50% of the data is missing. What it doesn't show here is that only 73 of the cases had uveitis. So this is actually the commonest eye disease that they encounter is actually dry eye, but uveitis is the second most common. Okay, so first thing our students have to do, which is the bit of pre-processing they need to do, is get rid of all that missing data. So we're going to see how they do it. They do it by bringing in the impute widget. Okay. So this basically removes the missing data by replacing it with an appropriate value. Now, we could just simply remove any of the missing data, but what this would have done is effectively removed every single case and would have made machine learning impossible. Instead, what the students do is they use the impute widget to recode the missing data. Now, unfortunately for laterality, this is not possible because if laterality hasn't been recorded, there's no appropriate data to put in. You can't not have laterality. What we're meaning is this right eye, left eye, is this monocular, binocular, is it asymmetric? Well, if we don't know, there's no appropriate value. It has to be one of them. So unfortunately, we do have to drop those cases. But for all the other all the other features or variables, we can assign a fixed value of no. So this is what we actually do. And this is probably a bit confusing because you notice that what happens as we assign it feature by feature, then what we've assigned gets recorded by the impute widget, and it gives us a little code to remind us what the assignment was. So why have we got noughts here, ones and twos, all for no? Well, we can understand that a little bit better if we look at the coding itself. No is position 3 in the levels. So this is 0, this is 1, this is 2. So it's given the value 2. So no is coded as 2 here. It's coded, it's position 2, so it's coded as 1 here, and it's position 1 here, so it's coded as 0 here. That explains the appearance of that. So we go through that detail with the students. However, the students also have to be taught to appreciate that assigning this fixed value of no represents an assumption that potentially limits their study. So they're getting into study limitations as well. So here we're assuming that a negative finding will most likely have occurred for any question not asked or test not performed. We can only assume that, we don't know. So all in all, the impute widget is taken in 1,351 bits of data and has left us with 1,320 bits of data after removing 31 bits of data because laterality wasn't entered. So they're kind of spoiled data, if you like. Okay, now the students now move to the next widget, which is the select columns widget, and now they can assign their variables. So they learn a little bit more about the variables here. And when you click on that in orange, it actually opens up this. So initially, all our variables sit in the ignored bit of our impute widget. And what the students do then is using these arrows, they pass the variables to either features or a target. Now the students learn that they're passing 6 of the features into this area here, and these are known as our independent variables or predictor variables. See, at this stage, they're still learning what variables are. Whereas here, we've passed anterior uveitis, or uveitis as it's shown here, into the target variable that's also known as the dependent or predicted variables. So these variables are now ready to be passed to the machine learning widgets, and which are naive Bayes and logistic regression. Okay, so let's get into this. Now, Orange offers a whole range of machine learning models, and this is just one of them here. And in fact, you can see all the different machine learning models. Now, these are all methods of supervised machine learning. And so the students have to learn that supervised machine learning is used when the case or the incident has a specified target. And that's exactly the situation we're in. And these models learn by calculating weights for each feature that best predict the target variable. In fact, it's these weights that will tell the students later on of the relative importance of each clinical question or test, and how important they are for the diagnosis of anterior uveitis. So an unimportant question or test will have a small weight, whereas a larger value will arise for an important question or test. And we'll come back to this in a bit. Now, one of the supervised machine learning methods our students learn to use is naive Bayes. So that's highlighted here. And this is actually the simplest of the available methods. It's called naive because it makes the assumption that none of the clinical questions or tests are related to each other. Now, this assumption obviously rarely holds true in clinical reality, but despite this, it's well known that naive Bayes works well, and we'll see that a little bit later as well. It's also possibly worth mentioning here when you're describing this to the students that unsupervised machine learning methods may help overcome this assumption. So let's just have a very brief look at Orange, and let's scan down to the unsupervised machine learning methods. There's several of them, and one I'll mention now is principal components analysis. I'll just drop that again. So principal components analysis generates a brand new set of variables, and these are called the principal components. And the beauty of these principal components is none of them will be interrelated. The original variables will in some way be related to the principal components, but no interrelationships will occur between the principal components themselves. Now, we could have done that, and it would have been nice to introduce that to our students, but we think, one, it would overload them, but also doing this completely disguises. Our job was to say which of the questions and tests were most important. This would have been totally disguised and hidden in principal components analysis. So it would have made interpretation difficult for our students. Now, you'll also notice that naive Bayes widget appears twice, so that it can be connected to the test and score widget, and it can also be connected to the naive Bayes widget. Now, in fact, naive Bayes is only one of two supervised machine learning methods offered by Orange that connects to the nomogram widget. So, and the importance of the nomogram widget is that it reveals the weights that have been calculated for each question or test. And by doing so, it shows us how each question or test alters the probability that anterior uveitis is present or not. Now, some machine learning methods do not reveal this, and so the practitioner has to blindly accept whether the machine learning, what the machine learning method recommends. So observation of the weights allows our students to check that the process makes sense according to their existing knowledge and enables them to be aided rather than led by machine learning. Okay, so now we move on to our second form of machine learning. Now, the students learn that it's usual practice to compare the performance of several machine learning methods for a particular task. And it's not often possible to judge beforehand which machine learning will work best. We've only used one other machine learning method called logistic regression. The reason is because only logistic regression and naive Bayes connect to the nomogram widget. Now, logistic regression may work better than naive Bayes when variables are interrelated. So that's one reason we're using it. And so that's the point. And however, logistic regression is more complicated than naive Bayes because it can be tuned. So our students are introduced to hyperparameter tuning. Tuning will be described later, but is another way of optimizing performance of the machine learning method. We'll see that machine learning method has only, the logistic regression has only one hyperparameter that can be adjusted. Now, as for naive Bayes, logistic regression also appears twice on the canvas, so it can be connected to the nomogram widget. Now, I'm suddenly mindful here that, let's see, I started about 9:30, it's nearly 10:30, so I better really get a move on if I'm not going to make things all too late. So I'm going to sort of speed through the rest of it. Now, the students then learn that the test and score widget allows them to compare any two machine learners. And they also learn an important point is you shouldn't judge a machine learner by testing it on the same data that it has been trained on. And this is because this can lead to overfitting. So the students are taught about stratified tenfold cross-validation for avoiding overfitting. And that's what's been set up here. So basically the entire data is split into 10 folds. We take one fold out for testing and we run a model and we test it with that fold that's effectively acting like new data. We then take another fold out, put the original fold back in, and we create a second model, which is now tested on this second pulled out fold as new data. So basically, we are testing 10 models based on logistic regression and 10 models based on naive Bayes. And then we average what those models find, and we can what we do is we look at sensitivity and specificity. Now, Orange calls sensitivity recall. Now, sensitivity is the true positive rate. So this is when the machine learner actually correctly predicts that anterior uveitis is present, whereas specificity is the true negative rate, which is when the machine learner correctly predicts that anterior uveitis is absent. And we combine sensitivity and specificity into informedness. So we simply add them together and subtract one. And we can see here that then our students can very easily now calculate informedness as a percentage. And so the informedness tells us how well our machine learners are operating above chance. And we discover straight away that naive Bayes has an informedness of 96% above chance and untuned logistic regression 89% above chance. Okay, the test and score widget can also be used for tuning logistic regression. So the way we do this is we open the logistic regression widget, and what we do is we can adjust its single parameter, which is its lasso regularization strength, to alter the complexity of the model. So a low complexity leads to underfitting and bias. High complexity leads to overfitting and variance. So we're going from, so there we are. So, and what we do is we get our students to get to a position where the informedness of the test on trained data, that's when the models are tested actually on all the training data, and also when the models are evaluated with cross-validation, when those two values come to the same value. So what we're effectively doing by sliding the arrow in this the slider in this direction, just one control, we're effectively decreasing lasso regularization strength from strong to weak. So from a low C value or low complexity to a high C value and high complexity. And our students then plot informedness against regularization strength. They see that when the machine learners are tested on the trained data, they do better. Well, this is because they're overfitting, so we're expecting that. So this is the test on trained data, this is the cross-validation data. And we get a point where the two actually meet. So here at a regularization strength of 0.4, we actually match the cross-validation to the test on trained data. Now, now there's also, many would say actually what we should be, our optimization of our model should be at 0.2, but I prefer to move it here. I might be wrong, you might have different ideas, you're most welcome to disagree. But this is where we set it, simply that when we get to use, whereas cross-validation tests 10 different models for logistic regression and naive Bayes, the nomogram we'll use later actually uses all of the clinical data. So now what we're saying is we're actually getting exactly the same informedness from cross-validation as when we're actually using all the data. So we're not getting a lot of overfitting when we're looking at the nomogram. And this nicely brings us to the nomogram. And this is where we're getting knowledge discovery and clinical decision support. And we're in the third part of our translational learning scheme. Okay, so what happens? So knowledge discovery represents evidence-based teaching. Clinical decision support is evidence-based practice. So now we're translating what we've learned in the clinic to the classroom. And what we do is we connect naive Bayes and logistic regression to their own nomograms so we can compare side by side what they've found. So let's have a look at what they've found. What essentially we're doing is we're showing the weights of naive Bayes as log odds ratios here. And these log odds ratios are log odds ratios for the existence of anterior uveitis. So the scale at the top here shows a log odds ratio scale, with 0 meaning our degree of belief that uveitis is there is not changed, whereas a negative figure means it's dropped and a positive figure means it's raised. So we see that naive Bayes, shown here, has a range of -4 to 6. Its weights have a range of -4 to 6, whereas in the logistic regression nomogram, we've got a range of 0 to 7. Now, in the middle window, what this does is this is actually ranking our clinical questions and tests according to how important they are. And that is judged by looking at the range from the level that gives us the lowest log odds to the level that gives us the highest log odds. And notice that the width of that gets smaller as we come down the window. So we have now ranked our signs and symptoms according to their importance. And what's amazing here is that both of these machine learners have come to the same decision, that anterior chamber cells and flare are most important. Now, from our discussion about what anterior uveitis is, that should be obvious, but doesn't it engender confidence in this system that this machine learner that didn't know that has come up with that straight away? It's also then, there's been some differences. It's said that iris, synecdoche, and red eye come next, but logistic regression and naive Bayes alter in their order, but they both agree, for example, that mild red eye is more important than severe red eye. So we've got that here as well for Bayes. So the students are learning how each level, how important each level of each of the symptoms and signs are as well. In addition to that, one of the great things about lasso regularization in logistic regression is it can actually show up redundant tests, because actually these have no width. They don't change the detection of anterior uveitis at all. So can you imagine the additional information we're getting there? If these were tests that were painful for the patients, or maybe they're expensive tests, we've now discovered they're redundant. That can be amazingly useful for refining the problem-orientated approach. Now, the last of these, there's one thing I want to mention here. This line Obviously, this line tells us where the zero log odds ratio line sits. And we can use the nomogram in the top window to judge what the log odds ratio of each of the levels of each of the symptoms and signs are. But we can also drag the blue line to get this, the blue dot to get this exactly. So we can move this around interactively. And that brings us to our last phase, which is AI clinical decision support. And this nomogram is effectively our artificial intelligence clinical decision support system, because the students can imagine now that a patient is sitting in front of them. Let us just imagine hypothetically, we've got a patient presenting with acute discomfort of visual disturbance in one eye, so it's unilateral. They also have mild conjunctival episcleral hyperemia and anterior chamber flare, but no synechia. So the student moves the little blue controls to the individual patient's findings. They can do this for Bayes and for logistic regression. And immediately the scale at the bottom shows what the probability of uveitis is. In actual fact, the scale above is the total log odds ratio for all the combined clinical observations, and those are converted into a percentage probability of uveitis. And for this scenario, naive Bayes suggests 90% probability of uveitis, whereas tuned logistic regression suggests 68%. Now, the student might wish to prefer to use naive Bayes because it's more informed than his logistic regression. And how interesting that even tuned logistic regression wasn't as good as naive Bayes. But see now how we can translate what we found in the clinics to usable information in the classroom. So that's basically what the translational method is all about. And really, I just leave a few questions. Should schools adopt Topol's recommendations to prepare optometrists and other health scientists for a digital future? Is this a good thing to do? Might translational learning with orange data mining be a good approach? Should standardized electronic records be developed for this purpose so we can use these in clinics, or maybe across our countries to gather massive databases? Should anonymized clinical data repositories then be shared for knowledge discovery and clinical decision support on a massively giant level? And of course, how should we approach ethical concerns and gain stakeholder trust and support? In other words, the trust and support of our patients and practitioners. Now, here's some background reading relating to what I've been talking about. So we got each of the lectures, the references I've told you are here, including others. So for example, Powers here, he describes informedness from sensitivity and specificity. I took a lot of my understanding of machine learning from these authors here. And in fact, here's an earlier paper that Farah actually published on her electronic practice recording system, and how it showed us how optometrists were actually doing tests against clinical management guidelines. So she came up with these new measures: adherence, underperformance, and overperformance. So she could judge to the degree to which optometrists were adhering to the clinical management guidelines. And interesting, she was finding that these specialist independent prescribers were going ahead of the guidelines. In fact, the guidelines might be a step behind our practitioners. So I'm open for any questions. I'm hoping that I've remained live here, and actually also whether there's even any time for any questions. But I'm happy to take those if anyone has any questions. So I'll just put that back up.
Hello, any questions? Anyway, Dr. Mark June, it's really amazing to listen from you. And like orange data mining is like it's a data mining and visualization toolbox, even for novice and expert alike. And to explore data with Orange, one requires probably no programming knowledge or no in-depth mathematical knowledge. And this, we believe that workflow-based data science tools democratize data science by hiding complex underlying mechanics and exposing intuitive concepts. And like it is amazing that it will help even students, it will help optometrists, clinicians, even research scholars will be benefited by your lectures and those who have attended, even the teachers, and which together will help in that preparing a student for, as you mentioned, that preparing a student for digital futures, even preparing our future optometrists for clinical digital futures. And it, as you have wonderfully explained, that evidence-based teaching along with practice, and which will help again that whatever data or whatever we are getting in clinic, that we'll be able to bring to the classrooms to make our students or future optometrists ready with the knowledges. And your is artificial intelligence, that is clinical decisions, which will support this system. So it is really wonderful to listen from you, sir, and definitely the audience participants who have participated today's session, they all will be benefited by these lectures. I believe many of the participants who have listened this, it will be very much helpful to them for their research futures, or whatever clinical work they'll be doing in future. The students, those who are there in the internship, doing projects, even the master student, even PhD scholars, this Orange tool is going to help them like anything. And thank you very much, Dr. Mark, for giving us this opportunity and sharing these wonderful lectures with all us. And it is amazing, sir. We all are delighted to listen from you, sir.
Thank you. That's a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I believe anyone of our audience having any questions? Yeah, I believe probably no one is directly having any questions. So anyway, hope if any one of you having any questions, please, you may directly get back to Dr. Mark. Whenever required, probably Dr. Mark will be supporting you all for any information you need regarding to translation learning and Orange data mining. Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Mark,
sir,
for joining us.
Vishesh,
yeah.
I think yesterday when we have started all discussion about telecommunication and artificial intelligence and all the talk about how it's going to happen and what it's going to happen. I think end of the session today we have exactly that answer.
Got the answers from Dr. Mark.
Yeah, so that what exactly we have to do and from where we should start. So I think this is a landmark from where we can think of starting everything. So thank you so much, Dr. Madhun sir. So it's been a very nice presentation and nice learning from all of us, being a teacher or a student and a practitioner. So it's really thank you so much, sir.
Well, thanks ever so much.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful presentation.
Oh, that's a pleasure. Thank you. And well, thanks for the very positive comments back. That's really good, because you don't know how this will go forward. And it can be met with skepticism. And especially when you start talking about, well, should we in our clinics use electronic practice record systems? Because I know when we train our optometrists, and we like them to be able to write their own notes and show a lot of autonomy. But the problem is that can make extraction of all that data so difficult. In our clinics, we've got 35,000 records that we can't access because they're all written by hand. And wouldn't it be lovely if we could just collect data on a massive basis? And we went to a private company and they said, could we have a month of your data? And they offered us 90,000 bits of data.
It's used to manually maintain the data. Yeah, absolutely.
And the students certainly, I've had a couple of students come to me and said, look, can I transfer from your bit of the research course, because I'm scared that I won't cope with machine learning. Both students ended up saying, love it. We absolutely love it. It's so simple. You can play with Orange and it is so quick. The developers of Orange have done an amazing job. There are other free open source bits of software, but I've never seen a piece of software that's so simple and kind of intuitive. After half an hour, you kind of know what you're doing, as long as you know the basic rules. So, and also, if you want to ever go and visit Ljubljana, what a beautiful place in the world as well. And they run courses, so it would be so it's a real thing. So yeah, great. That's fantastic.
Yes.
Very
So
much.
it is,
Yeah,
now
sorry.
we are thinking, sir, like when we were student, we have done all those researches and data collections. So I wish we had those things, so we could not do that much of manual things. So we had done this one. So it's absolutely magnificent, sir.
Oh, that's great. And actually, and you can download it today and
Yeah,
start.
yes, that is the best thing. That is the best thing.
Yeah, it's open source. It's open source. I think everyone of us can download that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. So yeah, that's absolutely it, and it's so fast. So oh, that's great. That's wonderful.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if we could get a point that we can get some kind of, I don't know, even an Excel record system that we could all use across the world, now wouldn't that be fantastic? As long as we weren't upsetting people ethically. That's another thing. I think it's a major leap to say to somebody, look, we're going to use your data. Even if you say you're going to anonymize it, it still upsets people. No, I don't even want my anonymized data.
That is the issue, that some of the people, they don't want to share the data of the patients and the details. Is the issue.
That's right. So we have to ask their permission. We have to allow them to opt out.
We have to have the proper ethical guidance and ethical team for that reason.
Yes, that's it. But it's great though that at least the seed is there, and we know a mechanism. And as I say, it wasn't Aston that developed Orange. I'm singing the praises of something that was developed in Slovenia. And so it's a winner. It's interesting when you go onto Google or in fact Wikipedia, it lists a whole load of open source software. And what I'd love to see one day, and it must list about 10 open source bits of software for doing this. Now, as I say, Orange seems the simplest to me, but I'd love to see a paper that goes through each one of them and says, okay, for education, which wins? I think that there's a gap for that. So that's the next thing. It's great. So I hope I hope it gets used, and love to see it. That's great. And if anyone wanted to see it in action, I could share screen again to show you it being used, if that was of interest and if there was time. I just don't want to take all the time and run schedule completely crazy here. But if anyone wanted it, I could do it.
Yes, sir. Even in future also, when we'll be using that this Orange software, so definitely, like we may get back to you for any explanations if we need.
That'd be great. Yeah, I'd be really happy to do that. It'd be superb. And also the fact that what's great about NSHM, you've got your two sites, haven't you? Called and I'm going to pronounce it wrong. Oh, that's appalling of me. But you seem to have a big machine learning site, an engineering site in one, site in the other. What a fantastic opportunity for collaboration. And maybe they've got even better things that can do more.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. That's great.
Thank you, sir.
Tremendous.
Thank you, Mark, sir. Thank you, Vishesh, sir. So I think now we can move into our next session. That is the oral presentation competition. Research presentation will be done by students. So for this, I am signing off from my side, and I am handing over to Shankar sir. And I think Anirvan sir also is there. So very warm welcome, Anirvan sir. And Shankar sir, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Nirmal sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's,
Okay, fine. Fine, sir. I think Irvin sir is also there. He's also joined with us. So a very warm good morning and heartily welcome to all. I, Shankar Shah, take great pleasure in being in front of you today. This is the time we acknowledge the talent of our participants who are enhancing our conference in ATCOM 2021 with their contribution in oral presentation this time. It's a pleasure to mention our evaluator, Mr. Anirban Paik sir, who made it possible today from his busy schedule. Anirban sir is alumni of NSHM Durgapur, currently working in Shankar Netralaya, Kolkata in pediatric and occupational department. After completing his post-graduation in clinical research, Anirban sir engaged in Lakshmi College of Optometry as an academic faculty. We're extremely happy to welcome you, Anirban sir. So, students, I think, joined over the Zoom platform. So, one by one, I'm going to ask first our first participant, Shubh Chandra Shah.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible to you, Shubh Chandra Shah?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, first participant, Shubh Chandra Shah, he will be presenting on comparison of changes in corneal topography reading after a short pause. So, Shubh Chandra?
Yes, sir.
Kindly, you can share the screen. Over to you.
Okay, sir.
Okay, can you share the screen? Yeah, it is visible.
Yeah, it's visible.
Before starting, for participant, each participant will get a maximum of 8 minutes of presentation. Make it very clear, 8 minutes of presentation time maximum, followed by questionnaires from our evaluator. So the competitor, your presentation must end within the 8 minutes. Once you start, no extra time would be added. Make it sure, I repeat, no extra time would be added. For that reason, be specific on your topic. Okay. Thanks to all. Wish you good luck. Shubh, you can share your screen. You can start your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it visible, sir?
Yeah, is it visible?
Yeah, it's visible. It's visible.
Can I start, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Myself, Shubh Chandra Shah from Nedamai School of Optometry. My topic is like comparison change in corneal topography readings after short pause in blinking, non-AC and AC environment with the guidance of Mr. Rahul or Kamal Thakur. Introduction. Corneal topography is a computerized automated method for determining and mapping of the corneal refractive power and the radius of corneal surface. It uses three principal plasmodic reflection, slit scanning, sampling camera. Corneal topography, which are based on the technique plasmodic principle, use the tape from the convex mirror to view the first Perkins image. Therefore, they measure the pre-corneal tape film surface, not the corneal surface. If the tape film is stable, continuous as a constant real thickness, then we can assume that the measurement based on the plasmodic technique is closely approximately the corneal surface. The pre-corneal tape film provides smooth, regular anterior surface of the eye. The tape film builds up after a blink and becomes unstable over time, finally break up if the eye is left open for a sufficient period. In this study, we are using TMS4 topographic modeling system based on the plasmodic principle, consists a kaleidoscope containing digital video system, which possesses a set of 25 constant readings to produce high resolution image of corneal topography. These are the corneal topography parameters. The surface summation index, it is determined from centrally weighted summation of differences in corneal power between corresponding points 1 degree apart on the photogrammetry image over 110 equally spaced meridians. The surface area index is determined from the summation of local fluctuation in power along 256 equally spaced heavy meridians on the center 10 miles. Potential visual acuity represents the range of best expected corrected visual acuity that might be expected from the given cornea. The symmetric characteristic, it is defined as the corneal segments which are derived from the difference between SIMK, the difference between SIMK1 and SIMK2. Average corneal power, it is an index that indicates an average power value of various points in the central corneal region. Aim of our study to determine any changes in corneal topography readings in the hematopic subjects after short pause in blinking. Objective of our study is to evaluate the change in SRI, SAI, PVA, SCP, CYR values after pause in blinking of 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 50 seconds, and compare the both corneal topography readings in both AC and non-AC environment. The research question was: is there any change in topography readings after short pause in blinking, and any difference in the topography finding in non-AC and AC environment? Details are above. The study was done in year 2021 in Hungary by the Janus Nemath with a title "The Corneal Topography Changes After 50-second positive blinking. The result are from that the SRI value increase and consequently the PA value decrease over time. The changes between the 5 and 50 seconds is statistically significant for the SRI, but not for the SI in potential visual acuity. Need of our study was as the corneal topography is unusual situation for the patient, which required patient to open their eye as wide as possible, not to blink, causes peak corneal tear film instability over time. As a corneal topography, which are based on the placebo technique principle, use the tear film to measure the corneal surface. The initial tear film due to pause in blinking and exposure to AC environment can lead to the false topography image, for example, showing uneven miles in case of broken tear film. This might lead to the false topography that do reflect the real status of the eye. So I needed to determine there is any change in corneal topography readings after short pause in blinking and compare the topography readings both in non-AC and AC environment. Duration of the study was November 2022 to March 2021. The study was analytical perspective convenience sampling. The study was done in the Nedama Superspecialty Eye Hospital, General Simabalok. The study population was 30 million age in range of 18 to 30 years. The data collection was done based on the exclusion criteria. The procedure, the history of the patient was taken, the visual acuity and visual acuity measured by distance, log mark, and near Hodian impression chart. Objective is to perform the handstick retinoscope. Substitution done by the trial lens method. The evaluation is by cover and cover test. Central corneal thickness, intraocular pressure was measured by the ocular score VST. Sheet limb examination done for the patient. The tear quantity and quality is confirmed with the SURMA 1 and SURMA 2 test and tear day backup time with respectively. Fundation done by the backup thermoscope. The corneal topography parameters are measured in about 5 seconds, 10 seconds, and 50 seconds in first in non-AC room. Then the patient is asked to sit 1 hour prior to the AC room. Then same corneal topography measure in same using TMS4 in AC room. The statistical analysis. The statistical analysis was done by the using commercial software IBM SPSS such statistics version 25.0. P value of 0 less than 0.05 was considered statistically significant. The test for normality for our sample was performed using Aspiro will test as our samples are less than 50 for comparison of topography well between 5 and 50 seconds. We have used the repeated measure ANOVA for the samples which were normally distributed and non-parametric Friedman test for samples which were not normally distributed. Post hoc analysis was done using bone forming adjustment. Result of our study: a total 30 as of 30 normal subjects, 13 males and 17 females of age range between 18 to 30 years were investigated to determine the change in SI, SRI, PVA, COL, and ACP. The mean age was 22.36 with the standard was 1.4 years. The mean SI at a 5 second was 0.5 with the standard 0.2, 10 second was 0.32 with the standard was 0.07, and 15 second was 0.54 with 0.17. There was a statistically significant in the group P value with 0.001 in the increase in the mean SI value after short pause in blinking. In our graph also so that the PVA value can increases over time when compared to 5 to 10 to 20%. Like blue color is a SI value at 5 seconds, green color is a SI value at 10 seconds, and red is the SI value in 50 seconds. So the mean PV value increase, mean SI value can increase from 5 to 10 to 50 seconds over time. The mean SRI value at 5 seconds was 0.15 with the standard deviation 0.02, 10 seconds was 0.3 with the standard deviation 0.07, and 15 seconds was 0.5 with the standard deviation 0.03. There was a statistically significant P value increase mean SRI value after short pause in blinking. In our graph also so that yes, SRI will also can increase over time when compared to 5 to 15, 15 to 5 to 10 seconds, 5 to 15 seconds, 10 to 15 seconds. The PVA value, the potential between high in the 5 second was 1.24 with the standard was 0.15, 10 second was 1.14 with the standard 0.17, and 15 second was 1.05 with the standard 0.22. There was a statistically significant difference in the group with P value 0.02. There was a statistically significant decrease in the mean P value between the group 5 to 50 seconds with P value 0.0, and there was no statistically significant difference between 5 to 10 seconds with P value 0.05 or not at a 10 to 50 second P value 0.0 after short pause in blinking. That means the potential visual at a higher in can like significant increase 5 to 15 seconds, not to 10 to 15 or 5 to 10 seconds. Our graph also can show like PVA value can decrease over time when compared to 5 to 10, 10 to 15, 10 to 15 seconds. Like green color also 5 PVH at a 5 seconds. Sorry, the blue color also PVH at 5 seconds, green color also PVH at 10 seconds, then color also PVH value at a 15 seconds. The potential bit at lower end at a 5 second was 0.95 with the standard 0.87. 10 second was 0.90 with a standard 0.10, and 50 second was 0.84 with a standard 0.9. There was a statistical significance in the group with p value 0.01. There was a statistical decrease in the mean p value between the 5 to 15 seconds with p value 0.01, and there was no statistically significant difference between 5 to 10 seconds with p value 0.034, not 10 to 50 seconds p value 0.46 after short positive blink. That means like here potential visual acuity lowering also can significant in the group, but when compared to 5 to 50 seconds, there was a statistically significant. When compared to 5 to 10 or 5 to 15, there was no statistically significant. Like green color so like PVA at 5 seconds. Sorry, blue color so PVA at 5 seconds, green color so PVL at 10 seconds, and red color so PVL 50 seconds. The mean PVL can decrease it over time when compared to 5 to 10, 10 to 15 seconds. The mean average corneal power at the 5 second was 43.69 with a standard 1.09, 10 second was 43.70 with a standard 1.10, and 15 second was 43.70 with a standard 1.10. There was no statistical significant p value 0.9 difference in the mean average corneal power value after short positive blinking. The mean standard anatomic cylinder was the 5 second was 0.80 with a standard 0.48, 10 second was 0.85 with a standard 0.50, and 15 second was 0.95 with 0.05. There was an increase in the mean value from 5 to 10, 5 to 10 and 15 seconds, but there was no significant p in the group p value in the group like p value 0.131 between the mean after short positive blinking. That means there was no statistical significance in the group, but p value can increase, sorry, CL value can increase over time, but there is no statistically significant difference.
So we reached your 8-minute mark. So can you finish as a you reached your 8-minute mark. So 8 minutes is already over. Okay. So make it very short and be specific.
Okay. The like
yeah, I think sir, Anirban sir, if you have any question, because that minute is over, then isn't it, Shankar sir?
Yeah, yes. It's already 8 minutes. So Anirban sir, any query from your side?
Just one question. I'm having. You have found some significant results in your study. What do you think this? How can your result be applied or be used in clinical practice?
Like okay, like we advise the optometrist or examiner to take the corneal topography parameters within 5 seconds after the complete billing, because if you not billing other 5 seconds, you would take reading, then it will come like wrong reading. It will affect the real status of the eye, both AC and non-AC condition within 5 seconds after complete billing.
But my question was how you will use this in your clinical practice. In your
for like this parameter is used for in case of keratoconus screening. In case of also we can this parameter based on dry eye. Like if you take the corneal topography reading after like complete blink, if you not take the corneal topography readings, that you will show uneven Myers. Like that means the patient, that means the instrument show the like the patient have dry eye, but actually the patient do not have dry eye. Or another thing that parameter is improved for in case of keratoconus screening, like SRI, SI parameters.
Thank you, sir. We can go ahead then.
Thanks, Shobh Chandra.
Yes, sir.
For your contribution. Now moving towards our next topic. Now Radheshwari Chaudhary is going to present on comparison of anterior chamber depth and white-to-white obtained using the Pentacam, IOL Master 700 and MS39 instrument. Radheshwari, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, kindly make yourself visible and audible. And you can share your screen. A soft reminder, Radheshwari, you need to finish your presentation within 8 minutes. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Followed by questions from our event. Thanks. Shobh, kindly stop sharing your screen.
Yeah.
Shobh, kindly.
Yeah, right.
Radheshwari, kindly share your screen. Okay. Radheshwari, kindly go ahead and you have 8 minutes of time.
Okay.
Good luck. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Radheshwari Chaudhary, a student of Netrarama School of Optometry, and today I will be presenting my study, that is comparison of anterior chamber depth and white-to-white obtained using the Pentacam, MS39 and IOL Master 700 instrument, which was done under the guidance of Mr. Kamal Thakur and Mr. Sarath. Moving on to introduction. My introduction involves a brief about the anterior chamber depth, white to white, Oculus Pentacam HR, MS39, and IL Master 700. The anterior chamber depth is an angular space or the space formed anteriorly by the posterior surface of the cornea and posteriorly by the lens within the pupillary aperture and anterior surface of the iris and a part of ciliary body. And anatomically, it represents the distance between the corneal endothelium and the anterior capsule of the crystalline lens. The white to white, which is also known as the horizontal corneal diameter, is defined as the measurement between the limbus from one side of the cornea to the other and is essential for the calculation of the size of implantable Coulomb lens and planning the posterior chamber phakic intraocular lens. The Oculus Pentacam HR uses seam plug imaging to obtain multiple photographs of the anterior segment of the eye, and it is a non-invasive system that uses a monochromatic slit light source for measuring anterior segment topography, and it measures the corneal curvature, keratometric power deviation, pupil diameter, corneal thickness, and anterior chamber volume, depth, and angle. Besides this, it also measures the corneal curvature at the both anterior and posterior surfaces. The Zeiss IL Master 700 is the first swept source optical coherence tomography based biometry that measures a longitudinal section of the eye, such as axial length, anterior chamber depth, corneal central thickness, lens thickness, with the exception of white to white, which is measured using the light emitting diode light source determined by the iris configuration, and keratometry, which is measured using 2.5 amzone telecentric keratometry. And for white to white measurement, the limbus is detected automatically by a digital grayscale photograph of the anterior segment, which is taken after focusing on the iris. And CSO MS39 anterior segment optical coherence tomography is a device used for the analysis of the anterior segment of the eye, which combines placido disc corneal topography with high resolution OCT based anterior segment topography. And it provides great clarity of the cross-sectional images with a 16 mm diameter, along with the many details of the corneal structure and layers. And beside all of this, it also provides information of the pachymetry, elevation, curvature, and dioptric power of both corneal surfaces. And in addition, it also allows to perform accurate pupil diameter measurements and advanced analysis of the tear plane. And the present study was conducted to compare the anterior chamber depth, white to white horizontal corneal diameter obtained using the Pentacam, MS39, and IL Master 700 instruments respectively. The aim of my study was to find out or assess any changes in the parameter of white to white and anterior chamber depth obtained by using the MS39, Pentacam, and IL Master 700 instrument. And objective was to compare anterior chamber depth and white to white horizontal corneal diameter measurement by 3 different non-contact devices, that is MS39, Pentacam, and IL Master 700 in phakic eyes, and also to evaluate whether the parameters of anterior chamber depth and white to white taken from 3 different instruments are interchangeable or not. And my research question was there any significant difference or interchangeability between the parameters of anterior chamber depth and white to white horizontal corneal diameter taken from 3 different instruments? And the need of study was, in this study, I compared the MS39, IL Master 700, and Pentacam measurement, which helped me to determine whether the values and the data from the following instruments correlated with each other or not. And to our best knowledge, no study had compared these values measured by using MS39 with Pentacam and IL Master 700. Moving on to a review of literature. The first review of literature for my study was comparison of different techniques of anterior chamber depth and keratometric measurements, which was also my mother study, which was done by an author, Uri Ilbas-Etter, on Place, Austria, and was published on August 22nd on year 2007. And the remark of their study was, measurement of anterior chamber depth and corneal curvature with the tested machines differed greatly, and therefore for some clinical applications, they may not be interchangeable. And the instrument which they used in their study was ultrasound automated keratometer and Pentacam and IL Master. These are the other review of literature which I had included for the reference in my study. Methodology. The duration of my study was from November 2020 to March 2021, and sample size includes 40 e-metros individual of age ranging from 18 to 30 years. And the study design was a prospective analytical study with convenient sampling, which was held at Netrodama School of Optometry in association with Netrodama Super Specialty Eye Hospital at Bengaluru. And data collection technique was based on inclusion and exclusion criteria. Procedure. As I told earlier, the subjects were selected based on the inclusion and exclusion criteria. After informing the informed consent from the subjects were enrolled in the study. After which a detailed history with demographic data of each individuals were recorded, and both males and females were included in the study. The subjects underwent all the preliminary ophthalmic examinations with visual acuity for distance and near, which was measured using logMAR chart at 3 meter and end notation chart at 40 meter of distance respectively, after which it was followed by a torchlight examination, which was done to check for normal pupillary size and reaction. Then subjective and objective refraction was done with retinoscopy and trial and error method respectively, after which it was followed by slit lamp examination and ophthalmoscopy in order to view the fundus and other ocular pathology. After all of these procedure, only measurement for white to white and anterior chamber depth were taken for the subjects who were found eligible by using 3 different instruments such as pentacam, Master 700 and MS39. And measurements were obtained for each patient in identical physical examination in same order, such as pentacam, Master 700 and MS39 during the same day, with the interval of less than or equal to 10 minutes between measurement to allow for relaxation of the patients and restoration of the ocular tear film. And subjects were seated in a typical position using chin rest and were asked to keep both of their eyes open and fixate on the fixation target, after which the instruments were aligned and the cornea were scanned. If necessary, imaging was repeated until the acceptable quality were obtained, and if accurate images for any of these modalities were not obtained for a given eye, that eye was excluded, and for any patients whose value had to be manually adjusted were not included in the study. Statical analysis was performed by a SPS program 25.0 version for Windows, and the normality of the distribution data for the parameters were evaluated using Shapiro-Wilk test, and the differences between the 3 devices were evaluated using repeated measure ANOVA, and the agreement between devices were evaluated for the following parameters such as mean anterior chamber depth and white to white horizontal corneal diameter, and the interchangeability of the measurements were obtained with the 3 devices that was analyzed using the Bland and Altman method, for which one sample t-test was used to compare a mean of anterior chamber depth and white to white horizontal corneal diameter measurement between the pentacam, MS39 and IL Master 700. And the p-value less than 0.05 was considered statistically significant. Results. So a total of 40 eyes of 40 subjects were in.
It is already 8 minutes. Okay, so kindly exclude your presentation. Okay? Comes to exclusion. Okay.
Yeah.
Any question from anyone?
Okay, we couldn't. I guess we couldn't complete the whole presentation. Till now, I have one question in my mind. This is a prospective study you have done, and it's a very technical question. Is history taking, refraction, objective refraction, subjective refraction, are all these part of your study, or starting, because you said that all patients are emmetrops. So once you find them emmetrop, then only you start the study. So your study starts from the 3 diagnostic procedures you have spoken about. Is history taking, refraction and ophthalmoscopy, have you included those also in your studies, or any of the parameters you have used for the calculation?
Yes, sir.
Rajeshwari, it will be good if you make yourself visible. Right?
Yes, sir.
You can start video from your side. Make yourself visible, please.
Did you get my question?
Yes, sir. You asked that, like I have included the parameters such as the history taking and this objective refraction, subjective refraction, even though I had taken only emmetrope patients, but to rule out the, like whether the patients were emmetrope and ametrope, I had to go through this procedure.
So once this whole procedure, whole ophthalmic up to fundus checkup is done, then only you include your patient.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
So that is not, that may be not the part of your basic study. The study starts after this fundus examination, right?
Yes, sir.
So do you have any data? How many patients were initially gone through this fundus examination, out of which you have found, say, 40 that suits your inclusion criteria?
Sir, I don't have it right now.
Okay. Okay, we can go ahead.
Sir, can I continue?
Why I did ask this question,
Yes.
if you has those data right now, and you can tell me, the whole design of the study gets changed. You said it is a prospective analytical study.
Yes, sir.
But in this study, you get a cohort that is from a pool of population. That cohort becomes emmetrope, and you do the study on those emmetropes. And in that case, it becomes a cohort study.
Okay.
Okay, we can go ahead to the next presentation.
Thanks, Radeshwari, for your contribution for the poster presentation. It was really incredible. Now we'll witness another presentation on challenges and impact of COVID-19 lockdown on Indian optometry practice, and it will be presented by Hemlata. Hemlata, am I audible to you? Hemlata Kumari, am I audible to you?
It's audible, I guess.
I think she is not there. Hemlata Kumari is. Hemlata Kumari, am I audible to you?
Hemlata is there, but her voice is not clear.
Yes, exactly. Some issue is going on. So Hemlata, kindly make yourself visible.
Hemlata, you are not audible actually.
Hemlata, you are not audible, you are not visible.
Just check your microphone, Hemlata.
Make sure you have an uninterrupted internet connection and it is properly connected. Your okay. Now she is visible. Hemlata, can you hear me? Hemlata, I can't hear. Can you hear my voice? Hemlata, am I audible to you?
You can remove the microphone, Hemlata,
Exactly.
and then
I think you need to reconnect it properly. Your microphone is not connected properly, I think so. Because I cannot hear.
Now,
Yeah, exactly.
now you are audible.
Yeah.
Exactly. So Hemlata, you can start your presentation and you can share your screen.
Okay, sir. Okay,
It's
sir.
over to you. Okay, go ahead. Yes, it is visible, and the kindly finish your presentation within 8 minutes. Okay, this
Okay,
short
sir.
reminder. Okay, thank you.
Sir, may I start?
Yeah, sure. Kindly go ahead.
A very, very good afternoon to my respected sir, ma'am, my friends, judges, and dear audience.
Myself, Hemlata Kumari, student of Bachelor of Optometry. Today, I have given a wonderful opportunity on the occasion of 11th International Conference of INATCOM 2021 on the topic Challenges and Impact of COVID-19 Lockdown on Indian Optometry Practice. So to begin with, I would like to first introduce my topic. As we all know that towards the end of 2019, a cluster of the people were diagnosed with COVID-19. By early 2020, COVID-19 outburst was declared as the pandemic by the World Health Organization. Uh, as the condition of COVID-19 situation goes on deteriorating day by day, considering this, Indian government imposed complete lockdown in order to constrain the spread. As we all know that the optometrists are the primary eye care professionals, so they have been challenged with lots of the issues such as patients in pertaining patients care, manufacturing dispensing optical devices, maintaining business stability, and also maintaining economic stability. There were greater part of the optometry practices were hampered during this pandemic. The challenges also they faced in the clinical practices, in the academic practices, and also most importantly, the challenges they faced were of getting infected with the COVID-19 while consulting the patient. So now I would like to view out my point on impact and the challenges optometrists faced in academic practices. Actually, in the 2020, when lockdown was imposed, a lot of optometrists was participated in survey. There was a survey conducted. In that survey, it was evaluated that 62.30% were of the optometrists who were previously involved in academics now were conducting online teaching. And also in the given graph, we can see the number of optometrists who responded about the expensiveness of online teaching. About 59.26% of optometrists said that online teaching was less expensive. 7.41% said it would be more expensive, and so on. Now, what were the challenges and impact on clinical practices? So when come to clinical practice, as we all know that the importance of clinical practice in optometrist life. So in the survey, it was evaluated that 43.37% of the optometrists got involved in consulting either in hospital or through teleconsultation. In the given graph, we can see number of optometrists who responded that they were during the lockdown, they were consulting the patient who were infectious and other related issues. It was evaluated that about 48.68% of the optometrists involved in consulting all the patients who were coming for consultation, and 27.17% were consulting all the infections. 26.79% were consulting red eyes, and 18.87% were consulting the emergencies, and so on. So now, what are the challenges optometrists faced due to teleconsultation? As we are aware that due to lockdown and in order to constrain the COVID-19 spread, we are all advised to follow the strict rules such as maintaining social distances. So optometrists were consulting the patient through teleconsultations. It was evaluated in the survey that 50.94% of optometrists were involved in providing patient care through teleconsultation. In the graph, we can see number of optometrists who pointed out their view on consultation fees for teleconsultation. It was evaluated that 85.19% optometrists consult patients without taking any fees. 3.70 were taking less fees, and hardly none of the optometrists were reported to be taking higher fees than required. So now, what are the challenges in current scenario that optometrists are facing? Actually, 75.94% of optometrists were involved in attending online seminars and the webinars, and most importantly, they faced the challenges in risk of contracting COVID-19. In the given figure, we can see some optometrists felt that there is higher risk of getting infection. Some felt there is lower risk of getting infections, and some equal risk. So what were the other challenges? Other challenges were, it was evaluated at 22.25% were having their own independent practices. Among private practitioners, 46.32% were under total lockdown, which leads to economic damage, obviously. And there were challenges in clinical management policy, like planning time post COVID-19 lockdown challenges that the optometrists are going to suffer in near future. It was evaluated that 19.80% optometrists would there would be difficulty in dispensing spectacle and contact lens. 19.97 said there would be reduction in buying capacity of patient. 30.4 said there would be challenges in approaching patient, consider contact procedure. 6.87 pointed difficulties in administration of clinician hospital institution. 12.60 evaluated reduction in patient flow in the clinic, hospital, and optical outlet. So following this, in order to constrain the spread, there are few guidelines for optometric practice talked on. These are health of the members. Obviously, as we all are following, the members who would be involved in optometric practices, it would be sure that there should not be any symptoms related to COVID-19. And also, commute work practitioners and patients should be advised to avoid public transport to maximum extent possible, and they should follow home rules, like they should stay at home if they are not feeling well. In case of hygiene and sanitation, obviously this is must for sure. And if any patient or examiner who found to test positive, they should allow to remain in isolation. That's it. I want to say I would like to thank you everyone, each of one of
Thanks,
you.
Andrea, for the presentation. So, Anirban sir, any question from your side?
What was the geographic location of this data, statistical data?
Brother, kindly make yourself visible. It will be good.
Sir, can you repeat once more?
What was the geographical location, the statistics we have spoken about? What was the geographical location spoken about optometrists? Which area? Which area?
I didn't got your question.
I think sir is asking when you have shown this data, now this optometrist has done that things. This optometrist from Kolkata or from entire West Bengal or from entire India?
Sir, this is the I read from one article. It was recorded from across the India, like all the optometrists across the India.
So this is Indian data.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thanks, Henrietta, for your presentation. It was really informative for all of us and for your awareness as well. So now I would like to ask Aksham Sharma to present his topic on comparison of anterior corneal curvature and corneal astigmatism measurement obtained with 4 different devices. Aksham, am I audible to you? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you are audible. Kindly make yourself visible. Okay, so Aksham, over to you. You can start your presentation, right? A soft reminder, you need to complete your presentation in 8 minutes. So go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Akshan Sharma from Netradharma School of Optometry, Bangalore, and currently interning with Netradharma Eye Hospital. So the topic for my presentation is the comparison of anterior corneal curvature and corneal astigmatism measurements obtained with 4 different devices. So the corneal measurement is a crucial examination for most of the clinical and surgical application in the field of optometry and ophthalmology. This is because the corneal surface contributes to about 2/3 of the eye's total refractive power. That is plus 43 to plus 45 diopter approx. Precise quantification of corneal refractive power is useful over a range of applications such as diagnosis and monitoring corneal ectatic disorders, contact lens fitting, precise IOL power calculation, corneal refractive surgeries, monitoring post-operative corneas, etc. The keratometric measurements can be acquired using conventional keratometry or corneal topography. Recently, several computer-assisted devices for comprehensive corneal morphology analysis of anterior segment have been developed. They work on different core principles like Placido disc, slit scanning, Schindler camera, etc. So in this study, we have used Oculus Pentacam HR, which uses a Schindler camera and a monochromatic light source that rotates along the eye to create a 3D image of the anterior segment. We have used a MS39, which is a ASOCT. Then we have used an optical biometer, which is Zeiss IOL Master 700, and the Topcon auto refractokeratometer KR8900. Thus, the purpose of this study was to evaluate and compare the keratometric measurements from Pentacam HR, MS39, IOL Master, and AutoK in order to assess the level of interchangeability between them. The aim of our study was to compare and evaluate the central corneal curvature and astigmatism measurements obtained from Pentacam, MS39, IOL Master, and AutoK and assess the level of interchangeability. Objectives were to compare the central corneal curvature, that is mean K measurement obtained from 4 devices, to compare the central corneal astigmatism provided by 4 devices, to compare its devices for steep K and flat K measurement, and to assess the level of interchangeability for mean K measurement between these 4 devices. Our research question was, is there any significant difference in the keratometry reading obtained with these 4 devices, and whether the keratometry reading from different devices can be used interchangeably or not? This is a review of literature. The first one is my mother article, that is comparative analysis of anterior corneal curvature and astigmatism measurement obtained with 3 different devices. It was done by Molina Martin et al. In Australia. And they concluded that the measurement of central corneal curvature and astigmatism obtained with 3 different devices cannot be used interchangeably. These are other references. The need of the study. Difference between K readings obtained with different devices may lead to clinical relevant differences in clinical decision based on measures such as implantation of different IOL power, calculation of different radius of curvature for the trial contact lens, or defining presence or absence of keratoconus. The clinician should be aware of this in order to avoid the use of measure of different devices that are not interchangeable. Methodology, this study was done from between November 2020 and to March 2021. It was a cohort analytical study. This study was conducted in Netradharma Eye Hospital. The study population was 30 healthy emmetropes, and the data collection technique was based on inclusion and exclusion criteria. This was a procedure. A brief history was taken before the examination. The subjects were selected on the basis of inclusion and exclusion criteria. Subjects underwent all preliminary ophthalmic examination, including history taking, visual acuity, slit lamp examination, auto refraction, retinoscopy, subjective refraction, and then keratometry using Pentacam, MS39, IOL Master, and AutoK. The statistical analysis was done using SPSS program. The results, overall 30 eyes of 30 subjects, out of which 17 males and 13 females, of mean is 21.45 with a standard deviation of 1.5 year were enrolled. The mean flat K measurement were found to be, as you can see here in the graph, the blue one represents the Pentacam HR, which gave a flat K measurement of 8.03. The orange one represents MS13, which gave a flat K measurement of 7.83. The IOL master gave a reading of 7.86, and Auto K gave a reading of 7.83. These are the P values. Here you can see the Pentacam differs significantly with all the three devices with a P value of 0.001. The mean steep K measurement were found to be 7.9 with Pentacam, 7.69 with MS39, 7.72 with IOL master, and 7.72 with Auto K. Here, the MS39 provided the lowest steep K reading, that is the most steepest reading as compared to the other devices. The average mean K measurement were found to be 7.96 with Pentacam, 7.77 with MS30, and 7.79 with IOL master, and 7.78 with Auto K. And there were statistically significant differences found between mean K reading. The mean corneal astigmatism measurement were found to be minus 0.66 with Pentacam, minus 0.77 with MS39, minus 0.73 with IOL master, and minus 0.62 with Auto K. There was no statistically significant differences found between readings measured by these instruments. The Bland-Altman analysis was performed to assess the interchangeability of measurements obtained with these devices. Before that, one sample t-test was performed for the mean inter-device differences to find out the mean inter-device differences. Here you can see the Pentacam and MS39 gave a mean difference of 0.199 with a p-value of 0.001. Same, the Pentacam IOL master gave a mean difference of 0.174. Pentacam versus Auto K gave a mean difference of 0.187. And MS39 and IOL master gave a mean difference of 0.025. In order to be interchangeable, these differences has to be very close to 0 because our set value was 0. So these four were, you can see this is much different from 0. The MS39 and Auto KR gave a mean difference of minus 0.012 with a p-value of 0.223, and IOL master and Auto KR gave a mean difference of 0.012 with a mean difference of with a p-value of 0.123. These two are close to 0, as you can see. So we have plotted a Bland-Altman plot for these two pairs. The Bland-Altman graph was plotted for MS39 and Auto K for the mean difference in mean K measurement. The one sample t-test showed inter-measurement differences for mean K measurement was not statistically different from 0. Thus, we could have concluded that these devices were interchangeable for mean K measurement. But the 95% limit of agreement and Bland-Altman plot showed a relative large range of inter-device difference. As you can see, this is the upper limit of agreement, which is 0.0723, and the lower limit of agreement, which is minus 0.096. So 95% of the time, the data might fall anywhere between these in this range. So we can conclude that this thing is too broad for some clinical purposes. So we can conclude that these two devices are not interchangeable. Similarly, for IOL master and Auto K, the mean difference for mean K measurement was found to be 0.0125. But devices cannot be said to be interchangeable because of their large range of limit of agreement, which is upper limit of agreement 0.081 and lower limit of agreement minus 0.056. Discussion. The current study.
It is already 8 minutes. Okay.
Pardon?
It is already 8 minutes. Okay. So, Anirban sir, anything from your side?
No question regarding the study and study design. Just one query. Why every time 30 eyes of 30 patients? Any specific reason that you didn't do the test in the both of the eyes of the patient?
Both of the, sir, actually, this it is done to avoid the potential interference of inter-subject correlation. The two corneas are just a mirror image, as you can say.
Yes, but that could give you more interesting data that if there is any inter-eye difference between them in a patient.
I didn't get you, sir.
Right?
Sorry, sir, I didn't get you.
I was telling you that if you could do the test in both of the eyes, then it can give you some inter-eye difference in a patient, and that can be a interesting data as well. How did you convince the patient to have a test in one eye only, or randomly you have done the right eye or the left eye? I'm just asking about the study design, how you design and how you convince the patient. Means all the eyes you have checked, are they all right eyes or
yes,
left
sir.
eyes?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right eyes.
One eye I took. I took all right eye. Yes.
Okay. So any specific reason or any background study?
Yes, sir, because in the mother article it was mentioned that the otherwise there will be a inter patient correlations because two eyes will represent each other. So in order to avoid that, I just took one eye.
Okay, you can go ahead.
So can I just read out my results finally? So this is thought to be the first to report a comparison between Oculus Pentacam HR MS39 Aziz and the Topcon Auto K. Concerning flat K and steep K, the Pentacam was found to provide flatter, that is a higher value of radius of curvature keratometric measurement than other devices. Likewise, the MS39 produced the most steeper keratometric measurement. There was no significant differences found in astigmatism measurements provided by these four devices. It was also found that Pentacam provided higher mean K values as compared to the other three devices. The interchangeability and ability analysis demonstrated relatively large range of inter-device differences in mean K measurement. The mean K measurement of MS39 Iomaster and Auto K were not statistically significantly different from each other. The blind Altman plot showed a wide range of inter-device differences. Therefore, according to this study, the mean K measurement from Pentacam HR, MS39, IOL Master and Auto K are not interchangeable for clinical settings.
Thank you, Akshansh, for your presentation. It was really incredible. Anju Mahato is our next participant. I'd like to ask Anju to present the topic on effect of check size and fixation size on the pattern reversal visual growth potential in normal individuals. Anju, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Okay, kindly make yourself visible and audible.
Yes. So is it visible?
Yeah, it is visible and I can hear you. So okay, over to you. Finish your presentation within 8 minutes. So go ahead, all the best.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, one and all present over here.
Hello.
Yes,
I just want to request all the participants that you, whenever you are presenting, just make yourself visible. Just switch on your videos and do the presentations.
Exactly. I was asking every participant to
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's fine.
So let's start.
Anju, please go.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. So, good afternoon, one and all present over here. Myself, Anju Mahato from Netherlands School of Optometry. The topic what I will be presenting today is effective check size and fixation size on pattern reversal visual growth potential with different in normal individual, which was done with the under the guidance of Rahul Roy and Sarat Sapalgesar. So, moving into the introduction, what is VP? It is an electrical potential that occurs in the cortex after the stimulation of an eye, which can be recorded by the surface electrode. So that is what VEP is. And there are three types of VEP. They are flash VEP, pattern reversal, and pattern on and off, onset and offset. So the human visual system is a masterpiece of evolution that enables us to perceive the slight change existence from and location of an object in the environment. The interaction of the multiple cell types in specialized structures and pathways allows visual perception over a huge dynamic range. PRVP, that is pattern reversal visual evopotential, is a diagnostic tool which can be used to examine the dysfunction of the visual pathway. Checkerboard pattern is most widely used pattern stimulus because of its relative simplicity and reliability. The preferred stimulus for visual evopotential is a checkerboard pattern of black and white squares. Checks help us to explore the function of striate cortex, that is area 17, because local spectral analyzer are present over there. Since one of the primary functions of human vision system is to analyze the contours and the edges, the use of pattern stimulus seems to have an added advantage in providing more information in this regard. And the VP may be affected by a variety of physiological factors, which includes the diffractive error, age, sex, eye dominance, eye movement, and so on. Thus, my study was conducted to evaluate the change in latency and amplitude with different checkerboard size and fixation size. So here I want to show you what is latency and what is amplitude. So as you can see, this is the stimulus onset. The time taken from the stimulus onset to the maximum positive or negative deflection is known as the latency. What is the amplitude? Amplitude is defined as the trough of preceding wave to the crest of the following wave. This distance represents the latency to the maximum deflection, and the amplitude is the preceding wave, the trough of the preceding wave to the crest of the following wave, and so on. So these are the different checkerboard size which we use in our study. The first one is 4x4, second one is 8x8, and the third, last one is 13x13. These are the three different fixation size which we use in our study. The first one is at 1, using a constant checkerboard size of 8x8. At 1, it's a small dot. At 25, it is small cross, and at 50, it's a big cross when compared to 1 and 25. Aim and objective. The aim of my study was to assess the pattern reversal visual potential latencies and amplitude with different check size and the fixation size in emmetropic subject. The objective of my study was to find out the changes in pattern reversal visual potential latency and amplitude with different check size, that is 4x4, 8x8, and 13x13. And keeping a constant checker size of 8x8, we had used a different fixation size, that is at 1, 25, and 50. These are the review of literature which I had used for my study. The first one is my Mode article, which was done by Ramji Singh et al. In India on the year March 2010. The title of the study was Effect of Check Size on Visual Evopotential in Normal Healthy Subjects in Central India. And the result, and she concluded that the variation in check size of the checkerboard pattern significantly influences the latency and amplitude of the evoke responses. Need of this study. The need of my study was to assess the pattern reversal visual evopotential latencies and amplitude with different check size and fixation size in the emmetropic subjects. If there is change in the checkerboard size other than 8x8, it might change the latency and amplitude values, which might result in the misdiagnosis of assessment of optic nerve and integrity of the visual pathway. The longer or shorter latencies and amplitude when compared to 8x8 might lead to misjudgment of time interval of transfer of information from eye to the brain. Methodology. The duration of my study was for 6 months, and the study design was a prospective analytics study with convenient sampling, and the study area was Netrahama Super Specialty Eye Hospital. Study population was 30 emmetropic individual with the age range between 18 to 30 years, and the data collection technique was on the basis of inclusion and exclusion criteria. All the preliminary examinations were done, that is history taking, visual acuity, objective and subjective refraction, IOP, color vision, evaluation of the screen, slit lamp examination, and fundus examination. Moving on, what to be instructed to the patient while the VP test. So before we did the VP test on the day of the examination, we informed something prior, 1 day prior, about certain things to the patient. Patient were informed to not use any type of hair gels, sprays, or makeup, or lotions on the face and hair on the day of VP test. They were informed not to use any type of eye drop 12 hours before the test, and the patient were made to sit in the dark room for 30 minutes. That was for the dark adaptation time. The skin was prepared by abrading and degreasing. And we had used an international 1020 system, which was given by ISCV, that is International Society for Clinical Electrophysiology of Vision, for the placement of electron at FZ, OZ, and CZ. FZ is 10 centimeter above the nasion. You can see here, this is the FZ 10 centimeter above the nasion, and the 2 centimeter above the inion bone is known as the active electron, which is known as OZ. And the other one is CZ, which is earlobe, which is also known as earthing, which is the ground electron, and monocular stimulation was done, that is 1 eye at a time. Statistical analysis, it was carried out by using SPSS PC software 25.0. Result, moving into the result, a total of 30 patients were investigated for fulfilled pattern reversal VP with a mean age group between 20.77 with a standard deviation of 0.71 years. The blue color over here represents the checkerboard size of 4x4. Red represents 8x8 and the green represents 13x13. So as we increase the checkerboard size, the 13x13 is the smallest one. So as we increase the checkerboard size from 13x13 to 4x4, as the checkerboard size progresses, the latency also progresses, and the differences between the group were statistically significant with a p-value of 0.001. Moving on onto the second graph, it represents the effect of check size on p100 amplitude on pattern reversal BEP. The blue color represents the checkerboard size of 4x4, 8x8 is represented by red color, and the 13x13 is represented by green color. As we decrease the checkerboard size, that is, as we decrease it from 4x4 to 13x13, there's a gradual increase in the amplitude and vice versa. That means the latency difference is more in 4x4 and less in 13x13, but the amplitude difference is more in 13x13 and less in 4x4, and so on. When we compare NAT latency between all the three checkerboard size 4x4, 8x8, and 13x13, there was no significant difference between the group, and it was not statistically significant. Moving into the fixation size, we had kept a constant reference checkerboard pattern of 8x8 with a different, that is the variable fixation size at 125 and 50. There was no significant differences within any of the group, that is NAT latency, P100 latency, and P100 amplitude, and it was not statistically significant. Moving on to the discussion, the purpose of my study was to evaluate the effect of change in the latency and amplitude with different check size and fixation size. Check of 8x8 are most commonly used in the neurophysiological laboratories, so it was kept as a reference for evaluation of the effect on VP parameters. Our study supports the notion that the visual system propages information along multiple parallel channels. The optic tract starts from optic chiasma and terminates in the lateral geniculate body. From lateral geniculate body, the information is transmitted to the area 17 via two principal pathways, that is M pathway and P pathway. M pathway is sensitive to the low spatial frequency, which increases in latency with a decrease in amplitude, which indicates 4x4 because it is more sensitive to the large checks. Similarly, parvocellular or P pathway, which is sensitive to high spatial frequency, small checks, indicates a decrease in latency with increase in amplitude. Thus, the specific range and degree of operation of each channel is a function of the size of visual stimulus presented. And this is what we have noticed, a slight delay in the check size increase up to 4x4. Which was in agreement to Ramji Singh, Ruchi Kothari et al. And so on. Conclusion. The conclusion of my study was the variation in check size of the checkerboard pattern significantly influenced the latency and amplitude of the evoked responses. This can be achieved by employing an appropriate and optimal check size, which we in our study had taken 8x8. Investigation on the effect of altering the size of stimulus indicates the best visual evoked potential are obtained in the central macular area of the retina is stimulated. Limitation. The refractive error included in our study was with the spherical equivalent of plus minus 0.25 to plus minus 0.50. Anthropometric component and eye dominancy were excluded in our study. The total number of healthy participants involved in our study was between the age group of 18 to 30 years. Future recommendation. Further studies can be done in ametropic subjects in different grades of ametropia and so on. Even the anthropometric components, eye dominancy can be taken into account. And these were the references. And thank you.
Thanks, Ranjan. Time up for you. So, Anirban sir, anything from your side? Any question?
No question from my side.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thanks, Ranjan, for your presentation. It was really good. It was very incredible. So you can stop your step straight at the moment.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Vinith Kumar Singh is our next participant. He will be presenting on effect of using virtual reality headset on NLBUT, lipid layer predict, and clear viscosite. Vinith, am I audible to you? Vinith Kumar Singh, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, kindly make yourself visible and audible. Okay. Is it visible? You can share your screen. You can start your presentation.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
So I'm Vinit Kumar Singh from Netra School of Optometry. So my research topic is effect of using virtual reality headset on NIVT, lipid layer grading, and tear meniscus. Sorry, video is seen or not?
You share it and start the slide share and go to the slideshow option. You can see the introduction here. Go ahead.
Okay. So my research topic is effect of using virtual reality headset on NIVT, lipid layer grading, and tear meniscus. So introduction, the virtual reality headset are the advanced headgear that can be connected in the mobile phone, personal computer, or gaming console to give the life like a virtual experience to the consumer. They use near to the eye display and easily amalgamated with the technical gadgets. Given at the substantial number of hours being devoted to view the electronic device with a VR, it is concerning that the frequency of occurrence and the magnitude of ophthalmological symptom is significantly higher when using the digital display compared to the theater. Ocular complaints such as eye strain, dry eye, irritation, blurring of vision exposure to the electronic device used as a non-universally as a computer vision syndrome. The tear film overlay on the ocular surface constituting the corneal and conjunctival epithelium that provide the intersurface between this epithelium and external environment. Wolf described the precorneal tear film consists of three layers, which from the anterior to posterior, that is a lipid layer, aqueous layer, and mucous layer. The lipid layer is an essential component of the tear film. It is a principal function is to prevent the evaporation of tear film during the interblinking period, enhance the stability of the tear film. Tear meniscus is a thin strip of tear fluid which concave outer surface at the upper and the lower lid margin. It contains most of the exposure tear volume. The absence of tear meniscus indicate the dry eye. In NIVT, the evolution of tear film breakup time non-invasive. In TVT test, the presence of fluorescence in the tear may stimulate the reflexive tearing and may also result in changes in the tear film property. To overcome this potential limitation, using the non-invasive procedure because the eye is not touched. Tear scope is an instrument which is used to assess the tear quality and quantity. It is used in the non-invasive method to assess the tear film. It is based on the principle of interferometer. So these are the VR which is used in my studies. This is an instrument tear scope which is used to assess the tear quality and quantity. The aim and objective of my study is to find out the changes in the tear film parameter after using the VR headset. Objective is to assess the NIVT changes after using the VR headset, or to assess the tear meniscus height changes after using the VR headset, to assess the lipid layer get changes after using the VR headset. And the research question may be, does the lipid layer get changing after using the VR headset? Does the non-invasive tear film breakup time changes after using the VR headset? Does the tear meniscus height changes after using the VR headset? These are the review of literature of my studies. The need of my study is to assess the tear film parameter, that is NIVT, lipid layer grade, and tear meniscus height by using the virtual reality headset in the different time duration, which might lead to clear understanding to changes in the lipid layer grading, NIVT, tear meniscus height that may occur causes the dry eye. The methodology of the study period was from February 2021 to July 2021. The study is in the cross-sectional study. The study area is the Netra Super Specialist Eye Hospital. 60 metro individual age group range from 18 to 30 years. Data collection is based on the inclusion and exclusion criteria. These are the procedure we are taking for our studies. The static analysis was done by the SPS software 20.0, and the Friedman test and Wilkerson test are done for the static analysis. The result, the total number of 60 participants were involved in our study, that is 33 male and 27 female. Changes in the tear film parameter, the NIVT, lipid layer grade, and tear meniscus height were found in the help of stereoscope, and the mean age study group is 20.77 with a standard deviation at 0.71 years. The difference of tear film parameter changes after the immediate use of VR headset were recorded at the 15-minute, 30-minute, and 45-minute. Repeated measure revealed highly significant effect of the time and the tear film parameter, and p-value is less than 0.01. It shows that the significant decrease in the tear film parameter after using the virtual reality headset with different time duration. And the table which is given below represent the changes in the NIVT, tear meniscus and lipid layer. So the NIVT is 10.25 with interquartile range of 0.77 seconds before using the VR headset. After using the 15-minute, 9.70 with interquartile range of 0.90 seconds, and after using the 30-minute, 8.90 with interquartile range of 0.97 seconds, and after using the 45-minute of the VR headset, it is 7.40 with interquartile range of 1.23 seconds, and p-value is 0.01, which is significant. The tear meniscus height is 0.17 with interquartile range of 0.07 mm before using the VR headset. After 15 minutes over the use of the VR headset, the tear meniscus height is 0.15 with interquartile range of 0.05 mm. And after using the 30 minutes of the VR headset, tear meniscus height is 0.14 with interquartile length of 0.0005 mm. And after using the 45 minutes, 0.11 with interquartile range of 0.05 mm, and p-value is 0.001, which is significant. The lipid layer gradient before using the VR headset is 51.7 open mesh work, 7% open mesh work. After using the 50 minutes of the VR headset, we found that 46.7% having a closed mesh work. And after using the 30 minutes of the using VR headset, we found that 53.3% having a closed mesh work. And after using the 45 minutes of VR headset, we found that 61.7% having a wave pattern, and p-value is 0.001, which is significantly. So this changes in the NIVT, this graph represents the changes in the NIVT. So blue color indicates that changes in the NIVT before using the virtual reality headset, and after using the 50 minutes of virtual reality headset, and after using this 30 minutes of the virtual reality headset, and this after using the 45 minutes using a virtual reality headset. So this indicates the changes in the tear meniscus height before and after using in the virtual reality headset. The blue color indicates the before using the VR headset. Orange color indicate that changes in the tear meniscus height after using the 50 minutes of the VR headset. This green color indicates changes in the tear meniscus height after using the 30 minutes of VR headset. And this red color indicates the changes in the tear meniscus height after using the 45 minutes of using the VR headset. So discussion of our study, the purpose of our study was to evaluate the effect of the tear film parameter, that is NIVT, lipid layer gradient, and tear meniscus height after using the virtual reality headset. Philips, Joy, Wings, and Jasmine Fink found that the virtual reality headset were associated significantly improving the lipid layer gradient thickness and the tear film stability relatively to the conventional desktop computer display with a different time duration. The finding of our current study demonstrated that using the virtual reality headset with a different time duration reduced the tear film parameter, which was obtained after the using the VR headset of 15 minutes, 30 minutes, and 45 minutes. Reading was taken compared to the normal reading of the individual. The variation in the parameter which was observed in the 15 minutes, 30 minutes, and 45 minutes in constant temperature between 20 to 24 degrees Celsius might be due to the number of factors which we contribute in the poor lipid layer grading and non-invasive tear film breakup time. In addition to suppression, the blinking frequency due to the highly intensity of elastic content might further express the pre-existing tendency towards the poorer tear film quality. So the conclusion of our study is our study found that there are significant changes, that is decrease in the NIVT, tear meniscus height, and the lipid layer gradient while viewing the VR headset at the interval of 15 minutes, 30 minutes, and 45 minutes. So the future recommendation of will be the further study can be done to detect the changes in the intraocular pressure and ocular temperature before and after using the virtual reality headsets. So these are the reference of my articles. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinit, for this presentation. Anirban sir, anything from your side?
Nothing from my side.
Okay,
nothing
sir. Thanks. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Simran Roy is our next participant. She will be presenting on how is screening affecting our eyes during COVID-19 pandemic situation. Simran, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, kindly make yourself visible.
Sir, am I visible?
Yeah, you are visible, you are audible. You can share your screen now. Good luck, go ahead. Okay.
Sir, is my screen visible?
Yeah, I will share it. So, need to hold it for a while. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. I am Simran Bamaroy, a student of Bachelor of Optometry of NSHM Knowledge Campus. Today, I am here to present on this topic, how is screening affecting our eyes during COVID-19 pandemic? So let us begin with this question. Why should we discuss this topic? As we all know, since December 2019, the world has been facing a serious crisis due to an ongoing global pandemic. COVID-19 has affected human health, including our ocular health and our daily lifestyle. Nowadays, our life totally depends upon the digital world. Thus, we are spending more than usual time in front of the screens. Therefore, screening is severely affecting people of every age group and leading to many problems in our eyes. The motive of this presentation is to promote awareness about ocular health of people under the given circumstances. It is hard to imagine a day in which we don't look at a screen It is hard to imagine a single day where we don't use a phone in our hand or a computer screen in front of us. Thus, this is resulting in increased use of screening. In an average, a person spends almost 11 hours each day looking at a screen. During the COVID-19 pandemic, human lives have been centered around their existence in the virtual world due to the restrictions in going outdoors. This has caused a significant increase in the average screening hours. Now let us look into the causes behind this. As we all know that the classes of schools and colleges have shifted from the online platform to the virtual platform. Office employees are working more than the usual time on this screen. Screening has become the only source of entertainment nowadays. Since we are since we are use since we are giving more time in front of the screen, this is leading to exposure of the blue lights and the radiations which are emitted from the LED screen, and thus less blinking of the eye is a result of this. Effects include computer vision syndrome or CVS, digital eye strain which often leads to dry eye. We tend to blink less while staring at the screen and our eyes become dry and irritated. Dry eyes can result into blurry vision. Lack of moisture to the eyes during excessive screening can lead to red eye. Poor lighting and glare on the digital screen affects our eyes during screening, and muscular problems such as loss of focus flexibility is a result of excessive screening. Excessive screening causes headache. Our eyes can get tired from intense screening, causing double vision, headaches, and concentration difficulties. Studies have shown that children who spend more time on screen are more likely to develop nearsightedness. Blue lights, which are emitted from digital devices, can damage light-sensitive cells present on the retina. This can lead to early age-related macular degeneration, leading to loss of eyesight. According to American Optometric Association or AOA, children are more likely to experience this than adults when exposed to high-energy light. Now let us look into computer vision syndrome or CVS. CVS is an umbrella term for conditions that result from looking at a computer or a smartphone screen. It is most prevalent with the computers and typically occurs when we are looking at the screen for a longer period of time at an arm length or closer to us. It is caused by dry eye and visual effect of video display terminals or VDT. VDT includes lightning, glare, display quality, refresh rates and radiations, and positioning of the computer monitors. The symptoms include dry eye, redness, irritation, eye stain, tired eyes, temporary blurred vision, light sensitivity, and muscular problems. Now, here comes another question. How should we prevent these issues? And here is the answer. There are a few tips given for the prevention of this condition. At first, we need to adjust the room illumination and the lighting of the screen in such a way so that it reduces our eye strain. We should use lubricating eye drops or artificial tear drops in order to avoid dry eye and to keep our eyes moist. Frequent breaks should be given in order to give the fatigued muscles a stretching and provide the change of a focus of the eye and relaxation. Our screen should be kept at an arm length, and the angle of the screen should be positioned 10 to 12 degree downward. The screen should be positioned in such a way so that it does not produce a glare from the sunlight or internal light. Use of blue light can decrease the amount of blue light displayed on the screen, which reduces the eye fatigue. A yearly eye exam can check our eye health and determine if any chronic eye conditions are developing. We should blink more often to re-moisten the surface of our eyes and avoid dry eye symptoms. Occupational progressive lenses should be used as computer spectacles, which are designed to have a large area on the top half of the lens for mid-distance viewing or arm length viewing, and the bottom half for near viewing or for the keyboard. To reduce the eye fatigue from focusing constantly on our screen, we should follow some eye exercises, which include 20 by 20 by rule, which says that after spending 20 minutes on screen, a person should spend 20 seconds looking at an object 20 feet away. So that was all about my presentation. Thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity.
Thanks, Imran. Oliver, sir, anything from your side?
No, nothing from me.
Okay. Thanks, Imran. I think the audience has received so many take-home messages from your presentation. It was really wonderful, full of information from as an optometrist point of view also, and sitting in front of a digital screen as well. So, thanks once again, Simon, for your contribution. Jyoti Pandit is our next participant. She is going to present topic on ocular changes during pregnancy. Jyoti, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Sandy, make yourself visible.
Sir, am I visible?
It's visible. So you can share your presentation now. You can share your screen. Okay.
Okay, sir.
A soft reminder, you have to finish your presentation within 8 minutes. So all the best. Go ahead.
Sir, is my screen visible?
Yeah, it is visible, but you are visible, but not your screen.
Okay, sir, just a minute, please.
Yeah, it's okay. Take your time. Yes, here it is.
A very good evening, respected teachers, judges, and everyone present here. Welcome to eNightCom 2021. My name is Jyoti Pandit from NSHM Knowledge Campus. The topic of my presentation is ocular changes during pregnancy. This is the content of my presentation. Now, introduction. Pregnancy causes major changes in all systems of the body and can have various effects on ocular health and routine. Routine eye exams during pregnancy are important. It is also important to know which medications can be used safely. Physiological changes protects the fetus, support development, and also protects the mother from birth. For example, in early pregnancy, cardiac output and blood volume increases by 30 to 50%. Ocular changes during pregnancy are categorized as physiological and pathological changes. Knowing of physiological changes is important to avoid overtreating the patient. The most frequent pregnancy-related physiological change is an increase in pigmentation around the eyes, also known as pregnancy mass or melasma. This occurs due to increased estrogen, progesterone, and melanocyte-stimulating hormones. Now, moving to cornea. During pregnancy, there may be a decrease in the sensitivity of the cornea. The cornea thickens in response to corneal edema. Alteration in corneal curvature may occur, increasing in late pregnancy and resolving after the conclusion of the birth and breastfeeding period. Edema-related changes in corneal thickness and refractive error may occur, which therefore affects refraction. Changes in the cornea and lacrimal system during pregnancy may lead to contact lens intolerance. Now, moving to dry eyes. Pregnancy can also affect tear film physiology and lead to dry eyes. Dryness can be further increased by dehydration, resulting from nausea and vomiting, and the use of anti-nausea medications. Now, moving to changes in refraction. Refraction, transient loss of accommodation owing to changes in the curvature of crystalline lens, is commonly seen during pregnancy and lactation period. Increase in lens curvature may cause myopic shift. There is fluid retention, which affects the refractive power due to myopic shift, and so the glasses prescribed may become irrelevant after pregnancy. Due to unpredictability in the refractive power, refractive surgery should be deferred till a stable postpartum refraction. Now, the intraocular pressure decreases during pregnancy due to fluctuating levels of estrogen, progesterone, relaxing, and beta-HCG. A 19.6% reduction for individuals with normal IOP and a 24.4% reduction for ocular hypertension patients have been reported. Turning our attention now to pathological ocular changes. There are few pathological eye changes, especially related to the pregnant state of the female. Number 1 is preeclampsia and eclampsia. Preeclampsia is a life-threatening condition to both the mother and the child and is characterized by high blood pressure and the presence of protein in the urine. Diagnostic criteria for preeclampsia includes blood pressure of 140 by 100 mmHg and protein urine level 300 mg per 24 hours. Reports have indicated 30 to 100% of preeclamptic women develop visual symptoms. Preeclampsia and eclampsia patients are at a risk of developing retinal and choroidal dysfunctions, which may lead to vision loss. Patient usually complains of blurry vision, headache, and visual field complaints. Now, moving to central serous chorioretinopathy. Previous studies have described central serous chorioretinopathy as a possible ocular complication of pregnancy, with an annual incidence of 0.008%. Patient usually complains of decreased vision, central scotoma, loss of color, and contrast sensitivity. Most of the patient goes back to 20 by 20 visual acuity within a few weeks of delivery. Now, moving on to effects of pregnancy on pre-existing. Number 1, we have diabetic retinopathy. Diabetes is one of the most common diseases. During pregnancy, DR can progress quickly. The longer the duration of diabetes, the higher the chances to develop diabetic retinopathy. Well-controlled blood glucose levels prior to conception may reduce the risk of spontaneous abortion and fetal morbidity and mortality. Women with diabetes need to be educated that pregnancy can cause progression of diabetic retinopathy, especially if the patient already has a moderate or severe diabetic retinopathy present at the time of conception. Women who develop gestational diabetes do not need to follow these guidelines as they are not at an increased risk for diabetic retinopathy. Moving to Graves' disease, it is one of the most important cause of hyperthyroidism in pregnancy. Rarely the fetus can be affected because of transplacental passage of IgG. Mother with active Graves' disease should be treated with antithyroid drugs. If untreated, there is a high fetal morbidity and mortality rate. Now, effect of ophthalmic medication on pregnancy. The lowest possible dosage should be used while using the topical medication, as they may lead to harmful effects on the mother and the fetus. Regardless of attempts to avoid or postpone the use of medication during pregnancy, in some cases, it just cannot be avoided. And not all maternal drugs cross the placenta to the fetus. Some drugs that cross the placenta might have a direct toxic effect or a teratogenic effect. It is therefore essential that physicians are well informed of the potential teratogenic effect of the medications being prescribed. In conclusion, let me sum up my main points. Visual complaints are a common occurrence in pregnant women. Most of the physiological eye changes are reversible and do not warrant urgent ophthalmic help. It is important to remind the pregnant woman that her prescription can fluctuate. Here is some of the websites and books that I have used to gather information for my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Now I'm happy to answer any question you might have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jyoti. Honorable sir, anything from your side?
Yeah, just to summarize, what are the precautions you will take as an optometrist? Well, you get to know that your patient is mid or late pregnant.
Sorry, mid or late pregnant?
Yeah. Your patient is pregnant. What are the precautions you will take as an optometrist while examining or during dilation process?
Okay, sir. I will first get a hold on the history of the patient, whether she's having glaucoma or not, because I need to know for dilation purpose. I need to know whether she's having glaucoma or not. And if I get to know that she's in the mid time she comes to me, then I will do all the tests that should be done during her first or second trimester. Sir, actually, I cannot hear you.
Sir, Irvin, sir, you have to unmute yourself.
Sir, you are muted.
You need to unmute yourself. Your microphone is muted.
Okay, yeah. I was just asking, from optometrist point of view, what are the other precautions you will take while examining your pregnant patient?
Okay, sir. I
Or
will.
during your examination process or during your dilation process, or during any prescription you are making as an optometrist?
Okay, sir. Sir, actually, there are 5 categories of drugs that FDA has approved. Based on that, if I should only use category A and category B drugs, I should be very careful while treating the patient with the drugs because it can affect her badly, her baby also. So I will only use FDA approved category A and category B drugs.
They said it's from optometrist point of view. So let the medication be the other's domain. So from optometrist point of view, what are the other precautions you will take or other caution you will take while prescribing anything?
Okay, sir. If she's having any problem, then I will just try to help her.
Okay. You just can go ahead.
Thank you, Aribas. Thank you, Jyoti. It was really informative and it was so many information we gathered in a single platform, and that's the best part of the brief. And once again, I would like to thank all the participants for their hard work. And what we witnessed was really their efforts and smartphone. And most importantly, Mr. Anirban Paik sir for giving your time and making your presence. Thanks to NSHM for offering such a platform to showcase the talent of our participants. Result for poster and oral presentation will be declared in our valedictory session, which is going to conduct 6 p.m. onwards. Till then, stay tuned with us, and thanks to all.
Yes, I just want to little bit changes as from 6:30, and it will be in a common hall, Acharya Prafulla Chandra Hall. It's hall number 5. So students who are interested or anyone participants who are interested in valedictory session, they can navigate themselves to hall number 5. So there you can have the declaration of the winner of both poster and oral presentation. So I want to thank you, Shankajyoti sir, who is our assistant professor and newly joined in our NSHM family, to such a great anchorship in 2 days of poster presentation and oral presentation. Thank you, Shankajyoti sir, very much for your kind efforts.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a combined effort. Thanks to you also.
And flawless anchoring. Thank you.
A special thanks to Anirban sir for making his presence in this busy schedule. And thanks to everyone. It was a team effort.
We will just a minute. We'll add something. Actually, we have a dance program, and we will run it now, so everybody can enjoy it. গেল কোথায় রে?
তুমি আনমিউট করো।
Hey, we need to stay here or we can leave now?
Actually, we have a students dance program, so we will run it now. So anyone can, anyone interested in this hall only, we will run this.
So we need to go to the Borish hall or we need to stay here?
Here in this hall only.
Okay, we are continuing.
Yeah, the cultural program will be run here, but for the valedictory session, it will start from 6:30. So I'll be requesting the students and participants, whoever is there, and they can navigate themselves to hall number 5, which is Acharya Prafulla Chandra Hall, after 6:30.
Yes.
Thank you.
कागज के दो पंख लेके उड़ा चला जाए रे, जहां नहीं जाना था ये वहीं चला हाय रे। उम्र का ये ताना बाना समझ न पाए रे, जुबां पे जो मोह माया नमक लगाए रे, के देखे न भाले न जाने न दाए रे। दिशा कागज के दो पंख लेके उड़ा चला जाए रे, जहां नहीं जाना था ये वहीं चला हाय रे। उम्र का ये ताना बाना समझ न पाए रे, जुबां पे जो मोह माया नमक लगाए रे, के देखे न भाले न जाने न दाए रे। दिशा हारा क्या मुनबोका मोंटा रे। कागज के दो पंख लेके उड़ा चला जाए रे, जहां नहीं जाना था ये वहीं चला हाय रे। उम्र का ये ताना बाना समझ न पाए रे, जुबां पे जो मोह माया नमक लगाए रे, के देखे न भाले न जाने न दाए रे। दिशा हरा क्या मुनबोका मोंटा रे। फतेह करे किले तारे भेद जाए दीवारें, प्रेम कोई सेंध लागे, अगर मगर बारी बारी जिया को यूं उछाले, जिया नहीं गेंद लागे, माटी को ये चंदन सा माथे पे सजाए रे, जुबां पे जो मोह माया नमक लगाए रे, के देखे न भाले न जाने न दाए रे, दिशाहारा केमन बोका মনটা রে।
Good. Good.
Thank you, dear Shmaiti, for sending us this wonderful dance performance. Now we will see you all at Acharya Prafulla Chandra Hall at 6:30. Thank you so much.
name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I'm working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
My name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I'm working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
My name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I'm working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
Hey, my name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with lenska.com.
Hey, my name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with lenska.com.
Hey, my name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with lenska.com.
Hey, my name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
Hey, my name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
Hey, my name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
My name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
My name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
My name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
Hi, my name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
Hi, my name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
Hi, my name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
my name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
My name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
My name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
Hey, my name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
Hey, my name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
Hey, my name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
My name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
My name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
My name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
My name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
My name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
My name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
Hey, my name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
Hey, my name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
Hey, my name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
My name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
My name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
My name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
My name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
My name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
My name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mayo.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
Zingita Basroy, and I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
My name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mio.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
And I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.
My name is Moin Ansari and I've done my bachelor from NSSM College Kolkata and currently I'm working with Lawrence and Mio.
Pooja Kumari Singh. I have pursued my bachelor in clinical optometry from NSHM Kolkata. Currently I'm working in AIIMS Delhi.
I am Minakshi Ghosh. I have studied bachelor's in optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus. Presently I am working in Shankar Netralaya.
And I have pursued my bachelor's in clinical optometry from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata, and currently I am working with Lenska.com.